Cameron Smith passing the ball back to me even though I didn't want it.
He's cruel, Cameron Smith. That's what made him so good, that mongrel inside. Join me for some fun and insane rugby league talk at 6:05pm on Monday nights on your home of sport, ABC Sport Digital.
ABC Sport Digital Radio, your home of cricket.
It's the most Queenslander full team for 10 years. 15 of them actually born in Queensland. What a wonderful thing to be the most Queenslander full team for 10 years. It might be the most Queenslanderist team this century. With Tino Fa'asua, Maliawi and Murray Taulagi the only ring-ins. It might be the most Queenslanders team this century. With a retired Papali'i, a suspended Kaufusi and Ponga being dropped by Billy. That's two less from Auckland and none from Port Hedland, a genuine origin team. 'Twas the most Queenslanderist team in game one. And they won that game in the Queenslanderist way. They left New South Wales stunned. It was the most Queenslanderist team in game one. They can't boast about it, they can't go and shout it, because if they do it reveals that the decades of wins with teams full of bring-ins have a tainted legitimacy. It's the most Queenslanderist Queensland team for 10 years. Or maybe it's 20 or 30 or 40, so let's just agree. It's the most Queenslanderful team. It's the most Queenslanderist team. It's the most Queenslanderist Queensland team. In memory.
ABC Sport Digital Radio, your home of AFL.
ABC News with Mary McDonald. Good afternoon. Matilda's captain Sam Kerr is expected to play a bigger role in today's FIFA Women's World Cup quarter-final against France in Brisbane. Amanda Shalala reports.
Kerr played around 10 minutes off the bench in Australia's 2-0 win over Denmark, her first appearance in the tournament after a calf injury. Coach Tony Gustafsson says his star striker will be in the starting 11 if she's fully fit, and he isn't worried about making changes to a successful team.
They've been amazing teammates supporting each other. There's been no complaints whatsoever in terms of if you start or come off the bench. They know the role and they play the role. And I definitely would never ever see Sam as a disturbance to the team.
England will face Colombia in tonight's other quarter-final at Stadium Australia in Sydney, Wongal.
A state government, the peak body for Victorian doctors, says a historic federal court win against a Mornington Peninsula Health Service is a win for junior doctors. In 2021, Dr Gabby Bolton launched legal action against Peninsula Health over claims of excessive hours of unrostered and unpaid overtime. Yesterday, a federal court judge found the duties performed by Dr Bolton were by and large necessary, and Peninsula Health was obliged to pay her under the enterprise agreement. AMA Victoria President Dr Jill Tomlinson says the outcome is a turning point for 7 other class actions lodged against state health services.
First judgment sends a very clear message, and we urge the Victorian Government to return to the negotiation table to settle all the action and resolve the unpaid overtime for all junior doctors once and for all.
A state government spokesperson says it takes the welfare of healthcare workforce very seriously and it will carefully consider the court decision before making further comment. Police are investigating the circumstances surrounding a fatal house fire at Apollo Bay on Victoria's southwest coast overnight. The blaze broke out in the Diana Street property around 12:30 this morning. Firefighters pulled a 40-year-old man from the house and performed CPR, but he could not be revived. 2 other men were able to escape the blaze and were treated by paramedics at the scene. Detectives have set up a crime scene at the house. Crews on the Hawaiian island of Maui are continuing to search for bodies in the devastated town of Lahaina. The number of confirmed deaths is at 67, while hundreds more are missing after wildfires fuelled by strong fires swept through the island. Gabe Lucy owns a charter boat company in Lahaina and says they were asked to help rescue people trapped on the beach.
My company and several other charter companies got the call from the Coast Guard to come help out. So my captains were swimming in with surfboards, taking 4-year-olds and putting them on surfboards and pulling them out. And, they said there was bodies on the rocks, and eventually the fire department showed up and they were carrying people to the fire trucks. But they said it was just apocalyptic.
The UN says it's averted an environmental disaster after more than 1 million barrels of oil was drained from a tanker abandoned in the Red Sea. The rusting tanker, which has been used as a floating storage and offloading facility since the 1980s, is in danger of breaking apart. The UN humanitarian coordinator in Yemen, David Gressley, has welcomed the transfer of the oil into a newer tanker.
The United Nations and a remarkably broad group of partners have succeeded in preventing the worst-case scenario of a catastrophic oil spill in the Red Sea. More than 98% of the estimated 1.14 million barrels are now safely stored on the Yemen.
Italian officials have confirmed they've held talks with Elon Musk about hosting a cage fight against fellow tech billionaire Mark Zuckerberg. Talks of a fight between the Tesla founder and the Meta CEO have been circulating in recent weeks. Mr. Musk says it will take place at an epic location in Italy. This tourist visiting the Colosseum in Rome says it would be a fitting location.
These 2 guys, they've got money. The men that fought in this Colosseum had no money. They fought for their freedom. That's what they fought for. I think these 2 men should fight in here and they should give all their money to charity. That's what I think they should do.
To sport, and round 22 of the AFL season continues today with Essendon needing to beat North Melbourne at Docklands to keep its hopes of reaching the finals alive. Sydney can climb into the top 8 with a win over Gold Coast at the SCG. Later on, Brisbane will host Adelaide at the Gabba, Carlton and Melbourne face off at the MCG, and West Coast and Fremantle meet in the Derby at Port Perth Stadium. To the weather now, and there's a strong wind warning for the central Gippsland coast and east Gippsland coast. For the state, cloudy with scattered showers extending from the west, reaching central and eastern parts later in the day. For Melbourne, cloud, a high chance of showers, most likely in the afternoon and early evening, with a top today of 15 degrees. Tomorrow, cloudy and 13. It's currently 15 degrees. ABC News.
They say you shouldn't talk about politics over dinner, but I reckon the best way to get to know a politician is in their own kitchen. I'm Annabelle Crabb, and I'm back with a brand new season of Kitchen Cabinet. Here's the deal. I invite myself to a prominent politician's house, they cook me dinner, and I bring dessert. I'm polite, but I'm nosy. Join me for all new Kitchen Cabinet, starting Tuesday, August 15 on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
ABC Sport. ABC Sport.
Grandstand AFL. This is The Lead with Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanaskas and Cameron Ling.
100% pure footy. The Lead. On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital.
And now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
The lead items for round 22 of the AFL. Collingwood strike back and return to the winners list after consecutive losses, but another key injury in the run to September.
Henry collects in the forward pocket. Hand pass back to Cameron. Cameron for his third. It's there. The reigning premiers with the hot start at the G. Cameron with 3 in the opening quarter.
Darcy Moore is out of the game with hamstring tightness, so I'm not sure if that changes anything, but they're confident it's not a full hamstring.
High squares a kick forward. Lightning speed, Bobby Hill. He's Bobby Thrill. Kicks it on the run from 50 out. Collingwood by 22. 44-point swing in the game. They are a fire that can't be put out at the moment. 7 in a row for Collingwood.
Ravaged by injury. but the sublime skills and speed kills the older, slower Cats, and Collingwood just about will secure the minor premiership.
The Cats are just about out of all their lives, needing to win the final 2 games that feature in September. Jeremy Cameron rising to the occasion with 7 goals, including a couple which set the stands alight.
Dabs the pass into the pocket, wants Cameron. Oh, the boundary umpire's on the spot. It looked out on the full.
That's about 3 metres out on the full.
Absolutely.
Well, that's not a good decision.
It's not the Wayne Harms pocket at the other end of the ground, but it was a long way out. Jeremy Cameron to make it sting just a little more.
Pokes it into the pocket. Who's there? Close is. I think he might have been looking for Jeremy Cameron and Brad Close closed in front. Little handball off to Cameron. Oh, Jeremy Cameron, forget the out of bounds. Once he's done it, twice he's kicked it from out of bounds. And is it going to pay?
That can't stand.
That is going to stand.
The retiring class of 2023 continues to grow. Headlined this week by Trent Cotchin and Isaac Smith, announcing this year will be their last.
I found my life purpose here. I found that creating an environment to help others realise and fulfil their potential not only inspired me, but also helped me overcome my own fears.
There's a pub in Paddington called the Light Brigade. The team bus was driving past it on the way to a Friday night game, and I saw a few people in there having fun and thought, in a few months' time, I wouldn't mind doing that myself.
Hello and welcome to The Lead. Matt Clinch with you for ABC Sport. 3 rounds to go in the home and away season and still so much to play for. Great to have your company on Grandstand AFL, on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app. So much to take place, including the Matildas on the Listen app later on tonight. What a response it was from the Collingwood side last night. So much debate as to what sort of response we'd see without Nick Dacos. Well, Cameron Ling was a part of our commentary team last night. Lingy, as you made your way away from the MCG, just under 80,000, no shortage of talking points. What was your overall reflections?
Good afternoon, Clinchy. Good afternoon, Rama, and to everybody out there. Hope you're having a great day. Walking away from it, I thought to myself, Geelong can still play some good football, but they don't have a gear to go to. Whereas the Collingwood, watching them, they don't just have a gear to go to, they've got multiple gears. They were incredibly impressive. They don't have Nick Dacos, they don't have Steele Sidebottom, and then they lose Darcy Moore, and they could still play some of the most scintillating footy I've watched all year. They are ultra impressive. Yep, they've had a couple of weeks, couple of down weeks, but that's bound to happen too when you've been up for so long and the team that everybody's looking at. You're allowed to have that little lull as long as you respond, and they responded with some brilliant football. Superb. I've got no other way. It's hard. I even said in the call last night, I'm supposed to be a little bit down because they were doing it to Geelong, but you can't help but love watching that type of football being played. It's just brilliant. It's electric. They wind up from half back and they all just go and they all trust each other. It is such good footy, Clinchy.
Adam Ramanauskas is alongside me. Rama, welcome to you. The Cats needing everything to go right now in their run to September. Jeremy Cameron found another gear, but there was a lot of talking points in which we'll bring you the AFL statement in a few moments' time. How did you see it?
Yeah, good afternoon to all. Yeah, look, it was a captivating game. Like the speed of the game last night, the skill level, and the like. But it's funny because Geelong started that game so well, and then all of a sudden, just Collingwood exploded. And I was looking for what it was, but I think it was a bit of a case of what Geelong allowed them in the game last night. So Geelong basically played an exact style of what Hawthorn played the week before. Run at Collingwood as quick as you possibly can, hit short targets, and then if they get us the other way, we're going to have to cope with that. But I think the big problem, Lee, and just looking at the stats after the game last night, 29 scoring shots from 45 entries for Collingwood. That's very un-Geelong-like. You know, to defend like that, and Lingy, it's been a bit of a problem with the Cats all year, to be honest.
Yeah, no, it's a great read on it, Rama, and when you hear that, you immediately go, oh, gee, the back six got badly beaten. But for me, it was through the middle of the ground. They got destroyed through there, and there were times where even the great Tom Stewart and other quality players like that looked all at sea. But then you realise there are 5 Collingwood players running at 2 Geelong defenders. Well, good luck. I don't care if you've got Dustin Fletcher, Matt Scarlett and Jeff Southby all down there. They're not taking care of the numbers that were coming down with with great skill and not a lot of pressure. Geelong's midfield just simply got destroyed. Paddy Dangerfield and Tom Atkins, I thought, were excellent in their hunting of the footy and finding the footy and all of that. But it got left up to too few, and Collingwood took advantage of that. So, Rami, you're right. Defensively, Geelong were opened up, but across the entire ground, not just deep in that back six.
And look, Josh Dacos was superb last night.
Brilliant.
But again, it's the space they gave him to play. Now, it's been for all to see how good Josh Dacos has used the ball this year, and then like a couple of his kicks inboard last night, it just split the whole game open for Collingwood then to take the ball forward and score. So it's funny, you could have, like Lingy said, you could have any defence you wanted, but if there's no pressure coming through the middle of the ground, players are just so skillful now, they will hit those targets.
Adam Ramanaskas alongside Cameron Ling with his quick-fire thoughts on last night. Today on ABC Sports, Saturday afternoon footy from Docklands in Melbourne. It's North Melbourne taking on the Bombers. Ben Cunnington will play his final game, ironically, against his former coach and Brad Scott, who desperately needs to keep winning for his Bombers. Sydney and the Gold Coast from the SCG will keep you across that match, and in the twilight, it's Brisbane and Adelaide from the Gabba. And tonight, Melbourne and Carlton from the MCG. What a massive game that has become. And West Coast and Fremantle, the local derby from Perth Stadium. So you won't miss a minute of the action on ABC Sport, not to mention the Matildas against France. That's in action on the ABC Listen app with Ned Hall. So we'll have you all covered on it. And we'd love to hear from you as well on the SMS 0437 774 774 is the SMS line to the ABC Commentary Studio. Let us know your thoughts on last night, if you've got a thought or two on the retiring class with Andrew Phillips, Luke Shuey, joining the likes of Isaac Smith and Trent Cotchin with the previous week, the announcement coming through that Shannon Hearn and Lance Franklin had decided 2023 was going to be their final year. But so much to debate around Collingwood and their personnel, their form and their injuries. Darcy Moore was good enough to chat last night following the match, and then Craig McRae on the outlook on the Collingwood captain.
Yeah, just a little bit of tightness in my hamstring that I felt. So nothing too serious. Didn't feel anything super strong, but just a little bit of tightness. So made a pretty conservative call.
My understanding is he's tight, neural type hamstring. He will have to scan it, obviously. We'll have to wait to see the scan. My understanding is it's not major, but we'll wait and see.
Are you worried we might have seen him for the final time in the home and away season?
No. My understanding is it's not. That shouldn't be a concern.
Collingwood coach Craig McRae, forward Dan McStay will join us on the lead in around 5 minutes' time. Off the back of losing Nick Dacos last week, Lingy, the question was how would Collingwood respond? And by quarter time, they had a different challenge. It sort of sparked them a little bit. 7 goals in the second quarter on the run leading into the third quarter, and they had to face the Cats challenge on a couple of occasions.
Yeah, they did, and their pressure rating went through the roof from that moment onwards. It's like they all realised how important Darcy Moore is. Not that they probably need reminding, but they've gone, hang on, we've lost Darcy, and now we've all got to step up. We've got to fill that void. And right across the ground, they went out of control with their pressure. It was brilliant to watch, the way they all lifted as a group, and that's what flipped the game around. And, it's a worry. Just listening to Craig there, the question at the end, I think we probably have seen him for the last time in the home and away season, because why would you? I mean, basically they have top spot locked up, Rama. And you've got two. I know. I think Brisbane could get there, or Melbourne could get it.
Third
it's
is
possible.
Third, if they lose the last two.
If Collingwood lost their last two and Melbourne won their next two, plus tonight, they could jump on top of the ladder. Collingwood could slide to third. So there is just one little last piece to close out the minor premiership, but they've almost done enough.
Yeah.
But you don't bring him back.
No, there's no chance we're going to. I believe there's no chance we're seeing Darcy Moore before the final series. It's just, why would you?
Risk versus reward.
Yeah, even if they do finish third, it's craziness, because he's going to be the most important defender for Collingwood. Now, Nathan Murphy did a terrific job when Darcy Moore went down last night, and the way he's able to control that back line. But if you were to play Darcy in the next 2 weeks and then he was to do it, his hamstring properly, well, then you're probably turning it into a 6-week injury. Then he's racing time against, is he going to be available for a grand final? So no risk, absolute no risk with a player of Darcy Moore's calibre.
So Collingwood have Brisbane at Docklands next week, and then the Bombers to close out the home and away season without Nick Dacos. And Darcy Moore hoping to be right for finals. How does it change where you see Collingwood and their position on top of the ladder?
Well, it's that critical mass, isn't it, Lingy, of your good players? How many can you afford to have out? And then it absolutely tests your depth. Now, Ollie Markov has come in over the last few weeks and done a really, really good job. Billy Frampton probably went back to his more a customary position last night of playing as a defender and looked a lot more comfortable. But it does. It tests your depth, and that's what I think. You probably don't want to be testing your depth at the end of the season, Lingy, I would imagine. You probably want that, those middle parts of the year. But, you're only as good, and Lingy knows this as good as anybody, you're only as good as your bottom four players in a final series.
Now, of course, the Jeremy Cameron highlights. He kicked 7 goals, but there was a couple that were very controversial. And the AFL have released a statement this morning, so thanks to Ben Cameron for passing that on to us. In the fourth quarter, the Jeremy Cameron goal confirming an error by the umpire, and out of bounds should have been called. In the third quarter, they provided a different broadcast angle, and on the additional angle points to the ball being taken on the line, hence controlling the ball on the line. I was a bit fearful for you, Lingy, at one stage when the decisions were going against Collingwood as to how they'd respond. But, I mean, in one part, it was a phenomenal effort from Jeremy Cameron to rise to the occasion. But how did you view those individual incidents?
I just saw them both as mistakes. I'm interested to hear that they have a different angle showing that other one wasn't out of bounds. From our angle, and we do have a wonderful vantage point, it looked out on the full. And certainly even at the very least juggled out of bounds with a little bobble in the hands. I thought it should have been out in the full straight away. I think I said it in the call. The other one was just baffling. That was just a brain fade by the umpire. He wasn't quite onto it straight away, and then it's unfolded, and I think he probably thought, I can't bring it back. That's a mistake. We all make mistakes. I'm glad it didn't cost Collingwood, because it would have been a horrendous mistake if it cost them a game. And they have to, umpires have to be better than that. It is an elite competition, but it's a mistake. They had a weird night though, Clinchy. Throw in as well the last goal of the night, Ollie Henry. I know it didn't matter. David Roden signals like the tap of the chest. It's a behind, and then at the last second almost changes and goes, actually, it's a goal. Yeah, it was a bit of acrobatics to bring the two fingers down. Yeah. I still don't know if that was a point or a goal. Doesn't change the result, but does it change percentage? Does Geelong sneak in? Don't know. But it's just one of those nights where there are a couple of blues that you can't let happen in an elite competition, but you've also got to understand they're human.
So I have no problem with the mark of Jeremy Cameron, okay? The boundary umpire's right there. He's made the call. It's like a head-high tackle. That's how the umpire interprets it. So the field umpire goes to the boundary umpire and says, did he mark it or not in the field of play? The umpire says yes, okay?
And to add to that, Rama, the AFL says the difficulty in decisions involving a curved boundary line should not be underestimated. And in this instance, we back the umpire made the correct call.
Okay. Now, the fourth quarter snap with Jeremy Cameron, that's the one I have an issue with, okay? So, by our knowledge, every goal is reviewed in the arc before the ball goes back to the centre square. So we've seen on multiple times this year, Lingy, whether the ball's been touched or it's potentially hit the post, okay? The goal umpire and the field umpire have called a goal. The arc then overrules it. We go back to a kick-in for the opposition team. That's so Jeremy Cameron is the last touch before the ball goes through for a goal. That's reviewed. Isn't that just a simple review, ball's out of bounds, throw it in?
But I think because of the hand pass once he was out of play, it would have had to have been potentially either the ball goes back to close or it's a throw-in.
I just think it's a simple review. That's a goal. Like, he's kicked the goal from outside the field of play.
I wonder if the ARC actually has a limit of what they can can't review, and they probably thought, well, I can't make a call on that, should be called play on and therefore out of bounds.
I'm a bit with you, Lingy. Cameron Ling alongside Adam Romanascus. Matt Clinch with you for the lead on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app. Dan McStay was out there in the middle of the MCG. I wonder what he thought as 80,000 were going crazy. Kicked a couple of crucial goals for the Magpies last night. Dan, welcome. Thanks so much for your time. What was it like in that atmosphere and a couple of those controversial moments?
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. It was pretty crazy. Obviously, 80,000 at the G. Pretty special just to play in front of that most weeks, been with Collingwood. But in terms of those two contests, I actually didn't. I was obviously down the other end, so I didn't actually see either of them. Obviously, you hear the crowd going a bit nuts, and obviously just you back the umpires to make the right decision, and I actually didn't really see them. So
there's sort of been a lot of dialogue around Collingwood's form off the back of losing 2 matches heading into last night. Was it satisfying to respond in the way in which you did, and especially given the nature that Darcy Moore picking up that injury at quarter time?
Yeah, it's probably one of those things. Last couple of weeks we probably wavered a little bit from playing the way we want to play, and we felt like last night, especially after quarter time, we probably found our DNA again and started to play some really, really good football. Fly banged on all week about making sure that we played a high-pressure game, and that's something that we really pride ourselves on, being one of the best pressure teams in the comp. So I felt like we really built our game around that last night, and that was obviously doing it for Das as well. He's been such a pivotal leader and had such a great season. So when he went off, it was just massive for us to really step up, and I thought our backline guys did that tremendously.
Dan, well done last night on your game and the win for the team. I just want to focus in on your game, if I could, for a second. I'm sure there's been times where you've been a little bit frustrated, just the ability to get out there and play. And I think it was your 10th game for the season last night. But it felt like last night, watching you and being there at the ground, it felt like you were really getting across the ground well, and you were really flying for the ball well, and you were competing really well. Is your body now at a point where you really want it to be?
Yeah, it's funny. I actually feel like when you come into a new system, and when I first started, I played the first 5 games, and I was really just trying to figure out exactly how Collingwood play. Obviously, being from Brisbane, they play a little bit differently. So I'm really starting to feel like I'm really heading into that stage where I know what my teammates are going to do. We're working together with the forwards, and I just feel like it's starting to click. So I'm really enjoying my time and learning a different structure and just playing a bit more freely. That's one of the things that I felt coming to Collingwood.
And in that forward line, I was fascinated last night. The whole team plays some of the most scintillating footy. And in the third quarter, you kick, I think it was 6 goals, 3, the team. Brady Mychek did not touch the footy in the third quarter. He was brilliant in the first half, he was brilliant in the last quarter, but I'm sure he was still playing and doing something really important where it feels like anybody can be the focal point in that Collingwood forward line. Is that what you really focus on, to make sure the opposition have no idea where the ball's going to go?
Yeah, I think that's one of the most important things about being a successful team, is not relying on one guy or two guys. It's all about just having that balance of anyone can bob up and be pivotal in that moment. Or we really talk about midweek as in the forward line group as being selfless and doing things that may not get seen on TV, or the supporters may not see, the blocking, the selfless leads, and breaking out to the open space, and just really trying to be that team player. And we really celebrate that in the 4 walls, and it's something that we've continued to build over the season.
Dan, I know this is going to be a tricky question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. What's the setup that the Collingwood forward line is looking for? It looks like it's being sort of experimented with over the last few weeks. Obviously yourself has come back into the team and kicked multiple goals in all those games, but Jeremy Howe's down there, Billy Frampton's been down, Mason Cox has been down there, Ash Johnson's been there. What's the correct mix that the coach is looking for?
I think it's just honestly week by week. Obviously, we learnt last week that Sicily, though that sort of drop-off defender was pretty impactful. So last night we obviously went with Jeremy Howe to play more of a defensive role. But in saying that, he played at some really great offense as well and was able to hurt Stewart on the other going the other way. So in terms of like our forward mix, it's honestly week by week depending on our opponent. And you've got some key guys down there that are obviously Bobby, Bo, who provide incredible pressure. Usually have a midfielder that kind of swaps in through to almost come up to a stoppage as well. So, and then you've got a couple of the big boys who whoever's in form or whatever matchups they like. And at the moment, it's honestly just depending on the opponent. So it seems to be working pretty well last night, and I think we're going to keep tinkering with that until we find what works for us, I guess.
78,000 on a Friday night with the Collingwood chant going all around the ground. Is that the big reason why you decided to come to this football club?
Yeah, it's definitely a massive talking point for me and my manager last year. You play 15 odd games at the MCG every year. The Magpie Army, they turn up in droves no matter where you are on the ladder. And as soon as I had that meeting with Fly last year, I just knew he's an incredible communicator. He's so caring. And I just knew from the moment that I met him that, I'd love to play under him. And, it was a pretty easy decision in the end.
Just Jack Ginnivan, he's for such a young kid, he's forever under scrutiny with the way he plays the game, what he's doing away from the game. Just describe him. Like he's obviously, you've played with him now a couple of times in a forward line. You train with him day in, day out. Just describe him as a person, because I think it's a bit different to what we see as a public.
Yeah, he's pretty cheeky, but he's very infectious the way he goes about his footy and the way he is as a person. You just love being around him. He's a great team man. He's actually pretty quietly spoken. I know the media and all that, they always try and hype him up, and the fans absolutely love him, which is great. We love that as well. But he's just himself. He loves being a little bit different, and we love that about him. He's worked incredibly hard over the last month. Obviously not where he wants to be, being out of the side, and took his opportunity last night. I thought he was fantastic, and people probably know him for kicking goals and whatever, but last night I thought the way he was so selfless, set up multiple goals and just had a great game. So we love that he's continuing to evolve his game, and it doesn't always just have to be about what's on the score the scoreboard. For him, it's about adding different parts of his game, and his pressure was last night was actually really good as well, which has probably been his little knock. And I thought that was exceptional last night.
Collingwood forward Dan McStay is with you on the line after Collingwood's 8-point win over Geelong last night at the MCG. Have you managed to see Darcy Moore this morning, or his indication last night was hopeful it was on the minus side and more precaution than anything else? What was sort of your assessment of it all?
I flicked him the text this morning. He seems in pretty good spirits. I don't think it's anything too serious. Hopefully, it's been a big year for him, taking over the captaincy and everything. So he's probably well-earned rest before finals. So I'm sure he'll look after himself, and the medical staff will be all over it, and he'll be fine for finals.
Watching the game last night, I thought, wow, okay, Darcy Moore out. What lever is Collingwood going to pull? And I wonder whether they might throw you to centre-half back. Was that something that was ever discussed, or are you now locked in as a permanent forward in this Collingwood lineup?
Don't do it, Dan. Don't go back.
Yeah, well, I was actually I said to Billy Frampton, because normally I'll play forward and then I'll jump into the second ruck for a little bit. Last night they brought Billy in to play second ruck, and I was like, oh, beautiful, I'll just be able to play forward for the whole game. And that lasted a quarter. Bill had to go back, and then I went into the ruck. So, I was a little bit annoyed about that. But, you just do whatever you got to do for the team. And, it worked out in the end.
Are you fearful that if Jeremy Howe spends more time as a forward, you might be continually used as a springboard? And maybe we need Mason Cox back in the side, because he could get aerial if he's in the forward 50.
Yeah, I actually said to Howie when he went forward against whenever he kicked his 3 goals in the last quarter, I said, geez, you're making us forwards feel bad. You're making it look so easy, and he did it again last night. So I don't know if he'll be spending much time in the back line now. He's playing like a natural forward, so it'll be interesting to see how the team lines up now.
How does that change the dynamic, though, when you do have, someone like Jeremy Howe come in off the back of your pressure, which you touched on with Jack Ginnivan and Bobby Hill, and it felt like in the middle stages where you're able to ramp up the pressure, that's when Collingwood's game looked at its absolute best.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. The good thing about our team is we've got so many guys that are just so flexible in positioning. Like I said, like Billy Frampton comes in, he can literally play ruck, forward, back. Guys like Will Hoskin-Elliott, they can play high, half forward, wing, half back. We're just so lucky that no matter what happens in the game, whether it's injuries or positional changes we need to make, that we've got guys that can adapt, and that's what makes our team so dangerous. So
Dan, just for our own benefit, we like to overanalyse everything as we watch you guys go about it. Coming up to this week's game, Friday night against Brisbane, a team that, if everything went to plan, you could be playing in either a prelim or a grand final potentially, or maybe even week one, depending where all the cards fall. Do you hold anything back? Is there anything in that where tactically you might not do something, matchup-wise you might not do something, or is it just more about, okay, let's build our form, forget about all that sort of stuff and just build what we're doing?
I think where we're sitting at the moment, we probably just continue to play our game and learn a little bit about them, but also just focus mainly on us. It's what we've kind of done all year is we've just made sure that if we're so predictable with each other with the way we want to play, we believe that our best can beat anyone. So, if there's some things that we'll find out during the game that we might need to use for finals or whatever if we do come up against Brisbane. But I think we will just continue to play our way, and you want to try and go into the finals in the best form possible. We're not, going to probably rest guys. We're just going to go in and continue to be the best version of ourselves.
And it was nice to see last night, Dan, the three remaining members of the 1953 Premiership side at the MCG celebrating their 70th anniversary. So Thurl Merritt, Terry Waits and Arthur Gooch. They looked in good spirit as they gave you a little cheerio and a quick exchange as you ran out on the MCG.
Yeah, it was incredible. Genuinely, the club has come such a long way from really including everyone from our past. We do a lot of that sort of stuff, including like getting guys from the past Collingwood eras into the club and take them around during our training sessions and into our meetings. And it's one of the things that Fly's been massive on, is just really connecting with our past. And to have those three there last night, it meant a lot to the boys. And most of them all got around and gave them a thanks for everything they've done for the footy club and getting us to where we are today.
Now, Rama likes to finish with a hard-hitting question.
We always like just the toughest question right at the end, Dan. What are you doing this weekend? Because we've had some different answers, sort of where people have got what they get up to after a Friday night game. I'm still to hear one player say I'm going on a bender for 2 days, and I'm waiting for it.
No benders this weekend, unfortunately. I think my partner and I are probably going to go maybe down to Mornington Peninsula and just chill out. Really just try and soak in the last couple of weeks of weekends off. So before the big stuff starts. So just looking forward to that.
They're a different generation, Rama. They are much better behaved than what you and I were.
Yeah, correct.
We've got 10 weeks for that.
Congratulations on the win last night, Dan. Always great to have a chat to you, and good luck against the Brisbane Lions under the roof of Docklands next week.
Thanks for having me, guys. Appreciate it.
Dan McStay from the Magpies joining us on the lead on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and via the ABC Listen app. Just swinging hands on a Sunday, spending some time with the better half. I would imagine you'd spend your weekends, Rama.
Yeah, well done. Liggy, we've had a couple of looks now at what Collingwood's forward line may be for September.
Yep.
Have you got your own thought on what it should look like?
I do, yes, and that is very, very close to it last night.
Jeremy Howe forward.
But I think just the ability of flexibility of how forward but defensive you need. Like just almost he can be the one who plays the horses for courses type role wherever you need to use him. I don't think Ash Johnson and Mason Cox come back into it just with the way it maybe slows them up a little bit at ground level. I was looking and thinking about that Collingwood forward line. So the listed teams last night, and so that's the 26, so includes emergencies coming into the game. Collingwood had 11 players with double-figure goals. Geelong had 5 players. So that's Collingwood's strength of just those multiple options. I mean, Jamie Elliott and Myercheck are obviously the big 1-2 up there, but I mean, I love McStay with his competing, his pack marking, his ability to clunk a couple, but also push into the ruck. And then the pressure and the buzzing around of Hill. I thought Ginnivan got them going too.
Yeah.
He didn't kick a goal, but I just thought he was superb with his pressure and threat and his goal assists.
Cameron Ling with his final thoughts on Collingwood. Here was their coach, Craig McRae.
Yeah, I'm really pleased with the effort. Like after quarter time, I thought we really played our version and our brand as for most of the part of the night. You get to see how damaging our ball movement can be when we get our pressure right and other parts of our game. We're still not finished. We're in work in progress, and we thought they scored too many easy goals at times, so we need to get to work on that. But from where we come tonight and where we started from to where we are now, I think we've steered the ship somewhat.
Craig McRae following last night's win. On the SMS, your thoughts, 0437 774 774. Hi guys, Tassie Steve here, love the show. I'd like to know your thoughts on Fly coaching from the boundary line. As a Pie supporter, I'm thrilled with how he's progressed as a coach. Collingwood is simply playing better footy. That's the way it's been played for years prior. That's from Danny. Guys, it seems last night proved we should get rid of the boundary line and the 4 boundary umpires. It will save both costs at AFL and junior footy. That's from George. That might be a little tongue-in-cheek.
Ball goes over the fence, just throw it back in.
There's a few more around the umpire which we might just fly past. And can Lingy please explain what out of bounds means and justify those 2 wrong calls? You seem to be at the pointy end of a lot of the questions. Maybe it's just the fact that it favoured Geelong, a couple of them, Lingy.
Yeah, it's funny that they're directed to me when I am 100% on Collingwood's side of those arguments. I in the call at the time and even now, they were wrong, and I thought it was out on the full one, and it was definitely, and the AFL have acknowledged it as well, it was out of bounds, the handball. So no, I can't justify anything. That is completely went Geelong's way and shouldn't have.
Mason Cox is in their best 22 on the SMS 0437 774 774. Frank from Panton Hill is also channeling the Ginnivan factor, brings another level to their forward line. Love to see him back out there. Go Pies. And Fran from Melbourne, hoping Jeremy Howe won't fly for too many super high marks in the closing rounds. Don't want to see another injury from him. And Catherine, Collingwood didn't need Nick Dacos last night. Thought Bo McCreary is playing wonderful footy at the moment. I was just interested in the breakup, Rammer, as to it was sort of a little bit of Taylor Adams alongside Tom Mitchell. Haven't spent a lot of time together in the centre bounce square. And Pat Lipinski came in on a few occasions as well. Was probably the void for Nick Dacos.
Yeah, exactly. I just want to touch on McCreary. 8 tackles last night. So inside 50 tackles last night, 12-4 in Collingwood's favour. So, when you're able to do that, that's just, you just create scores really quickly. Elliott, another 4. Even Jeremy Howe, 3 tackles last night. So that pressure, after that first quarter, Collingwood's pressure rating just lifted.
And Lingy, I just want to get your final thoughts on the Cats. It was a somewhat feisty Chris Scott when he fronted the media last night, and he was asked to give a bit more sort of a definitive answer as to where Geelong's season is at.
It has felt a little sort of 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and in a really tight comp, that's not good enough. But I think, even tonight, I just didn't think we played well and could have won the game. And some of the things that we're not doing are really easy to turn around. I don't think they're fundamental or sort of chronic issues that are going to take a long pre-season to overcome. And we do have some guys. I think Jeremy and Dangerfield were probably good examples tonight. It's like we just haven't quite seen them even moving that way for long enough this year. But they did tonight, and they can next week and the week after and the week after.
Geelong coach Chris Scott following last night's loss. This is the lead on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app. Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanaskas and Cameron Ling. It sort of felt like Lingy, their season a bit in a nutshell last night. Desperately clawing, getting close, not being able to consistently potentially hold it together, and they had some great individual efforts thrown in amongst that.
Yeah, I think that's the big one. And Chris Scott's right there in that Cameron and Dangerfield looked like they were 5 years younger than what they were. They were moving so well. But it was just too few players. So Cameron was superb. Ollie Henry kicks 4. Then you've got Dangerfield and Atkins being brilliant through the middle of the ground. But you name someone else for me who there were solid players, but no one really stood up and elevated their level of play against the best team in the competition. And in the pre-game, Rammer, I was focusing in a little bit on Geelong's midfield being thin, and it has been for most of the season, with missing Blitzarves and Guthrie at the moment. But I thought Tanner Bruin and Max Holmes were the two that can they build? Can they go to a new level? Well, they got badly beaten last night, and that's Tanner Bruin's game 48 and Max Holmes' game 49. They're young players; they're going to improve, but when they're tested against really good midfield, I just wanted to see that little bit of a boost in the way they played, and didn't see it. So it's left to Dangerfield, Atkins, Cameron, and Ollie Henry. Bob's up with 4. That was it. You're not going to beat the best team in the competition with 4 or 5 players playing well and then the rest just being pretty blah.
So you get 18 possessions out of Tanner Bruin, you get 16 possessions out of Bose, you get 15 out of Mark O'Connor, who plays a different role, you get 13 and 13 out of Holmes and Parfitt.
Yeah, exactly.
Like it's weighted numbers in the end through the middle of the ground. You dominated through uncontested possession through the middle of the ground. We've mentioned Josh Dacos, but those numbers. I think what Ling is saying, you want to see 25 to 30 possessions out of them a couple of times this year, and Geelong just haven't seen it.
So I won't ask you, Lingy. Rama, they're next to St Kilda and the Western Bulldogs.
Of course they can.
Can they win both and take it all the way to the last round?
They play 4 quarters as they did in the first quarter last night. They win those games quite comfortably. Like Geelong's best is still good enough. It's just they don't sustain their best for long enough.
Yep.
So that's exactly the final word on the Cats from Cameron Ling and Adam Ramanauskas. We're at Docklands today. It's North Melbourne taking on the Bombers. Essendon need a win to keep their finals hopes alive, and North Melbourne hoping they can send Ben Cunnington out as a winner. Coming up next on ABC Sport, we're able to catch up with the North Melbourne CEO, Jen Watt. She'll join us next.
We need to go now.
You're not kicking me out of my own home, Arthur. Denise Scott and Matt O'Kine.
It's an assisted living village, Mum.
In a shiny new comedy. Where are the goat farm? Mother and son.
You haven't even mentioned my new mode. It's hideous.
Cheeky. Provocative.
What'll we do now?
And proves love is relative.
Looks like it's just you and me, Mum.
Believe me, Arthur.
Mother and Son.
That's more than enough.
Starts August 23 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and the ABC Listen app.
This is The Lead with Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanauskas, and Cameron Ling.
Grandstand AFL.
Saturday afternoon footy from Docklands in Melbourne. It's North Melbourne hoping to send Ben Cunnington off as a winner as they take on the Bombers under the roof of Docklands. Great to have your company on The Lead, and the North Melbourne CEO, Jen Watt, has been good enough to come and join us in our commentary position. Jen, welcome to you. Great to see you. There's a lot of emotion for North Melbourne fans as they come along today. How are you feeling?
Oh, well, there sure is. I'm not sure I've seen a player in a club as loved as Cunners, and I think there's a lot of people going to come down today just to say farewell to him.
Obviously, a 2-time Sid Barker medalist. There wasn't too many dry eyes when he made his announcement. It's been a tough season, 18 losses on the trot. Do you hope that maybe the extra emotion this week might deliver a win for you?
Well, I hope it's not the emotion. I hope it's the progress the team's made. And, we've come close so many times this season, and it'd be terrific for the boys to get a win today, for them to get some validation, I think, of the progress they've made, and for Cunners, but also for our members and supporters.
It's been a tough season. How do you try and assess it as a new CEO, given the fact that you haven't won since the early stages of the season, and there's been so many other challenges around that, with Alistair Clarkson stepping aside, Brett Ratton coming in, and now the return of Alistair for his second game?
Yeah, look, I mean, we'd obviously have liked to have won a few more games this year, but we're pretty clear where we're at. We're a team who's been in the bottom 2 for the last 3 years, may well finish there again this time. We've got some great young talent in the list. We've got some players really improving, but it's hard to build a team. We've had a big disruption this year with our coach out for a couple of months. It has been challenging, but I think we're starting to put some good quarters together, and I think the fans have been enjoying it because they've seen some progress.
How much do you feel like that's impeded on your development? Your coach stepping aside for 11 weeks, it wasn't at your hands that a lot of this has come about, and yet trying to make sure that it doesn't feel like it's a wasted year with the different voices that have taken place.
Look, it's definitely not a wasted year. I mean, we've played, I think, 42 players this year off the list, so there's plenty of players that have had a chance, but it's certainly not been ideal. We were very lucky to have someone of the experience and capability of Brett Ratton at the club who could step in while Clarko took the time he needed, but it's not been ideal. But I do think for a side that's developing like ours, we'll get through.
So Jen, take away the wins and losses on the ground. What about off the ground? Where are the wins and losses being had in the business side for North Melbourne?
Well, we will make a profit now, I think, for the third consecutive year. We've got no debt. We just announced yesterday that our membership record was broken, which is absolutely terrific. And North Melbourne supporters have a reputation for being particularly loyal, and they've proven it once again. So there's lots of great things inside the club. The thing that makes me feel the best is the great people and the alignment within the club, everybody pulling in the same direction, really clear where we're going. Todd Viney-Clarko and Rats, when he was driving, are doing such a terrific job keeping everybody moving forward. So there's lots to feel good about, but obviously, we'd like to win some more games and show some more progress on the field, because that's really what the supporters are looking for.
So there's a continued arms race with facilities for each club. North Melbourne are improving their facilities again soon?
We just finished a major improvement.
Well, is your ground being resurfaced? And
yeah, we look like we'll resurface the ground. That happens every few years with a ground, but the player's main tool of trade, so you want that in good nick. We've got a beautiful facility there at Arden Street. We just finished our most recent extension, which added change rooms for our women's teams and away teams when they come to the club. So our facility's in good nick. But you're right, it's never ending.
And how have you found it personally? Obviously, you've been in football for a very, very long time, but now coming into a CEO role at a football club, how have you found the challenge of being, I guess, the main person at a football club?
Look, I knew I loved clubs because I worked at Melbourne Football Club for 14 years, but what I have just loved so much is the privilege and opportunity to do it in this job. And you get to see and experience amazing things every day. You have a front row seat to the agenda that's driving the town, and North Melbourne's at a really exciting spot and starting a chapter with an incredible coach. So I have enjoyed it thoroughly.
You referenced the small wins, the winning quarters and the like. When, in your opinion, does that need to turn into winning games? Pushing up that ladder. You mentioned, 3 times in the bottom 3 over the last 3 years. When does that start to now go, okay, we've sort of had enough of that? We think now we've got the players. We think now we've got the playing group to really improve quickly.
Oh, look, I don't think you can answer that in any way scientifically. I remember when Roosie came to Melbourne, premiership coach, really similar situation. I think he won 2 games, 4 games, 6 games. So, and supporters always want a straight line to success, but it's not always the case, is it? So, the wins are the last thing to happen. All you can do is make sure that you've got a great environment, great people, the development in place to help the players bring it together, and then it happens. And, it's a tough competition with everybody trying to do the same thing.
North Melbourne CEO Jen Watt is with you on the lead on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital. Have you approached the AFL and had initial conversations around getting some assistance from them?
Look, we've had some informal discussions. There's lots of ways the AFL can help North Melbourne Football Club. So we're talking to them because I think it's pretty clear the AFL want a close competition and they want close games, and we're not delivering that very often at the moment. And so they're as motivated to help the clubs off the bottom as anyone. We've had good discussions with them. I've no doubt that we will receive support in one way or another, but what that looks like is still to play out.
So you received draft picks last year, some second round and third round picks. Would you be seeking draft picks again, or are there other developmental sort of things you could look at from the AFL to try and improve your predicament?
Yeah, there's lots of different things that we're talking to them about, and of course it's a negotiation and what they feel comfortable with as well. So there's a few different levers we're working on with them.
And what about Riley Sanders? He's probably the up-and-coming name which has been mentioned all of a sudden as a potential top 10 draft pick. Is there a conversation with North Melbourne about trying to have access to him under the Next Generation Academy?
Absolutely. He's one of the possibilities for us. He's not yet officially qualified in the NGA, so we need to work through that with the AFL, but he's obviously a terrific player. He wants to play at North Melbourne. He loves the club. We've been involved in his development for a long time. So that would be one of the ways that the AFL could certainly help us.
Are you hopeful they'll see it the way you do?
Yep.
I guess that comes down to being convincing. And your coach, Alistair Clarkson, in your dialogue with him as the CEO, how has his mood been? How's his return to AFL footy been? And how's his general well-being?
Look, Thanks for asking, and it's great to have Al back. I didn't know Alistair before I got to the club, and so my first few months with Al, I was working with someone who I didn't realise how burdened and how much he was carrying at that time. And now that I've seen Clarko post his sort of treatment and addressing his mental and physical health, it's a much lighter person. And so all I can observe is from earlier this year to now, and he is loving being back in there and could not wait to get the keys back and coach last week. And, it just is great for the momentum of the club and to get back to the plan and take us forward.
And in the conversations you've had with him, is he confident he'll be able to see out the 4 years of his contract?
Oh, yeah, I don't doubt that. I think he is a person looking to take this club forward. I'm very, very excited about it. So I think we'll be fine in that regard.
And you've had the support of Brett Ratton this season. It wasn't really designed. He was meant to work in a part-time role for the club. He stepped up, given he was asked to, in his relationship with Alistair Clarkson. Does Clarkson need support next season? And are you hopeful that Brett might want to continue in a role next year and beyond?
Look, Brett is a wonderful gift to the game, and I think, he was in the situation of coming out of St Kilda and just looking for something part-time while he worked out what he wanted to do in the future. And I think he might get offered an incredible opportunity somewhere, and look, if he stays with us, that would be wonderful. I think to answer your question, though, the club, it's not really just about support for Alistair. It's, as we talked about before, we need support for the development of our players. We've got a lot of young players. We'll bring some more in next year. So whether it's Brett, who would be wonderful, or someone else, we will need that support.
So you talk about bringing more young players, and you're going to lose a lot of experience.
Yeah, we are.
And that's a tricky part. We know Jack Zeeble, we know Ben Cunnington, maybe Todd Goldstein, who knows what happens there. What's the right balance there of that losing nearly 1,000 games experience to then bringing young players in and expecting results?
It's a really good point. I was at Melbourne when we absolutely went too deep and we took out too many senior players, so you have to balance that. But we've got some players, Nick Larkey, Luke McDonald in the leadership group coming through with quite a few years of experience now, so there's not that huge gap between the experienced and the inexperienced. There's some middle players in there as well. So, yes, you have to be careful, but I think we'll be okay. And can I say, both Zeebs and Cunners have done such a wonderful job this year supporting and nurturing Jai and Luke as new captains. And I'm so pleased they stay for this year and in the leadership group.
And as we let you go, Jen, are you allowed to have a favourite as CEO of the footy club? We've learnt pretty quickly that George Wardlaw is Alistair Clarkson's favourite, or certainly got him off the couch and excited about the North of what the future might look like. What about from your point of view?
I spend most of my life convincing my two daughters I don't have a favourite. And
That's a lie.
It's not a lie. One of them standing right here. I definitely have favourite players, but I'm certainly not going to say it on radio.
Oh, fair enough. Always great to see you. Good luck to the Kangaroos this afternoon, and fingers crossed with a couple of wins to close out the season.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all our members who've joined up again this year.
North Melbourne CEO Jen Watt joining us on the lead on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and via the ABC Listen app. Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Lean. There's a bit of work to go for North Melbourne to try and fight their way back up the ladder. And I might get Rama you to expand on Ben Cunnington in the lead up to North Melbourne and the Bombers this afternoon. But I think it's hard not to gloss past some of the enormous contributions to the game we've seen in recent weeks. And Trent Cotchin announced his retirement, the three-time premiership captain for the Tigers, drafted as a top-end talent. The hope is that he would be able to deliver in the midfield and take them to the next level. And in the end, he became a transformative figure in leading them into a golden era. How do you reflect upon his contribution to the game?
Yeah, it's always that time of the year where you kind of get a little bit, it gets a little bit sad that some of the best players to play the game are going to finish up and leave. And but then it's also an opportunity to celebrate their wonderful careers and to talk all about them. And I think the biggest thing for Trent Cotchin was how he changed his own game and his own approach to footy mid-career. To go from, and I hope he doesn't mind me saying this, guilty of wanting possessions and getting touches and, the dinky little 1-2s and getting it back and just that, and the feeling that all players in the midfield probably get into a little bit of possessions are what matter, to then realising that, no, possessions don't matter, influence is what matters. Taking others along for the ride and bringing that team with you and sensing the moments and being the player who can just shift a huge game and a huge moment to your team's advantage. Trent was able to do that. And he was so much better as a player, having 22, 25 touches, but highly influential, as opposed to having 35 touches that didn't go anywhere. And he flipped that, and that's a credit to him, to have that self-awareness that he was a much better footballer and a much better leader and captain, and his team went with him on that. And they won the 3 premierships off the back of it, that type of attitude. So wonderful, wonderful career, and obviously Tiger fans just adore him and Damien Hardwick, and they're both gone from the club now, but what a great career.
And Rama Isaac Smith, doesn't seem too many players who'd be able to transition from Hawthorn to Geelong, given the Kennett curse and everything that took place. But the ultimate running man and a 4-time premiership player.
Yeah, and I think didn't take the normal path into the AFL. Sort of played in Ballarat there for a little bit, and then played a bit of VFL, and then eventually got there in his early 20s. But to play, I think it was 277 games and 4 premierships at a Norm Smith medal. But I think he was that first winger that changed that position from just being an all-out runner from point post to point post, and could do it all. But he played well in finals, and that's I think, to me, if you play well in finals, that just shows what a very good player you are.
Now, I've left plenty of topics on the board, so I wonder where Cameron Lee's going to go for Lee's last word.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now have much pleasure in inviting 1963 Geelong Premiership player and Australian Football Hall of Fame member Doug Wade to present the Premiership Cup to Cameron Ling and Chris Scott and the Geelong Football Club.
Toughest opponent, probably Cameron Ling.
Thank you, Swanee. I do try and have a last word that focuses on the next week or two, but I'm going to go a little bit further than this. It's wading into Rammer territory a little bit as he manages his players, but this one's a list management last word. If Finn McGuinness knocks off Marcus Bontempelli today, or this round, and has a huge influence on Hawthorn knocking off the Western Bulldogs, after what he did last week to Nick Dacos and how big an influence that had on them beating Collingwood, I reckon list managers in the off-season are going to sit there and think, we need to identify somebody. Because not everybody can play that role, not everybody can tag, and if you try and do it with the wrong person, it's actually detrimental to your team. I reckon there's teams out there going to start thinking, we need to find our own Finn McGuinness, if he can knock off the Bont, and that allows the Hawks to knock off the Dogs. I love it. I'm celebrating it, Rama. Don't shake your head.
I cannot believe how self-indulgent that last word, Lee's last word was. It's purely about us talking about Lee again. So how good of a job he did. Oh, there's
still a role for the tagger.
Oh, yeah, there's like Dane Swan, thanks Swanee, all the time. Who's the toughest opponent? It is the most self-indulgent thing I've ever heard in my life.
In a word, Lee, Carlton or Melbourne tonight?
I think Melbourne win that one.
The Blues and the Demons to take place tonight. Thank you, Lee. Look forward to chatting to you next week. And, of course, a part of the Friday night call, there is a late change here with Kane Baldwin coming into the lineup for the Bombers, replacing Will Snelling. Charlie Lazaro and Will Snelling are the subs this afternoon. The full pre-match coming up. Daniel Harper to slide in alongside Adam Ramanaskas. Looking forward to bringing you North Melbourne and the Bombers.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. The death toll from wildfires that swept through a tourist town on the Hawaiian island of Maui has risen to 67. The fire that all but destroyed the town of Lahaina is yet to be contained. Search crews with cadaver dogs have spent the day combing through the rubble of the historic town. Shane Dudois is the Deputy Director of Parks and Recreation for Maui County and says the scale of the disaster is unprecedented.
It's something that we've never seen before. This is going to go down in history as one of the worst disasters ever in Hawaii. I mean, we've lost so much, and getting through this is going to be rough, and we're going to do our best to help our community and get through this.
The Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, has praised the New South Wales Liberal leader for backing the Indigenous voice to Parliament. In a statement, Mark Speakman says the potential rewards outweigh the risks and that he personally supports a voice in the Australian Constitution. His position is in contrast to federal Liberal leader Peter Dutton, who opposes the voice. Mr Albanese says he's pleased Mark Speakman is backing the referendum.
I congratulate Mark Speakman, the leader of the coalition in New South Wales, the opposition leader, for his very clear statements that he will be voting yes and supporting yes in the referendum campaign.
A number of Indigenous organisations will receive $44 million in federal funding to bolster support for families engaged in the child protection system. It's aimed at strengthening early support services for families at risk of entering out-of-home care. 15 different organisations will share in the 4 years of funding. Indigenous children are currently 12 times more likely to be placed in out-of-home care or connected with the child protection system. Federal agents in Brazil have raided the homes of 4 people connected with former President Jair Bolsonaro as they investigate embezzlement and money laundering allegations. The BBC's Leonardo Rocha has more.
He's accused of taking official gifts given by different governments in the time that he was president, he was in office, and through friends and through people close to him trying to sell or selling some of these gifts. We're talking about sculptures, gold, Rolex watches, diamonds, stuff like that. So what the police were doing, they were going after 3 military officials and Mr. Bolsonaro's, one of his lawyers, and basically searched their homes to see if there was any evidence that could show that he was guilty of that.
Climbers of the world's second highest mountain have denied walking past a dying porter without offering assistance. Mohammed Hassan fell off a narrow ledge on K2 in Pakistan and died a few hours later. Video on social media shows a group which included prominent Norwegian mountaineer Kristin Harila walking past Mr. Hassan without helping. Ms. Harila claims her team did try to help Mr. Hassan, but saving his life was not possible. Italian officials have confirmed they've held talks with Elon Musk about hosting a cage fight between the Tesla founder and Meta boss Mark Zuckerberg. The 2 billionaires have been goading each other into a fight on social media. Mr. Musk says it will take place at an epic location in Italy. This Irish tourist visiting the Colosseum in Rome says it would be a fitting location.
These 2 guys, they've got money. The men that fought in this Colosseum had no money. They fought for their freedom. That's what they fought for. I think these 2 men should fight in here and they should give all their money to charity. That's what I think they should do.
Fans are gearing up for the Matildas Women's World Cup quarter-final against France. Amanda Shalala has more.
The interest in this game is huge. Live sites across the country are expected to be packed, while several AFL venues will show the match on big screens before and after games. That's to go with the nearly 50,000 fans expected at Lang Park. Magella Card from the Matildas Active Support Group says it's been an incredible experience.
The fever pitch that you can just feel around every city. I've been in Sydney and Melbourne and Adelaide. Everyone's getting behind the World Cup. Everyone's getting behind the Matildas.
Tonight's other quarter-final sees reigning European champion England face the last team standing from the Americas, Colombia, in Sydney, Wongal.
And Minjee Lee is the leading Australian golfer after the second round of the Women's British Open at Walton Heath in Surrey. She's tied for 9th at 3 under par. Grace Kim has a share of 28th. American Ali Ewing has a 5-stroke lead. You're up to date with ABC News.
What's the best thing in the world that's also on the ABC Listen app? The footy! This season, get your footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app.
Right through for a goal.
AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever you fix, we've got you covered.
She's got it! Bye-bye! See you later!
Every goal, try, mark and tackle. Called by ABC Sports' expert commentary team.
Set, bingo!
AFL and NRL, live and ad-free. Get it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2023 AFL Premiership season.
Marks out to the right, steps on goal, superb finish. Turns, whacks it straight through the middle. Pulls the trigger on goal, and goes bang! 'Cause here it comes, here it comes.
On ABC ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app. Look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
Saturday afternoon footy under the roof of Docklands. The Bombers fighting to try and keep their finals hopes alive, while for North Melbourne they're farewelling one of their favourite sons as Ben Cunnington takes the field for the final time. No doubt an emotional afternoon for North Melbourne fans who hope they may finish with a win. Ironically, his former coach Brad Scott will be in the opposition side, coaching his 400th game this afternoon. There is a late change this afternoon with Cade Baldwin coming in, replacing Will Snelling in the selected 22 for the Bombers. Charlie Lazaro and Snelling to be the sub this afternoon. Matt Clinch with you for ABC Sport. Ben Cameron to call the action alongside me. Welcome, Benny.
Great to be here, Clinchy. We know that for Essendon, North Melbourne might not be their biggest rival, but for North Melbourne, Essendon is certainly theirs. And they would love, albeit the fact they're on 2 wins, to end the finals hopes of Essendon. So I'm looking forward to it today.
Adam Ramanauskas is here. Welcome again, Rama.
Yes, thank you. Don't worry about that, Benny. North Melbourne is a big rival of Essendon, so there's always a lot in this game. There's just always a little bit of feistiness in these games.
Same watering holes, all of that. I'm reliably informed back in the day.
Yeah, a little bit of that. So, but it's and then I think then there's a celebration of Ben Cunnington today, who we can talk about a little bit later. But he's just been an absolute superstar player for the Kangaroos.
And alongside Rama, we brought in our own big game player, Daniel Harford's back. Great to see you, Harf, former Hawk and Blue, coach of the AFLW Carlton side, and great to have your company this afternoon.
Nice to be here, you, Benny. Nice to have you on board. And Rama, still got drink cards from those watering holes that he hasn't spent. He hasn't spent $1 in the last 25 years, Rama. So there'd still be drink card cash on those cards somewhere.
I get the feeling you two are going to get along just fine this afternoon, and plenty of interaction from our listeners as well. One man who'd love to be out there, unfortunately, he's not this afternoon, is Jordan Ridley. He's been good enough to come and join us in our commentary box. Jordan, welcome to you. Unfortunately, an injury which has you running towards the end of the home and away season. Just bring us the latest. Great to see you.
Yeah, thanks for having me. A little bit frustrating with that quad, but still a little while away, probably looking at another 4 to 6 weeks, and then I'll be ready to go.
So what does today look like for you? A big occasion for the club, especially after last week, to try and make sure you're back and continuing on the winning ways. Do you have a game day involvement?
A little bit, just sort of sit up with the coaches and just sort of relay anything I see, but obviously can't do too much from up there. You got to would love to be out there helping the boys, but yeah, can't be there.
I think the obvious question for you, Jordan, is what's changed from last year in your eyes? You're now one of the probably more senior leader type players at the football club, so change has been important for you in your game. But what's changed around the entire club?
I think obviously with Brad coming in, there's a big shift whenever a new head coach comes in, and I think it's probably been a lot more simple, I found, this year. I don't want to say anything bad about the past, obviously, but yeah, I think it's been really simple and clear the way we want to play and the direction of the club going forward.
And what about your own game personally? You won a best and fairest where you were purely an intercept defender, but now we see you playing on the likes of a Charlie Curnow at times, a Jeremy Cameron at times. Is that part of your game now that you feel comfortable in, that you can go, well, I'll just play centre half back this week?
Oh, certainly. I think I really enjoy playing on those really good forwards in the comp. It gets me really excited, and it's a lot of fun out there with that. And probably that's something that a few years ago I felt was the sort of the natural evolution of my game going forward. So to be able to do that's really good.
Jordan, can I ask a narrower question than Rama in terms of what's changed? What's happened in the last month? It's been a really challenging last month. They set the season up really nicely early, and then it's been a tapering off period. Geelong, Bulldogs, Sydney, and scraped by West Coast last week. What's different in the last month?
I think obviously we probably haven't served up our best footy the last month or so. I think that hasn't been too far away. I think there's been some small things that we've probably dropped away on that's costing us pretty dearly on the scoreboard, but I think what's been really good is the internal stuff of the club's still been very similar and very level, and it's been good to sort of have that consistency throughout the year.
Brad, from the start, when he walked in the doors, didn't talk about big picture stuff publicly anyway, talk about finals and what do we expect in terms of that. But as the season gets closer to ending and you're sort of hanging on the edge still, with qualifications still in your hands, does he start to mention it now?
Still relatively similar. I think most of the boys are pretty well across what we have to do over the next 3 weeks to actually make the finals.
Just win.
Yeah. That's certainly no secret. But yeah, the sort of the way that Brad's gone about it's been very, very consistent week to week, and it's sort of something that I've certainly appreciated as a player.
We see you down back. Rama spoke about a little bit of a changing of your role. We also see Jaden Laverty play slightly undersized regularly. There's a bloke running around in the blue and white, Benny Mackay. Would you like him alongside you next year?
Absolutely. He's a very good player, and it would be nice to have him, but obviously that's his decision to make himself. So.
We'll have a chat to his manager, Benny, a little bit later on, see if we can sort that out.
We'll get stuck into him. He's sitting right next to you. But do you feel like you could do with another key defender in that back line to help you out?
Oh, I think it's certainly always good to get good players across. I certainly think that the way we've attacked it has been pretty good across the year. I think Jaden and Brandon have been super in the roles they've played, and I certainly bat them to the hills.
Can I ask you about Kyle Langford, just speaking about players? Did you ever think he'd be a leading goal kicker of the footy club? Do you think this was capable within his skill set?
I probably, yeah. It's been sort of a tough run for him with injury, and then probably had quite a fair chunk of his career where he wasn't really settled in a position and sort of was thrown a bit of everywhere, which I think's been good for him. But also, I think he was always a super talented player and always felt he was very capable of being a very good player in the comp.
Just a couple of words on Andrew Phillips. He spoke about him being such a journeyman. 80 games over 13 years is such a long time in the game to be in and out of the team or injured, but he just looks like a great teammate from the outside.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, he's had it a lot tougher than some have in the AFL, and I've a lot of respect for the way he conducts himself and the way he's gone about it, considering sort of the way his career's gone. But yeah, he's certainly someone that you love playing with. He's super competitive and really big physical presence out there, and obviously he's also one of the nicest blokes you meet.
Injured Bombers defender Jordan Ridley is with you on ABC Sport. Just around the tactics in which the team is trying to play, it feels like over the last month there's been a bit of a challenge in trying to restrict opposition, transitioning the ball into your defensive 50, their forward 50. As a key defender, is that the next evolution of the game plan to try and bring more pressure throughout the midfield and across the ground?
Yeah, I think so. I think probably our defence is what we've probably gone hardest at working at this year, and I think we've taken some significant strides from last year. From the way we go about defending, but obviously there's still a bit of a gap between us and those sort of top sides in the comp, and we're looking to bridge that as quickly as we can.
So what's Zach Merritt's role in that as a relatively new captain, and how he's sort of changed in his personality and trying to bring out the best of the group and really encourage some of the individuals across the lines to really be the leaders across the board?
Yeah, he's certainly, obviously he's a superstar player. He does it all out there. He's midfielder who really damaging with the ball, but obviously he's also equally as good defensively in my eyes, and he's certainly someone that probably over the journey has led by example, but this year he's been a lot more vocal and demanding of his teammates, and he's done a super job as captain.
And Peter Wright has obviously had to wait a long time to finally get back into this lineup. Has it sort of allowed you to feel like you have a bit more of a direction heading inside 50 with a key target there?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's always good to have Pete competing down the line. He's obviously a big presence and can attract a lot of numbers towards that contest because of how good a contested mark he is. So I think it's even been good for some of our other forwards as well to have him back.
In the last 24 hours, Jordan, we learned that Josh Marnie is going to be standing down from the footy club, taking time away and walking away from the footy club after a great impact on the footy club. What sort of hole does he leave? There's been a few key positions going the last 12 months or so. It's a time of change at the Bombers. What does he leave?
It's obviously a big hole. I think he played a really important role in sort of rebuilding sort of the footy department of the club this year a bit, and obviously working really closely with Brad to build our program up this year. So he's been a really important contributor to our club for the last 3 years he's been here, and we'll certainly miss him.
Do I get a car park when I get the role?
Yeah, there is one available now, so you have to scooch in.
Hey, I'm really interested in last week's game against West Coast. So the team didn't play well as a whole over the four quarters. They played a little period of the game. But I'm fascinated in that last couple of minutes because there's a moment where Marriage kicks the goal, okay, and then you see your wingers start in an ultra-attacking position. Then Kyle Langford kicks the goal and you see your wingers start in an ultra-defensive position. How much work do you do on that during the week or during a pre-season to make sure you get that absolutely spot on?
It's certainly something that we talked about quite extensively over the pre-season, and I think we've had a few other close games this year that we've it's given us a good chance to sort of review our structures in those situations and get to work at that. And it was really pleasing actually to see the boys execute it really well last week.
So was that then? I go back to the Port Adelaide game where Dan Houston kicks the goal over the siren after the siren to win.
Yep.
Was there little mistakes in the way you set up that last couple of moments in that game compared to the West Coast game?
There was a couple of little things. For the most part, that game as well, it was pretty good.
Yeah.
Obviously, it was a pretty tough kick, and
Super
Dan
kick,
was he was good enough to do it. Certainly improved from that game.
Jordan, great to see you. Thanks for coming up, and fingers crossed the team can keep winning and you're able to do your rehab and.
Just strap it up. Just strap it up. Get it back out there.
Run it out.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining us, Jordan.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Jordan Ridley from the Bombers on ABC Sport, on Grandstand AFL, ABC Sport Digital via ABC Radio, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app. Matt Clinch alongside Ben Cameron, Adam Ramanauskas and Daniel Harford. You're interested in the Bombers gig, are you? It sounds appealing.
No, I don't think so.
You need a few more hats.
I don't think there are too many phone calls coming my way, Clinchy, but it's a big role, isn't it? Like a big club that's found its feet again. It's a really good role, I reckon.
Yeah, and a focus on footy. I mean, Craig Vozzo is a very football-centric CEO, so clearly they've been successful off-field in their business side of the in the club for recent years, and now Craig Vozzo very much trying to get it right between the white lines.
I think you've got to... Josh Marnie's role just wasn't the AFL men's team. There was the women's team. There was all sorts of other portfolios that he had under his umbrella of leadership at Essendon. Picking the new coach last year, facility improvement, and how that needs to look into the future. So it was a big role. It wasn't just your traditional GM of football. He was on the executive for the entire football club. So look, I think he's done a terrific job to get the football club back to where it needs to be, but now it's the next launch. Like, how can the next person come in and absolutely launch the football club into a final series?
Did you see this coming? Was this always sort of happening?
No, I always thought that Josh may end up at the AFL at one stage or another, and that may still happen. Who knows? But I personally would have liked, some form of stability and see another year or two at least out of that. Another year or two with Brad Scott while he establishes himself at the football club. But now you got to get that new person in, and they have to instantly want to be a leader.
Well, let's address the elephant in the room. Is it you're an Essendon legend, you deal with these people in your day job?
Let's not overdo it, Benny. Let's not overdo it. He's a former player.
Yeah, former Essendon player.
He's a past player.
He's one of Sheeds' favourites.
Sorry, over-indexed. You deal with these people. Is it because of a fracturing in the relationship between Josh Marnie and Adrian Dodoro?
I'm sure that would have played some part in it. There's no doubt about it. Now, whether those two have worked out what it was between them, I got no idea, because I'm simply not in there day to day. Most of my dealings with what I do are with Adrian Dodoro, and then it's more the top level stuff when you're dealing with particular players or coaches and the like, that you're then dealing with Josh Marnie. So I imagine it would have played some part in it. How much, I got no idea.
I've had nothing to do with Adrian Dodoro, but he seems like a bit of a mysterious figure. What's he like to deal with?
I've known him for 25 years, so yeah, we've had our arguments, it's fair to say, but I get along with him fine.
Just on Essendon, have they actually improved? Because the numbers suggest that they haven't really at defending ball movement. Their pressure rating hasn't really gone up, and their time in forward half hasn't gone up. So at the moment they sit 12th. They may well miss the finals. Have they actually improved this year?
You know what? Sometimes with football, you can't just look at pure numbers. I think sometimes the eye test is what counts. And I think if you look at Essendon and the way they're playing, it looks a better product. I think Half's question to Jordan Ridley earlier was a very good one. The last 4 weeks I don't praise him very often, but the last 4 weeks haven't been great. Have not been great. They had their destiny in their own hands earlier, where they could have really controlled it. Now it's simply about winning. But I think as an overall product of what they're producing week in, week out, it looks more sustainable to me.
Yeah, I would love to see them get better contested possession-wise. I'd love to see them be able to lock the ball in their forward half ball, get more inside 50s. So there's still layers to add to this, but Brad was pretty clear about what he wanted to achieve. He's building from the back with a different style. I think in 2 or 3 years' time we'll see the best of this Brad Scott reign under Essendon.
And I think it's very much personnel-based as well. Essendon are in a space at the moment where they can't afford to be losing their better players.
Yep.
You know, Jake Stringer at one end of the ground, Sam Draper in the middle of the ground, Jordan Ridley as a defender. Like, there's a critical mass with those teams in the middle of the ladder. If you lose your best players, that's why you get those type of stats. You get those inconsistencies in stats. But if you go back to earlier in the season when they were playing well and they had a full list to choose from, those set of numbers are very, very different.
We alluded to it in the interview with Jordan Ridley. You are the manager of Benny Mackay. Is today a job audition for him?
Have you got your armour on here, Benny? Are you sure you want to be asking this question so closely positioned?
I've got to turn away from him. He sits behind me as well. So.
What do you mean? What, he's auditioning to play with Essendon?
Well, there was a suggestion that he met with Essendon. Did he meet with Essendon?
I would think he's still got a very big decision to make when he wants to make that decision. Now, that's staying at North Melbourne, going to another club. That's still weeks away. And look, Ben is very much wants to play football. That's been the absolute honest truth.
Is he meeting with other clubs?
No, not now.
So he didn't meet with Essendon?
Not now.
Real manager speak coming in through there.
He's
attractive to a lot of teams, isn't he, Ben Mackay? He's a good-sized unit. He's still got a hell of a lot of development left in him, I reckon. It's a long way from being the finished product. But if you put him into a side or a system that had established, experienced players around him, that he wasn't having to be the key pillar, you play the key post, but not be a key pillar necessarily, then I think we'd start to see him really grow as a player. So from a list manager at a club who's sort of middle of the road or contending, and that's a hole I need filled, I'm coming straight to Rammer and saying, how about we catch up for a coffee, because this guy's really attractive to us.
Well, and then, like I asked it to Jordan Ridley, because if you look at Jaden Laverty, Jordan Ridley, Ben Mackay, it's a nice setup down back, isn't it? Yeah. And then you've got Zerk Thatcher as well, and Langford probably stays forward then, and it does start to come together for Essendon a little bit.
No, I agree. It's a perfect spot for him, or one of the perfect spots.
And Darcy Parish still has to work out what he's going to do with his future at season's end. It's always emotional whenever we get to this time of year and some of the retirements start to take place. I want to ask your week that's been around Ben Cunnington, Rammer, but here was a bit of his speech as he addressed the playing group.
I'm proud and grateful of what I've overcome in the past few years and for the club to give me the best chance and opportunity to play AFL footy again. But I felt I lost my hunger once I returned. My perspective in life was too great. And then when I fell out of the senior team, I struggled to have the motivation or drive to get back in. That's when I knew it wasn't fair on myself or you blokes that I continued on next year without being able to give my 100% effort, especially when there are hungry young kids out there that would do anything for the opportunity and to help this team get better. Plus, I couldn't think of anything worse than another pre-season.
Ben Cunnington, as he spoke to the North Melbourne players during the week, available on their club website. We don't get to hear a lot from him, Rammer, so it was nice to hear his reflective tone about how much he's given to the game in terms of the courage he's been able to display on field and the courage off field with his battle against cancer and the momentous lift in which he gave when he returned late last season, and the challenges that I think he articulated. Life is, he's seen so much of life to understand that clinging onto footy wasn't the most important part anymore.
No, look, and this has been probably a 7 or 8 week conversation between myself and Ben, myself and North Melbourne, Ben and North Melbourne about what he wants to do. Like, he was contracted next year, so if he wanted to go on, he was in every right to do that. But with those conversations with the club and talking about opportunities that may or may not present themselves next year, but I think his line about having a different perspective on life is really important. Like, Ben and I had a discussion probably in February this year, and it's something that I struggled with when I actually came back from being crook myself. It's just that hunger and drive to want to do it. And I think in modern football, if you just lose that slightly, you're in a lot of trouble. And the way Ben Cunnington played football was a brutal form of football. He was in there, bash, crash, push off people, hurt people. That was his style of play, and he'd battled with that since the start of this year. He tried to force his way through it, and he was playing okay football when he went out of the team, but then he just didn't get back into the team for whatever reason that was, and for whatever reason, whichever direction North Melbourne wanted to go, that's what they decided to do. So, look, I think whether it's the right decision or not, it's got to be Ben being comfortable with it, and he's extremely comfortable with it. He now moves down to the farm that he's got. He's going to build the house now on the farm, and he'll just drift off into the distance, being a North Melbourne legend.
That was the line that really piqued my interest. That basically my perspective was too great, and Corbin spoke about it on the show we do together. And when you understand that there's actual life and death, we love to think that football is so important and every game's the biggest game of your life. But when you have that perspective, which you spoke about, you realise, look, this actually isn't that important.
And I'll give you a great example. When Ben was going through his treatment, I think he had chemo 2 days or 3 days before Christmas Day. Okay, and then so I met him after that. We had a coffee together just to say hello, how you going? And then for whatever reason, I rang him on Christmas Day. Usually I just will text a few players, say Merry Christmas, but I rang him just to see how he was going. And he answered the phone, he was pretty jovial. And I said, how'd the morning go with the kids? And he said, it was fantastic. It was great being at home with them. And then I sort of sensed something was up. And I said, where are you? So I expected him to be with his family and, he goes, I've had to check back into hospital. I'm just that crook at the moment. So the treatment that he had just made him so sick. He lost so much weight. He usually plays at 98, 99 kilo. I think he went down to about 86 kilo. Oh. So he just lost so much weight, so much energy, so much strength that he previously had. But to get back and I just love the relationship now he's got with Sam Doherty, and just seeing how special that bond is between those two. And look, Doc's probably going to play for a few more years, and it's interesting, isn't it? Because you wonder if Ben Cunnington was in Carlton's position and Sam Doherty was in North Melbourne's sort of position, how that might change. But look, he's going to be a legend of the North Melbourne Football Club, 2-time best and fairest winner, just a total heart and soul player. And I think the best way to describe him is just an absolute humble champion.
There was a period across 8 years where in 6 of those 8 years he was in the top 2 in the best and fairest, won it on 2 occasions. And you think of Ben Cunnington at his best, chest out, charging his way through, and there's not too many who would beat him to a loose ball.
He's a unique player in many ways, and probably a player of a bygone era that adapted to the modern game. I would have loved to have seen him play in the 80s and 90s. Oh. He would have been unbelievable. You talk about his best and fairest results there, but it would have been a few more Sid Barkers floating around the neck, I reckon, had it been that generation. But he adapted to this modern game and became that inside contested beast. And talk about him, just that vision of you, when you talk about fending off, all you think about when you see Ben Cunnington, is building ball under one arm, fend off in the other, and then distributes it magnificently by hand more often than not. He's a fabulous player. And as you've said, Benny, perspective's a fantastic thing. You get it as you get older. Sometimes you'll lose track of it when you're in the cut and thrust of it week to week with inside football world, because it's so consuming, this world, when you're in it day to day. But he's been able to sit back, see it from a different view and say, yeah, I really love that, but it's not everything anymore because there's bigger things. And I respect that.
And he'll play local football next year.
I was going to say, will you go play Compton? Will you take a clip of that?
Down that way. I've got...
You're not clipping his local cash, are you? You're mate.
Hey, just slip that one in. You didn't even
notice. He's got his farm down there near Warrnambool, and he'll play somewhere local football down there, and he'll kick double digits in a game. There's
Don't
no
get
doubt.
between him and a loose ball.
No.
If you clip his ticket, I'm coming for you.
Fishing and playing local footy. It sounds pretty appealing. Adam Ramanauskas and Daniel Harford with you for Saturday afternoon footy. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron to call the action with Lauren Borden down on the boundary. There is a late change. Kate Baldwin comes in for the Bombers. Will Snelling has been named as their sub, and Charlie Lazaro for North Melbourne. The full pre-match coming up next.
There's a bigger picture to be found, a wider viewpoint. There's more than one side to every story, and you'll find so much more with ABC News Online. Around the world and from wherever you are, get a bigger picture of the stories that matter to you, with explainers, live blogs and analysis. Your news, your way, every day, from Australia's most trusted news source. Download the ABC News app or head to ABC News Online.
the 2023 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app. Look for the AFL button.
Round 22 of the AFL, 3 rounds to go for the home and away season. And for the last time, Ben Cunnington will run out for North Melbourne. One of the ultimate shin boners as he's hoping to lift his side to just their 3rd win for the season as they take on the Bombers, who are fighting for a spot inside the 8. They're still in calculation at 10 wins and 10 losses, but they would need to win most of their games from here onwards and would need a much better effort than they saw just falling over the line last week against the West Coast Eagles. A big welcome to our listeners through Western Australia and South Australia, Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron, to call the action this afternoon. For those listeners joining us, a late change with Kane Baldwin coming in for the Bombers. Will Snelling and Charlie Lazaro will be the subs this afternoon. We'll also keep you across the Sydney Swans and the Gold Coast Suns. No late changes there, with Ryan Clark to be the sub for the Sydney Swans and James Sardis for the Gold Coast Suns. So plenty to keep you across this afternoon, not to mention the Matildas. You can hear that on the ABC Listen app with Ned Hall later on this afternoon. And the blockbuster from the MCG will be showing the Matildas game on the big screen ahead of Carlton and Melbourne. The Blues are firing. So much still to look forward to in round 22 of the AFL. We're just about to see Ben Cunnington lead out North Melbourne onto Docklands for the final time as the smoke in front of the North Melbourne banner. He's got his kids there and he's out the front and about to break through the banner. So reluctant often to be in the spotlight. We don't hear a lot from him. And for the final time, a 2-time Sid Barker medalist is walking his way through the banner, and no doubt a moment or two to reflect upon his footy journey and the contribution in which he's made to the game, and also all the things he's been able to take from it, not to mention the challenges he's had off-field, having overcome cancer and returned late last season. Adam Romanaskas and Daniel Harford are your experts on ABC Sport this afternoon. The Roos charging through the banner. Ram is a bit nervous. He reckons this could be a danger game for the Bombers, with North Melbourne a bit more emotion this afternoon.
It could be a danger game for the Kangas, with Essendon wanting to win to make finals, is what I'm thinking. No, it's an interesting game of footy to assess because of the way that North Melbourne have been going the last couple of weeks. They've had close games against the Saints, the West Coast Eagles. They got beaten by Melbourne last week after setting up the game really nice and early, just running out of gas and class, I suppose, against one of the best teams in the competition. And then we spoke about the last month of the Bombers. And you go through their numbers, it was a smacking against the Cats, a pizzling against the Bulldogs, just went down to the Sydney Swans, and obviously playing just well enough to beat West Coast Eagles, who, that hasn't been a great challenge all year long. This is a venue that both teams like to play at. They play pretty well at. But just going through the numbers, some of the numbers for Essendon that you talked before, Benny, about have they improved. Some of the ones that do concern me are their clearance numbers and their contested possession numbers. They're 18th in the competition for clearance, Essendon, total clearance, average clearance per game. Now, that's not necessarily a reflection upon the quality of players around the ball. It's more a system and style element as well. But it's a concerning number, I reckon. That means the game's in free flow a lot, if that's the case for Essendon. And I don't think they want to be letting the Kangaroos get this game in flow more often than not through the afternoon. They want to make sure that they've got control of contest and then able to surge the ball forward into their forward half and lock the ball in. If they keep the game open, that's when I reckon, Rama, the Kangaroos can be dangerous. They've got a good target up forward in Nick Larkey, who's had an outstanding season with 51 goals. Got a little support act through there. Georgie Wardlaw's back into the team to get some grunt there through the middle of the ground. They've got a rise for Cunnington. They will. They always do, North Melbourne. Always have done. And I'm with you. I reckon this is a real danger game for the Bombers, considering they have to win all 3 games to make finals. Now, not necessarily is that always the end result required, but that's what their fans will want to see, certainly starting today.
Yeah, and I think try not to look too far ahead, but it would be lovely for Essendon to go into round 24 against Collingwood at the MCG on a Friday night. If they win, they're in. Yep. And that's the scenario. But there's 2 more games in between that. The corresponding game previous against North Melbourne, North should have won that game. That was here at the Docklands, and North Melbourne for a long time in that game were all over Essendon. Their pressure was up, their ball movement was good. They're having real trouble with Zerha, who's unfortunately not playing today. I think he kicked 5 in that game, and they just couldn't find a real matchup for him. The clearance numbers can be sometimes misleading because 18th, yes, on paper, but clearance differentials are another thing within a game of football. So, Essendon have minimal stoppages around ground because they want to move the ball, like you say. So when they're within a game and it's only 25 clearances to 28, whereas most games of football are in the mid 40s for clearances. That's where I think those numbers can lie a little bit. But in saying that, their contested football has been down over the past month. Their hunt, I think their defensive pressure and allowing teams to go from their forward 50 to score, and that was a problem that they were having last year. That's sort of reared its ugly head a little bit over the past 6 weeks, and I know it's something that the Essendon are trying to address. North Melbourne, on the other hand, we spoke to Jen Watt in the lead, and Jen Watt spoke a lot about, we're winning quarters, we're playing well in quarters. I think they've got to go past that now, North Melbourne. Like last week against Melbourne, they started the game really, really well. And, the first quarter, it's looking really good. Then they go on to concede 69 inside 50s again. And it's just a bombardment after that.
Yep.
There's no pressure. So whether that's a fitness thing, whether that's a system thing, whatever that may be, that gets really hard on any defensive unit, Benny.
So I totally agree with you. I mean, it's just such a low base that they're coming from. Between round 5 and round 9, so 5 matches, they did not win a single quarter, which is incredible. Didn't win a game, did not win a quarter.
6 from 20.
Yeah. So
that's unusual.
Yeah, and over the course of the year, at least the last few weeks, I totally agree with your point, Rama. But they led at half-time and three-quarter time in 2 of their last 3. So at least there's slight improvement.
I say this so often when we're doing games with teams that are towards the bottom of the ladder. Young players get their most development in a last quarter when the game's tight, when the pressure's on half. When you have to execute fundamentals at the absolute extreme heat within that game. A last quarter, when it's tight, is probably worth 2 or 3 games in experience. If North Melbourne aren't getting this, West Coast aren't getting this type of stuff. Hawthorn, on the other hand, you look at them, they've gone about it and gone, we want to win games of football. We want to be in games of football as long as we possibly can. And you can see the results, how Hawthorn have been able to sort of make their way up the ladder. Whereas North Melbourne, they're just not in games long enough. You get this little flurry of enthusiasm, and then it's like, bang. Then it just deflates really, really quickly. So, you got to look at, where have the positives been with North Melbourne this season? Who has progressed in their game? Has their game style evolved? And there was parts there where it was evolved. We were here, Clinchy, when they played that Sydney game, and it was only because of an interchange error that Sydney won that game. So you go, yeah, that's a big tick, that game. That's a 4-quarter game where they played really well. I think the other one was St Kilda, they played quite well. Also, where it could have went anyway. The game against Essendon previous, it could have went anyway. But then there's just these other games where it just doesn't happen for them. And it's just completely flat.
Yeah, well, I think personnel plays a big part. They've been down the bottom of the ladder for a long time now and had enormous challenges getting...
Yeah, but you've got to work your way out of that.
High level of talent. No, that's right, but you've got to start from somewhere. And I think it's been such a season of upheaval at the Kangaroos. I mean, you lose your coach for 10 weeks of the season for, things probably outside your control. Well, actually, outside your control from a Kangaroos perspective, which creates unseen and untold unrest, not unrest, but just disruption. And you know as well as anyone, if those things can filter through, especially if they start to affect your football department, then things are very different within Clubland during the weeks. So that's been a huge challenge for them. So I think we give them a bit of an out there. Look, I've been impressed with the seasons of Stevenson, Scott. Davis Uniacke's become a real A-grader through the middle of the ground. Nick Larkey's had an outstanding season, kicking 50-plus goals. Tarrant Thomas has become a footballer, finally, for the North Melbourne Footy Club after enormous challenges both on and off the field. So I reckon there's enough stories. Cherry's doing a good job. Eddie Ford's come in and had an impact. I think there's enough players to suggest that there's enough growing. Then you've got your more established players, and Mackay's one of those. We talk about that. Simpkin and Donald and all those guys. So there's enough to start to like what's building. Wardlaw, all those guys coming through. Sheasel been fantastic. There's enough coming through, but it takes time. It takes time, and it's got to evolve under the one voice, and it hasn't been that one voice all through this year.
If you were the AFL, would you be supportive of their call for an assistance package?
Yeah, I would, because it's unhealthy for the competition to have teams, and West Coast are in a similar position but through different means. You can't have a competition like this, in my view, where you've got such disparity between your top and your bottom. I know there's cycles, I get all that. But where we are now with the top teams versus the bottom teams, that's largely unhealthy for the competition.
I like the idea of not a top pick because they've had plenty of top picks, but more special dispensation for their football department spend so they can develop some players.
Give me 2 more development coaches.
Sorry, what the AFL want is they want the teams on the bottom winning 5 to 7 games.
Yep.
So it's competitive week in, week out. Yep. If it's competitive, the TV product's better.
Yeah, you feel like your team could win.
That's right.
You're going
to the football going, oh, if we play well, I reckon we can win this game. But you don't want to, as a supporter, you don't want to come to the football going, oh, well, another loss, here we go. And that's you put Essendon into that boat as well. Like you don't know what you're going to get at times with the Bombers. It goes from one extreme to the other. Where just the great Brent Harvey walks in.
Just popping in to say good day.
It's good to see him actually walking.
Why is he wearing his jumper?
In the team colour.
He still wears his footy jumper.
Why has he got number 29 on? Come on, Boone, take it off.
Wouldn't they love him out there at the moment?
He'd still be able to play, you reckon?
Yeah.
Without even broken leg.
So I was posing the question, Raman, to Jen White. If it's not draft picks, what other assistance would you be asking the AFL for? And she wasn't really all that keen to elaborate, which was understandable. But
so if you are a developing team, you have to put so many resources into development. Okay, so you can have your line coaches, that's fine. But I think Half or Benny mentioned it there. Just pump as much resource and money into your development team, into your development manager, that are really, really good at producing good footballers. Okay, so you can have all these development coaches, but are they any good at it? Can they actually teach these kids how to play the right way? Brady Rawlings and Mark Finnegan, they are drafting good players. Like Harry Sheasel is a good player. George Wardlaw is a good player. But that's it for them. Like they go, here you go, to the development team. Now you've got to develop these kids over the next 3 or 4 years. So that's where I do agree with that. If there's more money in there for them,
it's easy to say, look, you get an extra $300,000 in the footy department spend, and you have to spend it on 2 extra development coaches. And they could even...
I made a mistake there. It's not Mark Finnegan. It's Will Firstfield now and Scotty Clayton. I apologise.
But they could easily, and then they could even, the AFL would like to have their hands on it, even suggest who they get in there as those development coaches.
Yeah, they could nudge a few in front of them.
Yeah.
I would have thought through the journey. No doubt. I mean, that's one player doesn't make the difference.
No.
This is what we've learned through the history of drafts and priority picks. One player does not make the difference. You've got to have resourcing, support networks. Multiple players makes a difference, I think, if you can sort that out. But one's never going to be the panacea, as Andrew Demetrio used to say, to success for the Kangaroos.
So if you look, you look at their top picks. So Sheasel picked 3, Wardlaw picked 4, Phillips picked 3, Powell's picked 13, Griffin Logue was traded in, but a former pick 8, Jaden Stevenson picked 6, Taron Thomas was pick 8, Davies Uniacke pick 4. So Jai Simpkin was a first-round pick, and Luke McDonald as well. So there's a lot of talent in there. It's whether they're developing them well enough, that's
the question.
That's the argument behind the special dispensation for the footy department spend.
The 2 captains are gathering in the middle of the ground, and Ben Cunnington's had the opportunity this afternoon in his final game. So getting the nod from Jai Simpkin and Luke McDonald.
Benny Cunnington's running back into the pack now. If he talks to the team, it could be the shortest speech in record. He'll be all right, boys. Let's get in there. Let's be tough. Let's go. That'll be about the extent of it with him. He'll keep it unbelievably simple, but he will start in the centre bounce. There's no doubt about it. So watch out for him getting the first clearance of this game. He's great, mate. I'm hoping it's Todd Goldstein in there with him. That combination of Goldstein to Cunnington has been just one of absolute beauty for so many years. So just watch Ben Cunnington on the move in this first set of bounce half.
The final member of our team sitting in the front row of the grandstand this afternoon is Lauren Borden. Welcome to you, Loz.
Thanks, Clinchy. It is all about Ben Cunnington down here. I just saw he got a few pats on the head from his teammates. I don't think he was expected to speak in the huddle, but he did win the toss, and it'll be North kicking towards the left-hand side of the Docklands today. So the Arden Street end, I think it is, when North Melbourne play their home games here. A nice banner dedicated to Cunnington. Fans from both sides were standing up and clapping him onto the ground as he goes in for the centre bounce. As you mentioned, Charlie Lazaro comes in as a sub, and Will Snelling as well. So a nice afternoon for footy here at Docklands under the roof.
Thanks very much, Loz. Looking forward to your contributions. The Bombers have won just 5 of their last 16 quarters. And they've won 3 of their last 8 matches. So all of a sudden, Brad Scott needing for a bit of a lift this afternoon as they take on North Melbourne in Ben Cunnington's final game. North Melbourne and Essendon on ABC Sport. Here's Ben Cameron.
There's a free kick to start. It'll go to Phillips, another retiring champion. Announced his retirement during the week. He'll have it for Essendon. The first clearance of the match. High kick inside 50. Over the back of the pack it goes. There's a push. Advantage paid to North. Zeeble comes away with the footy. Chips it short. Davies Uniacke able to mark. Left half back for the Roos. Chips it to Thomas. Just backward of the wing. Dock side of the ground. Here at the Docklands on this Saturday afternoon. Opening 30 seconds. Thomas will wheel around and kick around the dockside wing. Towards Goldstein. Up goes Larkey. Sport away by Zerk Thatcher. Spills down to Turner for North. Handball comes back to him. Handball's at inside 50. Taylor gets a quick kick away. Can't find a target. Now the Dons are there. Martin under pressure. Handball back to McGrath. And the Dons can reprieve.
A clearing kick towards Phillips and Goldstein. Flying from the high was Thomas. And over the back, it's Perkins who takes the mark. Right half back for the Bombers. Turns and comes inboard. Spots up Hobbs. He wants to switch it to the outer side. He's got Nick Martin. The kick lands in between he and Kelly. And onto it is Jai Simpkin. The North captain gets to half forward. Into the pocket. Sherry the target. Can't take the mark. And Baldwin, who started in defence, gets a fist onto it to see it out of play. Right forward pocket for the Kangaroos through the opening 90 seconds.
That's the part of Ben Hobbs' game that he just needs to improve. He's made a lot of improvements in finding the football, but it's that next phase now of using the football that he needs to improve on.
Essendon's Bobby Knight pick, Rammer, a reference I'm sure you'll understand. Yep. Sherry can't get a hand to it on the throw and it's held in quickly. And Nick Martin wrapped up, so another ball up inside 50 here for the Roos. Umpire puts it up. Phillips slapping it down. Coming through. Paul Curtis gets it on the left boot. Floats it towards goal for the Roos. Goes right to the line. Bounces on its point. In the goal square. Larkey after it. Going in Turner. He can't gather it. Soccering it out of there. Martin. Durham. Handball over his head. And now Parrish can handball it away to Guelphy.
He just can't quite gather hard against the boundary. It ricochets off his upper torso and over the boundary line for a throw-in. Jack Kelly seems to have started forward as well in a defensive role.
So just on Hobbs, Bobby Knight, they asked about drafting Michael Jordan back in the day. They said we need a centre. He said take him at pick one and play him at centre. Hobbs very small, but the Dons still took him.
Phillips one down the tap, but it's Cunnington for North. Gets the hand pass to Scott. Is able to sell some traffic. Kicks inside 50, and Stevenson comes charging out. And takes the mark 40 metres out on a 45-degree angle. He'll kick for the opening goal of the match.
It's all forward half at the moment for the Kangas, isn't it? Early days, clearly nearly 3 minutes into the contest, but they've been able to lock it into their forward half and put pressure on the Bombers as has been trying to repel from defensive 50. Nice mark on that occasion from Stevenson.
He's been goalless in his last 4 matches, Jaden Stevenson, despite 24 goals for the season. For a lifter to start for the Kangaroos. It's online. Can it clear the line? I think it has. And Jaden Stevenson has the opening goal for North Melbourne through 3 minutes. They're 1 straight 6 to the Bombers, yet to score.
And you look at the way I think Bailey Scott has improved as this season has gone on now. He's one that you can pencil into North Melbourne's future.
Yep.
On a wing, the way he uses the ball. So here, Benny Cunnington gives that little handball. And then it's the composure of Scott to fake that, allow his defender to come at him, then a beautiful kick centrally into Jaden Stevens. This is Essendon's issue. And Half spoke about this over the last 4 to 5 weeks. It's these re-entries going back inside their forward 50s. So North Melbourne had 3 inside 50s to start this game to Essendon's 1.
Bailey Scott, the son of Robert, 96 premiership player with the Roos. Jaden Stevenson, the goal kicker. 2018 rising star. Here is Cunnington, a handball after the tap from Goldstein. Gives it off to Davies Uniacke. Like the handing of the baton, he kicks inside 50. Sherry can't mark. Now Baldwin coming through for Essendon. He's tackled quickly and wrapped up right on the arc of attacking 50 for the Roos.
Talking about Robert Scott, his mullet that he had in the 90s would fit in perfectly now into this generation.
Back into fashion. Phillips wins down the tap. Martin turns it over. Davies Uniacke for North Melbourne to Cunnington.
He's got it.
Puts it straight through the middle. Smile as you wave me goodbye. And every North Melbourne player comes to celebrate. Ben Cunnington with the second goal of the match. What an uplifting moment early here at Docklands, and the Roos are right in it. The opening 2 goals of the match, 2 straight 12 to the Bombers yet to score. 5 minutes gone at Docklands, the perfect script.
Oh, look at him now. He's running off the ground. We'll have a listen to the crowd here because they're going to give him an enormous cheer, but he's got the smile on his face. He probably doesn't need to come back on now. I think he's quite happy with kicking the goal. But just to see the reaction of his teammates, they just come from everywhere.
Charlie Lazzaro's got the shirt off. He's ready to come into the game. He's had enough.
Absolutely terrific. That's what you want to see. You want to see a couple of touches early, kick a goal, allow the crowd to cheer one of their heroes.
Well, Goldstein wins the tap, but straight down to Phillips, who bursts out of the middle for the Dons, tumbles it inside 50, right attacking the footy, gathers on the bounce. He's tackled. Mackay's got him, holding the ball. They give the handball quickly to Sheasel. Aruz at halfback. The young star, he kicks out towards the wing. Baldwin gets to the front, brings it down. Thomas coming through for North Melbourne, though. Tackled by Merritt. Strong tackle, holding the ball. Dons win it back on the wing.
Zach Merritt was already a good tackler, but this year he's just absolutely nailed those tackles.
Down past to Hine, looking for the inboard kick to Parrish. It's spoiled away by Wardlaw. Spills down the way of Stevenson. Kicks north to half forward. Over the head of Sherry. Tries to tap it away. Merritt's after him again. Ball spills in between Sherry and Zerk Thatcher, and the umpire will ball it up at right half forward for the Roos. All the Kangaroos early.
With the opening 2 goals of the game. Sherry taking it out of the ruck at half forward for the Roos. Handball away. Taylor over the top of it, trying to slap it out. Parrish on all fours, going after it. All pinballing around. Sherry picks it up for the Kangaroos again. Back feeds a handball to Scott. Long kick to full forward. Forward crashing the pack. Laverty comes down with it off hands. Handball to Redmond. Handball chopped off. And in the passing lane there, Jaden Stevenson forces a throw in. Right forward pocket for the Roos. 2 straight, no score. Essendon. 7 minutes played opening term.
Energetic start by the Kangaroos. They are in full control of this contest at the moment. 82% disposal efficiency. The Bombers going at 60.
5-2, the inside 50s North Melbourne's way as Phillips and Goldstein tangle. It's knocked down to the front. Stevenson knocks it on to Thomas. He can't get around Hind, who lays the tackle. The umpire will ball it up in the right forward pocket for North Melbourne. Might have a blood rule and just a pause as Phillips will have to slowly make his way from the ground.
And you just look at what both teams are doing now. So, who's that? It's Aidan Corr sitting back at the moment. So Essendon have brought 1 extra up to the contest. But North Melbourne really want to play sort of a 1-on-1.
Yeah, when it's in their forward 50, they're happy to anchor one out. Yeah. It's often Corr at the moment, Ram, from what we've seen. 7 on 6 at the moment. So they're the one dropping, which means they're only playing with the 5 in the forward half of the ground. But in general play, if it's in the middle third of the ground, then we're happy to go 1-on-1.
Umpire tosses it up in the air. Brian made his way down, one down the tap to Martin. Trying to link up with Hine. Got the hand pass away to Brian. A long kick towards halfback. Pack's crashed by Peter Wright. It's down at ground level. Trying to get a hand pass out. It's picked up by Durham. Tries to link up with Peter Wright. Under enormous pressure from Sheasel. Charging in Guelphy. Locks the footy up. And the umpire will ball it up on the outer wing. Lauren Borden on the boundary.
It's a split right down the middle of the nose for Phillips, so not too much in that. The Docs will have him fixed up in no time. He's just walking along the boundary with a bit of cotton wool on his nose right now.
Both rucks with hands on it. Davies Uniacke picks it up, snaps the Roos inside 50, bouncing ball, bounces towards Larkey, getting back Heppel. Gets a handball away and a free kick on Zerk Thatcher. It'll go to Heppel, in fact. Heppel in the left back pocket for Essendon, chips it short. Able to find Nick Martin. Started the season like a house on fire, a little bit more quiet through the last 4 weeks or so. He kicks up to the wing. Ryan hands to it, doesn't take the mark. Durham roves, handball away to Hobbs. Slings free of a tackle, then kicks laterally. And the Dons with it on the wing.
Guelphy looks for options. He's able to cut past the man on the mark and swing on his right. Driving it long towards Peter Wright, who can't get a run at it. And Ben Mackay takes the intercepting mark for North Melbourne. Swings it out to left half-back. Out in front of Simpkin, who gathers at left half-back. Dinks the kick inboard. It might work. Awkward one for Tucker. Charging in Durham. He doesn't take a backward step. Hand pass over the top to Kelly. On 50. Inboard he comes. Perkins had to be clean. He couldn't quite gather the half-ball lead. And call for North Melbourne. Hand pass to Siebel. He chips it out to Davies Uniacke, who marks at left half-back. The Roos by 12 points.
Great signs there for North Melbourne. 4 on 2 when that ball went inside Essendon's forward 50. Just totally outnumbering.
Davies Uniacke able to kick laterally to Simpkin. Simpkin wants to bite off a kick. Back to centre half back. It's good to find Zeeble. Zeeble feeds a handball to Core. Running through the arc of defensive 50. He'll kick the Roos out towards the wing, looking for Goldstein. Laverty there with him, a free kick. They go against Goldstein to Laverty.
Speed there from Laverty, just outpaced him to that ball. Goldstein had position early.
Essendon with the free kick. Laverty short to Heppel. In line with the logo. Kicks up towards Guelphy. Brings it down. Martin roving. Handball misses Sardis. Out of play and a throw in left half forward for the Dons. 2 straight 12 the Roos. Essendon yet to score. 10.5 played opening stanza.
The Kangas' desire to just put in that extra effort, those last couple of steps to defend, is making a big difference here, causing a lot of turnovers at the moment. The desperation's the key.
A couple of North Melbourne fans who are bravely sitting amongst the Bombers faithful this afternoon, which has the big screen entertained. Brian wins down the tap. Nick Martin's kick was partially smothered. It spills the way of Scott. Kicks the Kangaroos around the body with a clever kick to Davies Uniac, who can link up with Stevenson centre wing. Looks up towards Ford. Had to clear Redmond. He did. Just got to pass his fingertips. Ford swings on the left. A haphazard kick. Going to get to Larkey. Sliding in front, Zerk Thatcher. Hand pass to Hine. Back to Kelly under pressure. Trying to find the right outlet as Larkey puts the pressure on. Hand passes back to Laverty, who chips the kick to Baldwin. The late inclusion, who marks in the back pocket. Up to Sammy Durham at right half back, and they're out the Bombers.
Gives off the handball to Hobbs. Kicks around the wing and 2 metre Peter. Peter Wright leading up, marks on his chest. Wide out, close to the boundary line. In line with the logo. He'll kick inside 50, looking for Langford. Core there with him. Fists it away, and McDonald wants the boundary line. He's tackled out. And a throw in, right forward pocket. Here for the Dons. Yet to hit the scoreboard. The Roos with the first 2 goals of the game.
On the first occasion to try and spend some time in this area of the ground for the Bombers. Sitting one behind the ball at the moment.
If you joined us late, Ben Cunnington with one of those goals in his farewell game. Brian brings it down in front from the throw-in. Langford tackled down. Handball ricochets off shins and out of play on the bounce. Another throw-in. Right forward pocket for the Bombers.
Laverty trying to push McGrath, who's also behind the ball free at the moment, back into the contest and not have 2 behind the ball spare, which seems a bit of a waste.
The voice of Daniel Harford alongside Adam Ramanauskas this afternoon. Matt Clinch, Ben Cameron and Lauren Borden with you for ABC Sport. Tucker got the tap down from Sherry for North. Hand pass to Sheasel. Around the back to Jack Zeeble. Trying to swing onto his right-hand side. Kick a long ball up to the wing. Goldstein's wrestling. It clears his fingertips. Out the back, Heppel can't quite gather. And it trickles out of play in front of the 2 benches. North Melbourne 2 straight 12 to the Bombers yet to score. Meanwhile in Sydney it's the Gold Coast Suns 2-1-13. Leading the Swans 1 straight 6.
Umpire spins it in. Brian and Goldstein. Goldstein reaching, taps it down. Parrish, a little fumble. Free kick, high contact. They'll go to Parrish on the wing. Essendon with the free kick. Feeds the handball forward to Hobbs. Looks out towards half forward. Mackay outpoints Peter Wright and takes a defensive mark for the Roos.
Good ball.
He'll kick on the 45 and find Thomas, who wants to try out the city side of the ground with the kick out there to Scott.
He can look to try and work it over the top by foot. Finds Stevenson running hard into space and marks in front of Hine.
I like that from the Kangas at the moment, Ramo from D50. They're trying to get the ball back through the corridor. The next one's not continuing at the moment, but that'll open up as the game comes on.
Stevenson and Cunnington, the goal scorers for North, up towards Larkey. Laverty tries to nudge him underneath. It gets to the back. Ford runs onto it. Jammed up against the boundary line. A centering kick. Asking a little bit of Tucker. Brian didn't take the mark. Cox is there for the Bombers. Fires a hand pass out to Hobb. Almost ran into his own teammate. Eventually Hobbs gives the hand pass off to Heppel. He looks up towards the wing. Menzies the target. Good body positioning. Just a shove on Archer that allowed him to take the mark.
So that kick goes into the centre corridor from Mackay to Taron Thomas. You need runners there.
Yep.
They've just got to be flying past so that ball stays in the centre corridor.
Jai Menzies goes long to a contest and Mackay. What an audition it is. Possibly. He'll kick back inside defensive 50 and the mark taken by Sheasel for the Kangaroos.
You're a brave man, Benny.
He'll chip it short to Wardlaw. These 2 young stars on the front bar during the week. I did see that, and a joke from Mick Malloy. Thanks for staying up. It was after 8:30 for the 2 youngsters. As Wardlaw sends his kick out to the wing, and on the end of it, Paul Curtis is able to mark.
You're right, Ram. If they could just get a bit more flow with some overlap run,
overlap,
they'd really break them because they're getting them with angles with their feet at the moment.
The kick up towards half forward for the Roos. And Mark's claimed, and Heppel gives it to Laverty. He turns it straight over to Taron Thomas, inside 50. Turner's outnumbered, and Cox is able to fly over the top and take the mark for the Bombers. Only 25 metres out from his defensive goal. But the Roos are threatening early here. Nick Cox tries to send it as far as he can. Up in the direction of Parrish, who put the block on forward and got it to the back. He's now running away. Good chase from Bailey Scott. Long kick inside 50. Peter Wright over the top. Can't beat Mackay. And Core gathers. Hand pass to Zeeble. Around the body, kicks a high ball. And Sheasel's able to mark in the right back pocket for North.
So Sheasel again. He'll bite off the kick up the middle, looking for Thomas. He marks on the edge of the centre square. He's held up momentarily. He'll give the handball away to Wardlaw running by. Through the logo he goes. Drives it inside 50 for the Roos. Turner can't mark. Spills down in front. Onto it, Paul Curtis. Back feeds a handball to Stevenson. Back to Wardlaw. Kicks a bullet looking for Tucker. He can't mark. Traps it. Handball back to Cunnington. Centre half forward goes to Fendoff. He'll kick laterally. And Archer will track it back and gather between the wing and half forward.
Hand passes inboard to Sheasel. The 1-2 back to Archer. He kicks inside 50. No one's in front. And unfortunately, Curtis couldn't get a fly at it. And Zerk Thatcher takes the mark.
And that little handball where you give is the difference between probably North Melbourne and Collingwood. Collingwood give that handball and the game's in constant motion.
Out to the boundary line to McGrath. He runs his full measure, kicks up towards Phillips. Can't take the mark. Ball eludes right. He knocks it out to Guelphy and then links up with Martin. Hand pass to Sardis. Back to Martin. Fires a hand pass to half forward to Parrish. He pokes it inside 50. Kelly can't quite take the mark. McDonald did enough. Langford trying to chase after it at ground level. Got rid of Core. Gathers. Hand pass to Parrish. Swings one way. Then back to his left. The centering kick. I'm going to say it's intended for Nick Martin, who marks pretty much directly in front. 25 metres out. Is that generous, or did he mean that kick?
Oh, he meant it.
100%.
But this is Nick Martin coming up for his 10th disposal. But the last couple of minutes, Darcy Parrish has lifted his work rate. He's up to 6 disposals now. He's very quiet in the first part of this first quarter. But just this last 3 or 4 minutes, he's been involved in 4 or 5 passages of play where he's been able to take the ball inside Essendon's forward 50.
In his last 3 weeks, he's had under 20 disposals. Nick Martin trying to give a team lifter here as he gets the Bombers on the board in the opening term. Nick Martin with Essendon's first goal coming at the 17-minute mark. They're 1 straight 6 to North Melbourne 2 straight 12. And very much able to settle the side with North Melbourne kicking the opening 2 goals through Ben Cunnington and Jaden Stevenson. Daniel Harford and Adam Ramanauskas with you on ABC Sport.
They're fairly clear that the challenge for both these two teams at the moment is to try and get more effective disposal inside their forward 50. That last kick inside forward 50, that one from Parrish there was 25 metres out. The damage had already been done. But the kick inside, that first occasion, was an air kick to teammate, which the defender was able to close down. And both teams have done that a fair bit throughout this first term. So anyone that can get on top with that and find some space inside forward 50 or better execution will get a look, because the ball is trampolining between the arcs at the moment.
Benchy mentioned it. Been a little quiet the last month or so, Nick Martin, but boy, he's been hot early today. North Melbourne out of the middle. Here's Simpkin. Low kick inside 50, leading up to the ball defensively to take the mark, Laverty.
Yeah, that's the one, Taron Thomas. He's got to be in front there. Like, it was a scrappy kick. Now, as a forward, you've got to be expecting those scrappy kicks. Get in front.
Essendon going down the city wing. Here's Sardis taking the mark, playing on, getting back and getting a fist in Sherry. Doing it well defensively in front of his opposing ruck. And Andrew Phillips. North Melbourne, the opening 2 goals of the game, Stevenson, and then the feel-good story, Ben Cunnington in his farewell game, before Nick Martin kicking the last goal of the game. North by 6 points.
At the SCG, the Gold Coast Suns leading Sydney by 12 points early there. There is an ABC call available on the ABC Listen app. Just click on the AFL Extra. Free kick coming back just as Parrish was about to kick inside 50. It's going the way of Tristan Sherry. He can feed it for the Roos around the back to Sheasel. Up the city wing. He spots Tucker. He takes the mark with a couple of metres away from Cox. There's a player, Curtis, down off the ball. As Tucker kicks long inside 50 towards Larkey, up with one arm, can't take the mark. Heppel gathers, Thomas tackles him, spills down the way, Laverty. Good pressure from Larkey. The Bombers under enormous pressure as Redmond gives it back to McGrath. He chips it out to Kelly, who marks in the right back pocket.
Kelly gives away the handball to a running Nick Martin, who'll go back to McGrath, and now a kick up towards the wing, off hands. It'll float to the wing, and Menzies onto it. Handball away to Perkins, to Durham. Out the back is Bryan, who's able to mark. He's got Langford running to the goal square, feeds him with the handball, and Langford pops it through. Essendon go coast to coast, down the dockside wing, and Kyle Langford, arguably the most improved player in the competition, pops it through for his first of the afternoon. Essendon draw level, 2 straight 12 each of 2, 20 minutes into the opening term. Adam Ramanauskas, Dan Harper.
It's taking the advantage in the back pocket, so Heppel gets a free kick, but Essendon decide to roll that ball on. Now, scrappy up this dockside wing, but they made the most of it. Menzies then a little clean handball and they're away. Ben Mackay is then in between both Langford and Nick Bryan, trying to guard 2 players. It's the right kick. The kick goes over the top. Bryan takes the mark, then unselfishly gives the handball over to Langford for the goal. But it starts all the way back in the back pocket. Keep the game moving. Keep the game in flow.
Adam Ramanauskas with you on ABC Sport. Phillips one down the tap against Sherry. Onto it, Cunnington. Locked up by Parrish. Can't get a hand pass away. Holding the ball. And the Bombers will take the free kick in the middle of the ground. Merritt, Parrish lifting. As Parrish looks inside 50, drives it long, looking for Langford. It clears him. Durham spoils it down. Martin shoved off it by McDonald. No free kick. Durham with a hand pass out to Redmond. He loves a goal. Swings onto the left. It's offline to the right-hand side and through the hands of Mackay for a minor score. Enough to give the Bombers the lead for the first time this afternoon. 2-1-13 to the Roos. 2 straight 12. 21 minutes gone, opening term.
First lead of the afternoon for Essendon. And Jack Zeeble, another player farewelling the game this year. Wants to go up the middle, slips over, shanks it straight to Durham. Essendon with it back, 35 out from their goal. Handball misses Perkins, allows in the Roos. They clog it up, force the ball up.
Well, they're the king, because normally that is just a goal straight away, isn't it? If that sort of thing happens, disaster for Zeeble.
Slept on the banana peel with the plant leg. Phillips slapping it down from the restart. Ball spits out to Tucker, trying to slip a tackle. Right there with him, Merritt loses the footy. Back into congestion. Cunnington loses it. Out to Cox. To Sardis, his snap on goal. And on the last line, Zeeble takes a defensive mark for the Roos. The Dons by a point.
Wants to be a bit more careful with this one. Out to Scott. Charging back the other direction was Kelly. He made front-on contact high and gave away the free kick. Scott takes it for North Melbourne. Hand pass boundary side to Simpkin. Looks long up towards the wing. In the direction of Larkey. He's in a physical battle with Zerk Thatcher. Gets to the back. Zerk Thatcher trying to gather. Can't do so. Turner tries to knock it clear. Good follow-up effort from Zerk Thatcher again. Hand pass to Hine and now to Redmond. Cut past Davies-Uniacke. Broke the tackle from Thomas. And Redmond's away. Chips it up towards half-forward. In front of Guelke and Perkins. They both wanted the footy. And in the end, Zeeble gathers. 1-2 for the Roos with Stevenson. Back to Zeeble. Hand pass to Davies-Uniacke. At left half-forward. He looks inside 50. Looking for Lucky. Sliding on his knees. Takes the mark. On a 45-degree angle. Only around 15 metres out. And the Roos have the chance to make the Bombers pay for their error on half-forward.
I'll tell you what they'll do on Monday, or the review, Rammer, Alistair Clarkson of that vision down the ground, and Jack Zeeble's decision to leave his opponent and come at that ball. We had 2 Essendon players running onto that misguided handball, and he split them and won the possession. If he doesn't win that, it's a walk-in goal at the other end for the Bombers.
51 goals for the season, 4th in the Coleman medal. Nick Larkey looking for a steadier for the Roos. He's on the board this afternoon. North Melbourne take back the lead. 3 straight 18 to the Bombers, 2-1-13. Of course, they led last week against Melbourne. They kicked 5 goals to 1 in the opening term, led by as much as 33 points in the second quarter before it was 8 goals apiece at half-time. Adam Ramanauskas and Daniel Harford with you on ABC Sport.
But what I'm also looking at is Nick Larkey's work rate. So he's competing right in front of us here with Zerk Thatcher. Zerk Thatcher wins it. He wins that contest, okay? And then Half then says, you know, Essendon are out. Zeeble makes a great choice. But Larkey's then back in the goal square. Zerk Thatcher is still outside forward 50. He doesn't go with him. So it's just terrific work rate from North Melbourne's key forward to get back to reset. Nick Bryan had to go with Nick Larkey, and it was always going to be a win for Larkey once he found that little bit of space.
Bounce back in the middle. Sherry and Phillips. Phillips stays down, slaps it down. Davies-Uniacke gets it for the Roos. High floating kick inside 50. Looking for Larkey again. Zerk Thatcher outbodies him, takes the defensive mark for Essendon.
always vulnerable in that situation, Larkin, because he had the front spot for that high ball. But Zerkac's body positioning more often than not today has been fantastic one-on-one.
Short to Hind, who goes to Hobbs. Had a lot of it early. Benny Hobbs, he gives it off back to Hind, who will kick to the wing and spot up Menzies. Hugs it to his chest outside the logo on the wing.
North Melbourne by 5 points. Menzies with a bullet pass up to right half forward, and Durham takes the mark. Hobbs wants it inboard. He honours that lead on the 45. He's still 2 kicks out from goal, though. As Langford offers the lead to the pocket, that's ignored. Phillips wants it deeper than that. He sends it in that direction with Peter Wright. Sherry lost his footing, racing back. Goda just got away from the Guelphy tackle. Hand pass to Stevenson in the right back pocket. He cuts past Cox a little casually. Kicks towards Simpkin. McGrath knocks it down, and then Tucker's laid out in a tackle by Cox. And I think he made contact when Tucker was in a vulnerable position. I'm not sure technically if that's a free kick, but it was.
That's not a free kick.
The potential to be dangerous
He
with
let
Tucker
it go.
having his legs taken out.
Darcy
Tucker
Tucker
often, do they?
No. Darcy Tucker in the back pocket. Long kick to a contest on the wing. It's brought down by Redmond. He tries to follow up. Merritt there too. Now the Roos arrive. Hind spits out of his hands. And McGrath's there. Handball to Hobbs, to Martin. They'll kick Essendon into the middle, or Martin will anyway. Durham picks it up. Flicks a handball over his head. Getting involved, Parrish. Handball back out towards Hobbs. Knight disposal of the quarter. It's knocked away. The Roos back the other way. Wardlaw. Davies Uniacke. Sweeping handball. Unable to pick it up. Goldstein. Now he's under pressure. And Essendon arrive. And they'll survive the day this time. Durham will clear out towards the City wing.
And the Bombers on the counter-attack as Hind takes 2 bounces. He loves to do this. A third as he runs the City wing. Chips it inboard with not much further afield to Redmond. And works it forward to Martin. Now the hand pass on the overlap to Parrish. He gets the left half forward. Into the pocket looking for Langford. Just had half a metre on Jack Siebel. And as you heard, the kick was superb into the left forward pocket. He's hard against the boundary, about 30 metres around.
Well, he put it to where he wanted Langford to lead. So there was no space anywhere else but that right forward pocket. And Darcy Parrish absolutely nailed that kick. Forced Langford out there because he had that little bit of separation already on Jack Siebel.
He's kicked bags of 5 in the last 2 weeks. He has 1 already, but this will test him hard against the boundary. In the left forward pocket, he's looking to bend it across the body. 3 steps out, Langford across the face. It's all the way across and hits the right behind post. Out of bounds on the full. No change to the score. North Melbourne by 5 points. And that right behind post is still shaking at the 27-minute mark of the opening term.
Some big numbers for Essendon in this first quarter. Nick Martin, 13. Durham, 12. Hobbs, 9. Parrish, 9.
But you wouldn't say they've got the game by the scruff.
No, not at all.
Imagination.
Mackay with the high kick out of the defensive 50 for the Roos. Laverty at the back, hands to it, drops it, comes back to him, gives it off to Heppel, hangs his kick in the air. It's good enough to get to Parrish. He plays on, kicks into the centre square. Mark taken by Hind. Looks at a congested 50 here for Essendon. Tries to poke it to a target, Langford. Gathers on the bounce, running away from goal, has it at half forward. Handball to Hobbs, he's clattered into. Taken high. And a free kick on the attacking edge of the square. He gets a few verbals from Kane Turner as well. And now it's on. Hind had a bit to say about
they'll
it.
have a go here. Kane Turner likes it. He likes having a go.
Redmond wanted to get involved, and Hobbs with his little legs likes his chances. The mark set, attacking edge of the square. Surely the barrel. Can he get onto one? It's gone about 35. It needed 55. It won't get there. And the Kangaroos will lead at quarter time by 5 points. 3 straight 18 plays, 2-1-13. Stevenson kicked the first. Ben Cunnington, what a moment it was in his farewell game, kicking the second. Essendon kicked the next 2 through Martin and Langford. And Larkey, the goal that gives the Roos the lead at quarter time.
The third time since round 4 North Melbourne have led at quarter time. Of course, they did last week against Melbourne. 3 straight 18 to the Bombers, 2-1-13. And Essendon, after a slow start last week against the West Coast Eagles, had a bit more of the game on their terms in that opening term, but couldn't strike it on the scoreboard. The Roos leading by 5 points at quarter time. Meanwhile, at the SCG, it's the Gold Coast Suns 4-1-25, leading the Sydney Swans 3-2-20. As always, we'd love to hear from you on the SMS 0437 774 774. If you've got a thought or two on the match this afternoon, or even just let us know where you're taking in the Saturday afternoon footy on your wireless or on the ABC Listen app this afternoon. This is Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen.
A lot of us want to know exactly how a major Silicon Valley bank could have failed, how a former comedy star is holding off a nuclear superpower, and how did a country a lot like Australia end up with 100% inflation. I'm Matt Bevan. Join me for a new season of my podcast, If You're Listening, helping you make sense of major news events shaping our world with new episodes weekly. If you're listening, hear it now on the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Phillips on down the tap, but it's Cunnington for North. Gets the hand pass to Scott. Is able to sell some traffic. Kicks inside 50. And Stevenson comes charging out. Takes the mark 40 metres out on a 45-degree angle for a lifter to start for the Kangaroos. It's online. Can it clear the line? I think it has. Jaden Stevenson has the opening goal for North Melbourne through 3 minutes. Phillips wins down the tap. Martin turns it over. Davies Junior for North Melbourne to Cunnington. He's got it. Puts it straight through the middle. Smile as you wave me goodbye. And every North Melbourne player comes to celebrate. Ben Cunnington with the second goal of the match.
Perkins to Durham. Out the back is Ryan, who's able to mark. He's got Langford running to the goal square. Feeds him with the handball. And Langford pops it through. Essendon go coast to coast.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Saturday afternoon footy under the roof of Docklands. It's North Melbourne leading the Bombers by 5 points. 3 straight 18 to the Bombers, 2-1-13. And Ben Cunnington in game 238 and his final game, the two-time Sid Barker medalist, reading the script in the opening term and a goal to celebrate in which every North Melbourne fan and every footy fan thoroughly enjoyed.
It was absolutely a terrific moment, and he absolutely flushed it from about 45. So it was just the perfect moment to start the game off for Ben, but also for North Melbourne fans. And at the 10-minute mark, you probably would have heard a lot of clapping. That was for Ben Cunnington. So the North Melbourne fans just acknowledging Cunnington there, which was quite nice. But looking at the game, so North started the game really well. Their energy was up. They were moving the ball. But there was one part missing, and we mentioned that both Half and I through the middle of that quarter. It was simply the overlap run. They were getting the ball back into a dangerous position in the centre corridor, but then you need to have players just absolutely flashing through, because that's how you catch out defences really quickly. What they were doing is they were getting that ball in the centre corridor with a beautiful 45 kick, but then they were going wide again, and that just simply played into Essendon's hands, because they could just then shift their defensive players across the ground and were able to reset really quickly. Essendon have had 30 more disposals in this game, or in that quarter, but 2 less inside forward 50s. So North's pressure's there. So through the middle of the ground, we saw just towards the end of that quarter, Essendon would have had 5 or 6 possessions, but North simply got a hand in, forced the ball onto the ground, forced Essendon into mistake. Then they were able to win the ball and take it inside their forward 50. Where North are doing some damage though in this game is clearances, 11-6 in their favour. So particularly around the ground, those stoppages where North are really taking advantage. So big numbers for Essendon, as we mentioned in that quarter, but just not doing much with it. Only 13 inside 50s for what's that, 113 disposals, Half.
Yeah, that's 1 in 10. Or close, no, 1 in 8, probably about that. So that's too many. And I think the pressure of the Kangaroos is what's impressed me most. I mean, you talked about their fast start from a scoreboard perspective, but their pressure to compete to the very last moment is what's, I reckon, drawn Essendon into over handling the football a bit. They've had 55 handballs, 58 kicks. That's too many. That's a 1-to-1 ratio, which I reckon is too many in modern footy, the way you're trying to move the ball. And I reckon it's because of the pressure that North Melbourne are putting on the surrounding players, the receiving targets, and taking out the options. So it forces the Bombers, by the time they've been shut down, they just panic handball. They're not creating with their handball. And I reckon there's an opportunity for them in this second quarter to get the game on terms. I mentioned before the game, Remo, that if the game's in flow a lot, if it's in motion, that's where the Kangaroos can get dangerous in this contest. And I reckon if I'm Brad Scott at quarter time in my 400th game, and congratulations to Scotty, by the way, that's a big effort, I'd be asking to make sure there's a bit more competition and contest around the ball and more numbers in there so that either way, it's not a roll the dice, you get your ball, we get our ball, and we go the other way. We just wrestle for a little bit to take a bit of the energy out of the Kangaroos' attack when they get the forward momentum, because they've had just as many looks. You mentioned their inside 50s, they're +2. More looks inside looks than the Bombers have, but their disposal on that last ball has been the thing that shut them out of the contest to this point.
Thoughts of Daniel Harford alongside Adam Ramanauskas. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron calling the action with Lauren Borden down on the boundary. The Kangas holding a 5-point advantage as we head into the second term. Goldstein and Bryant to compete in the middle of the ground. It favours Goldstein, who wins down the tap to Cunnington. They've done that a few times. Hand pass to Thomas, who links up with Scott. Out to the dog swing, kicks inside 50. Taylor's out position, and Laverty, he's situated in front. He takes the mark for the Dons.
I don't know how many one-on-one marks they've taken, defensive 50, the Bombers today. They've done a great job.
Have a look into that for you as he goes short to Hine, who marks in the left back pocket for the Bombers. Nick Hine wants to come corridor, but there aren't too many options. He has to squeeze the kick to Sardis, who marks in front of Davies Uniacke, but still inside the defensive 50. Swings it out to right half back, and Redmond marks. Has Nick Martin on the overlap. Thinks about the hand pass and now feeds it. He has it centre wing. Wants to try and link up on the other side. He feints the hand pass. Decided to go himself, and now he does give the hand pass away to Menzies. At right half forward, inside 50, partially smothered. It spills to Cox. Hand pass away to Langford. Core got him. Laid the tackle. Just got the hand pass away in the nick of time to Guelphy. And now to Perkins. He can't get past Goda. Great tackle. He'll be rewarded at left half back for LaRue's.
The Kangas pressure again. Fantastic stuff. Alistair Clarkson's really got them aggressive today. It's a very good sign building forward.
Those intercepts, there's an intercept there, but 17 intercepts inside North Melbourne's defensive forward 50 for Essendon.
Is that right? That's a lot.
Cold turnover. Here's Cox for Essendon looking into the pocket. His kick. There's a turnover again. And the mark taken there by Goda for North. Wants to switch it. Dangerous kick. Merritt comes across, chops it off. Gathers in the pocket for Essendon. Pulls back his kick. And that is exquisite and selfless all at once. Everything you'd want from your captain, and Menzies can go back and kick for goal, 15 out slide angle.
I mentioned Zach Merritt in that first quarter with his tackling. It's gone to another level. But again, it's just that defensive pressure where I think that's where Zach's game's absolutely improved this year. He was already good in that area, but he's now going to great in that area.
Menzies trudges in and gives Essendon back the lead. They're out by a point. First goal of this second half. 3-1-19 plays 3 straight 18. 2 minutes played in the second. Adam Ramanauskas, Daniel Harford.
You can see it happening as Goda was coming across goal, that Merritt was going to shut that ball down. And they're the things, you talk about experience, Rama, and being in moments and learning from what happens on the back of your decisions. Goda will learn from that enormously. He knew now that Merritt was always going to close that ball down, so he needed to find another target. But in his head, when he went offline, that was the only option he was going to ever pull the trigger on. He needed to have another outlet, another option in his head. Always give yourself an out, something to try to coach my players through my coaching journey through local footy, wherever, Rama. Always give yourself an out. You've got your main target, you need to have something else in case it breaks down.
The voice of Daniel Harford with you on ABC Sport.
Just slightly looped that kick.
Yeah.
It just gave enough tee space for Merritt.
Brian wins down the tap. Zach Merritt can't break out of it. He's tackled by Goldstein, and umpire says that's prior opportunity. Todd Goldstein, who wants to play on beyond this year. It might not be at North Melbourne, though. Takes the free kick. Long kick inside 50. Curtis came charging out. Can't take the mark. Spills to the back. Redmond gathers 15 metres out from his defensive goal. Hand pass to McGrath. Hard against the boundary line. Durham. Hand pass back to Redmond. Forward. Tried to force him out of play, and the umpire said he did.
That looked in.
It looked right on the line, but after last night, no. Get on with it. Get on with it.
Wasn't umpiring last night, this fella.
What was the official line in the statement? The boundary line.
The curvature.
Yeah,
the rendering of the 3D image. 2D image, I think, is the issue.
They didn't mention curvature, did they?
I just hope some of the race results haven't been impacted with those sort of logics.
The free kick for Essendon at half-back. Merritt takes it, bites off the kick into the corridor for Sardis.
Go, the young fella.
Sardis a little bereft. Now he does go. He'll kick out towards Guelphy. Right there with him, Goda. Goda spoils it down. Roos back on it through Scott. Scott comes infield to Sheasel. Releases McDonald with the handball. Floating kick towards half forward for the Roos. Getting back to take the mark, Baldwin. Another one. Free kick, though. It'll go to Laverty.
Yeah, the North forwards are simply going to compete harder. You know, that's Ed Laverty, Zirk Thatcher, Baldwin, Redmond taking intercept marks. They've got to compete harder, North forwards. Bring the ball to ground.
Andy McGrath works it up to Parrish, who pulls his kick. He missed Sardis, though. Turns it over. Taylor for North. Hand pass to Cunnington to Sheasel. Cuts past Hind. Inside 50. Lucky. Can't take the mark. It's spoiled late by Zirk Thatcher. Knocking it away. Baldwin towards the boundary line. McGrath's after it. Davies Uniacke lays the tackle on him, and it spills out of play in the right forward pocket for North Melbourne. Bombers by a point. 5 minutes gone, second quarter. Meanwhile, the SCG, it's the Swans 5-2-32, coming from behind, but leading the Gold Coast Suns 4-1-25. Second quarter action there as well.
Umpire flings it in. Brian, the only ruck there, he takes it out of the ruck. He's tackled quickly. Ball jars free. Cunnington picks it up, gets a handball away. Thomas to Zeeble. Misses Sheasel with the handball. Roos at half forward. He'll chip to a leading Larkey. And a little sprinkle of class from Harry Sheasel. And Larkey marks slightly left of centre, 40 out.
Yeah, well, Brian goes up in the ruck with no North Melbourne ruckman, and North's mids are onto it, so they tackle him immediately. And then the ball spills out. And just a bit of class by Sheasel. Lower the eyes. Larkey gets just that metre or two of separation from Zirk Thatcher finally, and should convert, boys.
North Melbourne's main man in their forward line to snatch back the lead. He does. Roos back in front. 4 straight 24 plays, 3-1-19. North by 5, 6 minutes into the second. Matt Clinch, Ben Cameron, Adam Ramanauskas and Daniel Harford.
That you talk about Sheasel's class, but that's what they haven't had in that area of the ground, the Kangaroos, all day. It's been a little bit less than that and probably cost them a lot of scoring opportunities. But if you can set the ball up, get a stoppage in your forward 50, your defenders can come up. They're your ball users more often than not off half-back these days for a lot of clubs. Sheasel certainly fits that mould for the Kangaroos. You want to see him with ball in hand just outside the arc because that's what can happen for the Kangaroos.
Warren Borden on the boundary.
Just a nice moment at the moment with Zeeble and Cunnington sitting next to each other on the bench. Obviously, those two retiring, one today and one next week, but more than 500 games of experience in them, and they're both sitting together and just having a smile with each other at the moment.
Yeah, good point, Loz. 15 seasons for Jack Zeeble and 14 for Ben Cunnington. Back in the middle, Phillips wins down the tap, looking for Hobbs, coming the other direction. Big collision as Taylor. In fact, it was Simpkin who made contact there. Spills down the way of Hind. Swings onto his right boot. Kicks towards Cox. Can't take the mark. Sheasel knocked it on to Wardlaw. The youngsters combining. Out to Simpkin, so he's okay at left half back. Hand pass to Sheasel. To Archer. Back to Sheasel, who's stationary. Had to get around Hobbs. He links up with Archer once more. A third involvement. Hand pass to Davies Uniacke in the middle of the ground. It opens up in front of him. Kicks towards half forward. Good mark taken. And charging out Eddie Ford marks right on 50. Around the back to Davies Uniacke. He kicks over the head of Larkey at the back. It's unable to take by Sherry. And Hind gathers against the behind line. Kicks from Martin. And just takes the mark in the left back pocket.
Gives it off to Merritt, who will kick close to the line. Mark taken by Kelly. Kelly at left half back.
Look at the problem solving from Harry Sheasel at half back for the Kangaroos. He was in all sorts 3 times and found a way through. Fantastic.
Roos by 5. Kelly's kick up to the logo. Mackay spoiling it down, coming through Martin. Little rugby pass out to Durham. Handball away to Perkins. His handball over the head. Knocked down by Sheasel. Roos back in possession. Davies Uniacke. Handball to Sheasel. To McDonald. Through the centre square. Kicks inside 50. Oh what a mark. Sticky fingers by Redmond.
Odell Beckham Jr.
Yeah. Just controlled it down with one hand. Not sure how, but he takes the mark and Essendon away.
Works it to Baldwin, who kicks out to the wing, and Cox takes the mark. Nick Cox, centre wing. Looks to drive the Bombers up towards half forward. Phillips is there. Wright came charging out. Phillips just stood his ground. Jumped up vertically and takes the mark directly in front. He thought about playing on. He took a step off his mark. Now he's in trouble, the ruckman. He shins it inside 50. Merritt somehow gathers. Hand pass to Guelphy. Works it to Perkins. To Langford, who stripped it. A great tackle. Archer laying an exceptional tackle, and it spills to Sheasel. He gets the hand pass away. Turner kicks out towards the wing. Doc's wing. Hind gathers. Cuts past forward. Looks up towards half forward. Right with arms outstretched. Takes the mark. In front of Ben Mackay at left half forward, still 2 kicks out from goal.
Middle right, just backpedaling and playing traffic cop, telling them where he wants them. Now he'll set it up in the Phillips direction. Up he goes, can't mark. Coming through Wardlaw for the Roos. Handball away towards McDonald. Now Davies Uniacke kicking laterally and just pitching in play. It'll tumble out. And we'll get a throw in left half forward here for the Roos. For Essendon, rather. North lead by 5 points. Nearly 10 minutes played in this second term.
It's been pretty hectic this quarter so far. This last couple of minutes in particular for the Bombers. They've had the advantage of territory, and the Kangaroos defenders look absolutely cooked at the minute.
Thrown back in. Sherry one down the tap, and straight to Merritt. Hand pass to Martin inside 50. And Langford on the lead, marks directly in front.
That's a bit of training.
That's a stoppage disaster for the Kangaroos. Opening up the back of the contest just outside forward 50. Like that is... the stoppage coach for the Kangaroos is sitting there just pulling any hair he's got left out.
It kills you, but that's training. That's for Essendon, how they want to set up around the contest, use their hands, quick hands. Langford then leads to the fat side of the ground where there's no numbers. Martin hits the target.
Cole Langford has one already this afternoon. Looking to wrestle back the lead for the Bombers, directly in front. 40 metres out from goal. He's got underneath it, but he steered it through. Couple of strides to the right from the goal umpire, and it might be going upstairs.
The umpire doesn't like it. The field umpire doesn't like it. Who's the one that put the hand up?
Score review. Umpire calls a goal, but you just check it's in the post.
I reckon this is the field umpire
review
underway.
Just Snicko straight away.
Straight to Snicko. Don't bother with anything else.
So we are looking at the
review
left goal
complete.
post.
Looking at this angle, we can see there is no spike on edge as the ball passes the post. Decision on scoreboard.
So we assume the umpire's soft call is a goal. With no indication with the VAR, and all clear is given. The goal stands for Kyle Langford for his second. And the Bombers are able to take back the lead. They're 4-1-25 to North Melbourne, 4 straight 24. Fifth lead change of the match.
So back to that stoppage half. That's the leadership piece around North Melbourne, where it's constant. You've got to have people pointing and setting up before that ball is thrown in. Where are we? Where are we positioned? Who's got this space covered? I've got here. It's not just going to get the ball.
Yeah.
It's about, okay, this time I've got to be defensive. I've got to be in this position so that doesn't happen. And what happened is cost you a goal.
Well, it's 100% strategy and tactic breakdown, and it's on the experienced players to make sure that doesn't happen. And that's an absolute disaster. Well done to the Bombers for finding a way through it and getting it to the back of the pack. And the kick was superb from Martin. So no issues whatsoever, but just from a coaching perspective, it's a disaster.
Bounce back in the middle. Brian going up opposed to Sherry. Almost misses the tap. It ricochets off his body. Out to Hobbs. Quick kick. Menzies marks for the Dons. Attacking edge of the square. Looks inside 50. Not a great kick. Mackay comes at it. Ball goes out the back. Langford trying to get back. Phillips picks it up. Shovels out a handball.
Rushed it through.
The big fella.
Did the right thing. It just did too much.
Rushing the ball through.
He's trying to handball it forward to Langford, running into the open goal. He just missed him.
Lauren Borden downstairs.
The boundary. It's just Jai Simpkin walking along the boundary now with his left bicep. He was in a lot of pain. I don't think it was from when he made contact with Hobbs, but he was in a lot of pain on the boundary at the moment.
Yeah, he was holding that arm limp, Loz, so good pick up as the Roos almost turned it over. Tucker just gathered inside the field of play at left half back. Archer's involved for a second time as he receives it from McDonald. Hurries a kick out the city wing. It's in front of Turner. He can't gather, but he does lay a good tackle on Hine. Cunnington tries to fight for it, but it's McGrath who spins out of traffic. Turner follows up. Great smother. He sees the ball out of play. Centre wing for a throw-in. Bombers by 2 points.
Yeah, well done to McGrath, but well done then to Turner. Back up off his feet to lay that smother. Keeps the ball in North Melbourne's attacking half.
Brian and Sherry in the ruck. Sherry taking it out of the ruck. He's quickly tackled by Brian. And the umpire to come in and sort it out. Brian getting his chance. Brad Scott said a couple of weeks ago he's far too good for the VFL. And getting his chance in the AFL set up at the moment. Sherry backhanding it down. Now bending over to pick it up for the Roos. Handball to Tucker. Handball to Wardlaw. Look out. He's wrapped up in a Merritt tackle. Or Sardis rather. So often it's Merritt, but this time a young Sardis. And the free kick backward of the logo. Gives it off by hand to Hind. Goes short to Hobbs. Hobbs wide out. City side of the ground at Docklands. He'll set it up inside 50. Phillips launching Mackay at the back. Standing tall, takes the mark. Having himself a day, Benny Mackay. Down there in the Roos defence.
Feeds a hand pass away to Core. Looks for options out on the Dock swing. Larkey leads all the way up with Zerk Thatcher there for company. Can't take the mark. Spills away at Heppel. Turner brought the pressure. Zerk Thatcher goes again. Clean pickup. Got it to Martin. Kicks inside 50. Menzies the target. McDonald in from the side.
Great mark. It looked like a beautiful kick by Nick Martin again, but just McDonald with courage come across to cut that off.
Great intercepting mark for the Kangaroos. He shares it to left half back where Sherry takes the mark. Kicks it to Archer and now out to Bailey Scott at right half back for the Kangaroos. He can poke a kick over the top and Davies Uniac marks.
Davies Uniac stabbing it short. Turner coming up. What a mark for the Roos.
Well, I might Turner's 2 or 3 little tick leads there just to get that space back to the ball.
Turner for nothing.
Bittering.
Turner will kick towards half forward, looking for Larkey. Up he comes through his hands out the back. Zerk Thatcher there for Essendon. Gives it away to McGrath. Runs into a little bit of a cul-de-sac. Handball back to centre half back and Parrish. Handball to Sardis. Handball to McGrath who's run on. Handball to Hind who leaves it behind. Dropped it cold. Now they're on him. Tackled in the middle of the ground. All held in. And a ball up in the middle of Docklands. 2 points to the good, the Dons. Lauren Borden.
Jai Simpkins back on the field with his left bicep strapped up. It looks like it's restricting his movement a little bit, that strapping, but he's back on and going to give it a go.
Thanks, Lauren. Back in the middle of the ground. Parrish is able to get it, but he was tackled and there's a throw in the end. Wardlaw did enough to just bring about a skill error, and North will take it back in the middle of the ground.
Does that Wardlaw, just that last metre, he just stays involved. Little things happen on the back of it.
5 lead changes so far in this match. Wardlaw off the outside of the boot. Didn't do Taylor too many favours, and Keppel takes the intercepting mark for the Bombers.
That's just too easy, Rama.
That's going to be the part of Wardlaw's game that he really needs to go to work on over a couple of summers. Like the hardness, the clearance, the tackle, all that's there. It's just that next phase where when you get the ball and you own the game to hit a target.
Keppel to Sardis.
But even still, you've got to compete harder. Curtis had a chance to compete for that ball, and even fist at the ground rather than be outmarked.
It was just a loopy kick up.
Short to Laverty, who chips it over the top to Hine. It feels like Nick Larkey's sort of playing the Jack Rebolt role. He's got to compete against 2 or 3 players this afternoon. Short to Merritt. He was well held by Taylor in the first quarter. Just the 3 disposals. Back to Hine. Awkward bounce and didn't come back. Taylor provided the pressure, and now sliding over the top is Curtis. Turn to the umpire. Blow the whistle, he will, and he'll ball it up.
It's between Curtis's legs.
He still had to make an attempt to get rid of that. He did put the arms out. You can't do that. That should have been
but it wasn't. The ball wasn't near him. It wasn't on him. It wasn't on top of it.
Right next to him.
2 points, Essendon's lead. I'm liking this.
They're like siblings in the back, aren't they?
Bickering. Here goes Simpkin.
He's the ugly one.
He'll kick inside, attacking 50 towards Paul Curtis. Can't take the mark. Spits out towards Heppel, who's tackled immediately. Taken to ground, ball up. 40 out from the attacking goal for the Roos. 2 goals to 1 Essendon's way in this second term. They lead by 2 points. 18 minutes played. Bryan slapping it down straight to Simpkin. Bursting out, finishing on the left. North take back the lead. A seesawing contest beneath the lid at Docklands. 5 straight 30 the Roos. Essendon 4-2-26. 18 minutes played, second term. Adam Ramanauskas, Daniel Harford.
You talk about stoppage setups there.
Yes. Just about the
same.
Just a great set forward. No body on from the opposition for John Simpkin who ran through it. It was Sardis who's had a few little moments in the game where he'll learn a lot from this day already. It was just allowed Simpkin to get forward of the contest there, tap forward, set play on the way through.
Got to go all the way with your direct opponent when you're inside your defensive 50, and Sardis simply didn't do it. He stopped and ball watched, and Bryan hit the ball exactly where he wanted to, but there was just simply no Essendon player there.
Kangaroos back in front. It's been goal for goal since late in the opening term. Thomas gets the clearance for the Roos. Inside 50, Wardlaw couldn't take the mark, but what a tackle!
That should be holding the ball.
As Heppel tried to ride the tackle, but
he took Wardlaw on. And Wardlaw absolutely nailed the tackle. That's holding the ball.
Right on 50 out to the left for the Kangaroos, who are continuing to fight in this contest. Bryan wins down the tap for the Dons. Hand pass to Cox. Drives a kick up the wing. It's wide of right. Mackay should be able to gather. Hand pass to McDonald. Right lays the tackle. He breaks that. Hand pass back to a stationary Mackay, who gives it back to McDonald. Centre wing. Driving kick towards half forward. Nobody there in the air. And Bryan getting back takes the mark for the Bombers across half back.
He's impressing me, Bryan. It's been very impressive today so far. Reads the ball well in flight behind the ball. Gets his hands on the ball in the contest. Going well.
Kicks up to the wing, looking for Phillips. Phillips unable to mark. Ball spills down at ground level. Cox gets it for Essendon. Left foot kick inside 50. Zeeble there opposed to Menzie. Zeeble goes to ground. Menzie paddles it on. Now arriving, Martin soccers it out. On the last line, Turner there for North. Handball to Mackay. Handball away to Archer. Sidesteps and will kick beyond defensive 50. Out towards Stevenson. So too Cox. Juggles it and marks. Free kick. Unfairly held out Darcy Tucker, and Tucker will get the free kick at left half back for the Kangaroos. They lead by 4.
Yeah, wrapped him around the neck with the left hand. Left arm. That's a free kick.
Darcy Tucker, who was one of those players adding to North Melbourne's list last year through the AFL assistants, kicks it long around the wing, and Sherry is beaten in the air. The mark is taken by Bryan. Haas enjoyed his work. He kicks towards half forward. Phillips can't take the mark. Cunnington stayed front and centre. Hand pass for North to Sheasel. Back inside defensive 50 to Mackay. Changed his mind and in the end shift hand pass around the back to Sheasel. He links up with a short kick to Zeeble. Left half back for the Roos. They lead by 4 points.
Zeeble looks around the city side of the ground. He'll kick up towards the wing. Pick pack forms off hands down out the side. Tucker. Handball forward for the Roos. Sherry away. Handball to Stevenson. He runs away with it. Leading Larkey. Spots him on the chest. 47 metres out. 30-degree angle left-hand side. Looking at his third.
Despite the fact that he's got the ball 47 metres out, I think it's a win for the Bombers. Remember, he's having to play high because Zerk Thatcher's got him covered deep one-on-one. So he's having to play high, which takes away one of the threats for the Kangas for that deeper entry, which means they can't go there often. So it's not a bad coaching and manipulation for this from the Bombers, despite the fact he's having a shot.
Here comes Larkey from right on 50. The kick looks pretty good. It's there for his third. And the Kangaroos have kicked back-to-back majors. And they're out by 10 points. Late in the first half, 6 straight 36. Plays 4-2-26. And alarm bells just gently ringing at the moment for the Dons. Adam Ramanaskas, Daniel Harford.
Yeah, but it's a good ball from Stevenson again. Harf and I both mentioned the amount of times that a high ball's gone into North Melbourne's forward line, and Essendon has simply been able to mop it up. So it's a reset from Larkey. You go, okay, I'm not going to get it deep, so I've got to reset myself as a forward. We see so often forwards just go, I'm going to play in this spot and that's it. If I can't get the ball, well, I'm not going to change my starting position on my direct opponent. But Larkey, on that occasion, comes up to about 40 metres out. It's a nice little sideways lead. He gets Zerk Thatcher with a little bit of speed, and he's a deadly accurate kick. Nick Larkey there, and it just got over the goal line, but that's all you need to do.
Goldstein one down the tap to Thomas, trying to link up with Simpkin. It's pinched by Parrish. Hand pass away to right for the Bombers. Sends it wide out towards half forward. Durham is beaten to it by Luke McDonald. He gathers and kicks end over end. Up the outer wing. Gathered by Davies Uniac. Feeds it to Tucker and he's away. Left half forward. Runs to 55. Long kick towards Sherry. Worked his way to the front. A free kick for a hold going the Bombers' way.
That kills your heart. Yeah. So you work so well to get the ball deep inside forward 50. Sherry just doesn't need to hold on. Just compete. At very worst, just get the ball to ground.
It's a pretty good matchup against Baldwin one-on-one. You don't want to be having to give away a free kick. That was poor.
He started behind and worked his way to the front. Baldwin as a forward and now playing as a defender this afternoon. Works it out to Durham, who does have good hands, and inboard to Andy McGrath.
He gives it off to Baldwin, running through the middle for the Dons. He spots up a teammate in the middle. Aaron Martin, who gets it back, or Perkins. He'll kick long towards Phillips. Phillips can't take the mark. Langford at the fall of the ball. Handball back towards the hot spot. Comes to Martin. Snaps on goal. Hammers it through. His second. And Essendon with the immediate response. Cut it back to 4 points. 6 straight 36 the Roos. Essendon 5-2-32, 24 minutes into the second.
And he's having a big half of football, Nick Martin. He's up to, 10 kicks, 10 handballs, so 20 possessions. He's kicked the 2 goals, had 4 score involvements. So he's been a real player for Essendon in this first half.
More often than not, he's starting a lot of the flows and attacking throws forward, Ramo, but this occasion he was able to be the recipient of a really good ball movement from the back 50 from the Bombers all the way down the middle of the ground with overlap run. Really clever stuff. We talked about that being able to be the mechanism to break this game open for either side. The Bombers have done it better, I think, but they still find themselves behind on the scoreboard, but that was super impressive. That's what Essendon can do in offence.
From the great and glorious Subiaco Football Club in the WAFL, they were telling anyone who would listen that he was AFL standard for a long time.
Goldstein one down the tap. Thomas is retreating back to centre half back, and Shees will have to wear the tackle from Nick Martin, and they'll ball it up right on the 50 from the Essendon goaling, attacking 50-metre arc. Goldstein one down the tap, spills down. Thomas lays a big tackle on Perkins. Quick clearing kick towards Kelly. And Bailey Scott, it's punched down, charging after it, a chance for Goda. Got it to Zeeble under enormous pressure. Back towards Goda on the bounce.
Okay.
Good hand pass. Found Davies Uniacke, he chips it out, and Sheasel has it at right half back.
Super from Goda.
Zeeble to ride that tackle.
Sheasel comes infield to McDonald, who gives it to Scott. The Roos want to try the city side of the ground. Here's Mackay running off halfback. His kick chopped off, and now the Dons through Hind, though he loses it. Thomas back on it for the Roos. At half forward, chips it short. Good kick, and Turner can mark. He wheels and goes to Davies Uniacke, straight through his hands. Comes to Paul Curtis, swivels and snaps and misses. North Melbourne's lead, 5 points. 26 minutes played in the second term.
Oh, not the best. Word from the Bombers is Kelly. Work done by Laverty, and a chance still for the Roos as Sherry comes over the top. And the ball locked 50 metres out from North Melbourne's goal.
If you have any level of poise and composure in this game, you're going to make a big difference because there's a lot of errors at this stage from both teams.
North got out by 2 goals at the start of the match, and it's never got wider than that. The Simpkin keeps it alive against the boundary. Hand pass to Curtis. Inboard he comes to Ford. He has to brush off the tackle from McGrath to Sherry. Gets the hand pass away. Taylor works it back to Scott. He kicks end over end inside 50. Flying, no mark claimed as Turner tried to take the piece of it and Hind. And Curtis wrestling for it once it came off those hands. 15 metres out from North Melbourne's goal.
Yeah, he was. I'm watching. I'll come back to it.
Chance here for the Rouge. Sherry trying to take it out of the ruck. It spits out for the Dons. Sardis away to McGrath, who will kick beyond defensive 50. Go to can't mark. And just happy to soccer it on Guelphy. Coming through Langford. Leaves it behind. Phillips soccers it on. Into the middle of Docklands. Now the foot race is on. Tucker gets there first. Can't gather though. Zeeble can. He's tackled quickly. Umpire circles and wants to ball it up. Rouge by 5.
I'm just watching Elijah Sardis and Simpkin. Sardis is exhausted at the moment. Simpkin is just running him as hard as he possibly can, and he's handed him over to Jake Kelly now, just for a bit of a break.
Adam Ramanauskas with you on ABC Sport. Goldstein down to Davies Uniacke.
But these are the lessons you remember as a young footballer. It's like, oh, that's how fit you got to be to play AFL football.
The difference between watching it on TV and the reality of being out there. Parrish with a quick kick inside 50, a bouncing ball. Archer leads Langford to the 40. Langford with a clever little shove, gathers it away from Archer. Hand pass to Guelphy, he's tackled by Scott. The kick inside 50 to no one in particular. And Davies Uniacke takes the mark. The reinforcements came charging back for North as Davies Uniacke looks out to Simpkin. He's still in some discomfort with that left arm, but continuing on.
Simpkin telling them where he wants them. Looking down this dockside wing. He kicks around it now. Sherry shoves a couple out of the way. Drops the mark. Scott coming through. Unable to gather it. Paul Curtis can.
They can score
releases
here.
Curtis Taylor with the handball. Away to Scott. Short ball looking for Larkey. Can't complete the mark. He and Zerk Thatcher go to ground. Scott follows up. Zerk Thatcher does enough. Knocks it out to Heppel. Short kick. Essendon with it. They'll come down the dockside wing.
It's gathered by Nick Martin, who tries to find a way around Sherry. He doubles back, kicks around the boundary line to Guelphy. And half-time is upon us. North Melbourne leading by 5 points. There hasn't been a lot between the two sides, and there was nothing between them in that second quarter. 3 goals, 1 apiece. And the Roos leading by 5 points as they did at quarter time. 6-1-37 to the Bombers, 5-2-32 the margin. Never got beyond 12 points in that opening half. 3 goals to Nick Larkey for the Kangaroos, individuals to Stevenson, Cunnington and Simpkin. Meanwhile for the Bombers, 2 goals to Langford, 2 goals to Martin. And Jai Manzi, the other goal scorer. Good to hear from you on the SMS, 0437 774 774. Ken in Port Augusta is hearing you half and Rammer loud and clear, turning down the TV to tune into the ABC. Thanks very much for that. Traralgon Tiger also enjoying your work, half.
Yes. Welcome to Traralgon Tiger.
And Fran in Melbourne as well, a regular listener. Great to hear from you. 0437 774 774. If you've got a thought or two on the game, well, let us know where you're tuning in on this Saturday afternoon. Kangaroos hold a 5-point advantage in Ben Cunnington's final game. Half and Rammer with their assessments.
Well, it's been a largely entertaining affair, Rammer, because it's so even, but it's a fair way from being a high-class affair at this stage. Both teams making lots of mistakes, and even that last passage of play for the Kangas highlights some of the growth that they've still got in their game. Running inside forward, third of the ground, they're 70 metres out, no one in front of them. Nick Larkey leads up towards the ball carrier rather than clearing space so the ball carrier can just run all the way through 50 and then make a decision on the back of that. It would have been a much more effective entry inside the Kangas forward 50. But it's a terrific contest. There's been some real standout players. You've talked about Martin from the Bombers' perspective, who's had a huge influence. And he's largely one of those players who has great poise and a calm mind when he's out there. Sheasel's the other one for the Kangaroos that really has his age belies, or his play belies his age and his experience at this contest and this level. Just poised and composed all the time and starting to create some really good opportunities from the half-back flank for the Kangaroos, even pushing a bit more forward of that. It's an arm wrestle at the moment. In the end, I think the team that makes the most mistakes is going to lose this game. Not necessarily is a team going to win it. It might be one of those games where a team loses it through turnovers, bad turnovers and mistakes. But I've been impressed with the Kangaroos' ability to compete with Essendon's dash through the middle of the ground. I love the way they've got some flow into their game. Essendon set the standard for that, I think, early in that second term with their running and handball game, overlap from half-back and through the middle of the ground. But the Kangas were measured up until that point and then started to play with a bit more attacking flair, which has enabled them to get a few goals in a row and go in with that slender half-time lead that we've got. Even though it was no points, even Stevens for that second term, I think if you're Alistair Clarkson, you're wrapped with what they've put up in this first half. If you're Brad Scott, I reckon, you'd be slightly concerned that you're able to allow the Kangaroos to move the ball with such efficiency from back to forward.
Yeah, and I think when games are in free flow, which probably a lot of that first half was, you need to be able to apply pressure. So North Melbourne in that quarter laid 21 tackles to Essendon's 9. So that's where Essendon love that running game. But if the opposition is applying pressure, Essendon will make mistakes. And that's what they did, because there was a little hand in there, or there was a lunging tackle late. And that just allows North Melbourne defenders to reset or get numbers back, take the ball out of their danger zone and get it up towards their other end. Essendon's defenders are probably on top of North Melbourne's forwards, albeit Larkey's kicked the 3 goals in that first half. He had to work extremely hard to kick those goals. Zirk Thatcher's done a really good job on him. Redmond's doing a good job. Laverty's doing a good job. Baldwin's doing a good job. Up the other end of the ground, Ben Mackay's doing a really good job on Peter Wright. They had to put Peter Wright in the ruck late in that quarter to try and get him into the game. So it sort of looks like in Essendon's forward line, it's Kyle Langford or nothing. So they've had to sort of manufacture goals. Nick Martin gets 2 in that half. The first one's a chip kick from Darcy Parish back in central, and the second one, it's like a scrappy ball that's on the goal line, and he just happened to be there and was able to clean it up in the end. So it's probably the question I think Alistair Clarkson and his coaching staff will be asking themselves: do we try now turn this game into a bit of a scrap? Go back into clearance game. They're winning the clearance 19-16 in that first half, North Melbourne. But I think it's how long can they sustain the pressure against Essendon's run in this second half. If they stop pressuring Essendon, they'll break this game open, the Bombers. I think North Melbourne look the best when there's pressure on the ball, when there's scrap. They seem to be winning that ball a little bit more when it's in tight, it's in the contest. Taking the ball away, getting the ball into Sheasel's hands. How Half mentioned, he looks like the most classiest player on the ground, Sheasel, and it's only his first game of football. So, look, fascinating little arm wrestle going on at the moment. Which team breaks first? Which team changed their style first? I think the first 10 minutes of the third quarter will tell us that.
I think the Bombers have to shut it down. They're the ones that have to shut it down if they're going to win the game. If they allow this,
I don't think they can beat North Melbourne though if they shut it down.
Well, but
so North Melbourne have led at half-time in 3 of their last 4 matches, but they've won none of them. So the challenge of being able to continue in that style, and it hasn't been more than 2 goals throughout the match for a duration, has been a real challenge for them. So,
but it's the easiest I've seen them move the ball from defensive 50 to forward 50 all in the last couple of months, I reckon. And Essendon give you those looks. This is why I reckon Essendon have to shut it down, Rammer, because if they continue to play this style, North will get a chance to win the game just on pure style. And I don't think if you're Brad Scott, you can afford that to happen, particularly with their situation where you've got to win all 3 games to make the finals.
And this is the problem. So Nick Martin, 2 tackles. Nick Hine, 1 tackle. Darcy Parish, 1 tackle. Sam Durham, 1 tackle.
So
Ben Hobbs, 2 tackles.
The Kangaroos had 20 tackles to 9 that quarter.
21. 21 to 9.
It's been reviewed.
Oh, sorry.
20.
I apologise. You compare that with a side like Carlton, who have discovered all of a sudden their small forwards have to be tackle and pressure players.
Well, it's funny watching the last couple of weeks of footy, and against teams playing against Collingwood, because they've always been the benchmark, well, certainly for this season, and you look at the way Carlton beat Collingwood, it was with pressure, and as you look at the way Hawthorn beat Collingwood, it was with pressure and then turnover efficiency on the way back. And the Kangas are producing that today. They're putting the pressure on, and then it's just a matter of trying to get them on the way back and move the ball flow with efficiency from turnover to forward 50 and try and get some execution. Every team is vulnerable under pressure. Correct. I don't think Essendon put enough teams under enough physical and mental pressure in the game of football. And that's why they find themselves sort of middle of the road at the moment. They can move the ball, no dramas. And they're very, very good at that. And I love watching that when it's in flow. But they don't put enough teams under enough physical and mental pressure often enough to make the games a challenge for the opposition. That's the biggest issue for me watching Essendon this year. And if I'm Brad Scott today, the same rules apply. And I'm into my blokes at halftime because we cannot allow this to continue because this is a game the Kangaroos will win if that's the case.
And Harry Sheasel's been impressive across half-back, just finding those options through the middle of the ground. The thoughts of Daniel Harford and Adam Ramanauskas with you on ABC Sport. Meanwhile, at the SCG, it's just about half-time there, and it's an 8-point lead the way of the Gold Coast Suns, unless Tom Papley puts it through, and that's not Tom Papley. So a goal for the Sydney Swans.
It's definitely not Tom Papley.
That's not Tom Papley. As I just looked up, as Logan McDonald, who's had the clip, and his hair is a little bit shorter, puts it through. So it's a 2-point ball game at half-time. Sydney 9-2-56 to the Gold Coast Suns 9-4-58. And later on this afternoon, in the twilight, it's Brisbane and Adelaide from the Gabba, and tonight Carlton and Melbourne, and the derby between the West Coast Eagles and Fremantle. We'll pause for the moment to get the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. The death toll from wildfires that swept through a tourist town on the Hawaiian island of Maui has risen to 67. The fire that all but destroyed the town of Lahaina is yet to be contained. Search crews with cadaver dogs have spent the day combing through the rubble of the historic town. Shane Dudois is the Deputy Director of Parks and Recreation for Maui County and says the scale of the disaster is unprecedented.
It's something that we've never seen before. This is going to go down in history as one of the worst disasters ever in Hawaii. I mean, we've lost so much, and getting through this is going to be rough, and we're going to do our best to help our community and get through this.
The Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, has praised the New South Wales Liberal leader for backing the Indigenous voice to Parliament. In a statement, Mark Speakman says the potential rewards outweigh the risks and that he personally supports a voice in the Australian Constitution. His position is in contrast to federal Liberal leader Peter Dutton, who opposes the voice. Mr Albanese says he's pleased Mark Speakman is backing the referendum.
I congratulate Mark Speakman, the leader of the coalition in New South Wales, the opposition leader, for his very clear statements that he will be voting yes and supporting yes in the referendum campaign.
A number of Indigenous organisations will receive $44 million in federal funding to bolster support for families engaged in the child protection system. It's aimed at strengthening early support services for families at risk of entering out-of-home care. 15 different organisations will share in the 4 years of funding. Indigenous children are currently 12 times more likely to be placed in out-of-home care or connected with the child protection system. Federal agents in Brazil have raided the homes of 4 people connected with former President Jair Bolsonaro as they investigate embezzlement and money laundering allegations. The BBC's Leonardo Rocha has more.
He's accused of taking official gifts given by different governments in the time that he was president, he was in office, and through friends and through people close to him trying to sell or selling some of these gifts. We're talking about sculptures, gold, Rolex watches, diamonds, stuff like that. So what the police were doing, they were going after 3 military officials and Mr. Bolsonaro's, one of his lawyers, and basically searched their homes to see if there was any evidence that could show that he was guilty of that.
Climbers of the world's second highest mountain have denied walking past a dying porter without offering assistance. Mohammed Hassan fell off a narrow ledge on K2 in Pakistan and died a few hours later. Video on social media shows a group which included prominent Norwegian mountaineer Kristin Harila walking past Mr. Hassan without helping. Ms. Harila claims her team did try to help Mr. Hassan, but saving his life was not possible. Italian officials have confirmed they've held talks with Elon Musk about hosting a cage fight between the Tesla founder and Meta boss Mark Zuckerberg. The 2 billionaires have been goading each other into a fight on social media. Mr. Musk says it will take place at an epic location in Italy. This Irish tourist visiting the Colosseum in Rome says it would be a fitting location.
These 2 guys, they've got money. The men that fought in this Colosseum had no money. They fought for their freedom. That's what they fought for. I think these 2 men should fight in here and they should give all their money to charity. That's what I think they should do.
Fans are gearing up for the Matildas Women's World Cup quarter-final against France. Amanda Shalala has more.
The interest in this game is huge. Live sites across the country are expected to be packed, while several AFL venues will show the match on big screens before and after games. That's to go with the nearly 50,000 fans expected at Lang Park. Magella Card from the Matildas Active Support Group says it's been an incredible experience.
The fever pitch that you can just feel around every city. I've been in Sydney and Melbourne and Adelaide. Everyone's getting behind the World Cup. Everyone's getting behind the Matildas.
Tonight's other quarter-final sees reigning European champion England face the last team standing from the Americas, Colombia, in Sydney, Wongal.
And Minjee Lee is the leading Australian golfer after the second round of the Women's British Open at Walton Heath in Surrey. She's tied for 9th at 3 under par. Grace Kim has a share of 28th. American Ali Ewing has a 5-stroke lead. You're up to date with ABC News.
You'll always find top drama on ABC iView.
Tell me what you got.
Always intriguing with The Messenger and Smother.
I don't know who to trust anymore.
People think I'm a psycho. Always dramatic with Vandervalk and In Our Blood.
She really doesn't like you.
The world needs beautiful things right now.
And always different with In Limbo, Bay of Fires, and so much more.
I'm back for an encore.
A surprise holiday.
You'll always find the best drama.
Happy.
Streaming for free on ABC iView.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Jerry one down the tap, but it's straight to Merritt, hand pass to Martin inside 50. And Langford on the lead, marks directly in front. Oh, Langford has one already this afternoon. Looking to wrestle back the lead for the Bombers, directly in front. 40 metres out from goal, he's got underneath it, but he steered it through.
Ryan slapping it down straight to Simpkin, bursting out, finishing on the left. North take back the lead. Zeeble looks around the city side of the ground. He'll kick up towards the wing. Hit-pack forms, off hands down, out the side, Tucker. Handball forward for the Rouge, Sherry away. Handball to Stevenson. He runs away with it, leading Larkey, spots him on the chest. Here comes Larkey from right on 50. The kick looks pretty good. It's there for his third. Perkins, he'll kick long towards Phillips. Phillips can't take the mark. Langford at the fall of the ball. Handball back towards the hot spot. Comes to Martin, snaps on goal, hammers it through. His second.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Half-time at Docklands in Melbourne. North Melbourne leading by 5 points over the Bombers. 6-1-37 to the Dons, 5-2-32. The final match for Ben Cunnington, one of their spiritual leaders for the Kangas, who kicked a goal in the opening quarter. And the Bombers really needing to win every game from here onwards to feature in September. Their 10 wins and 10 losses, but trailing at half-time. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Lauren Borden down the boundary. Adam Ramanauskas and Daniel Harford, who's just throwing papers everywhere, are your experts on ABC Sport. Don't worry about half. There's junk everywhere. At the SCG, the Suns leading by 2 points over the Sydney Swans. Having a Tilly's party tonight, Ben?
I am. I'm going out. I'm going to watch it and then rush home and settle in to watch Melbourne and Carlton. Can't wait.
Absolutely. So for those wanting to follow the quarterfinal against France, you can do so via the ABC Listen app. Has been the easiest way throughout the campaign in the World Cup. Coverage is on ABC News Radio in all states, metro and regional. So that's the other way you can try and do so if you're looking to have it synced up with the call, and via the ABC Sport on all the capital city channels as well. So ABC Melbourne, for example, or ABC Adelaide will be the other way if you want to put it on your digital radio.
I'd like the record to show that I never lost faith in our man Tony Gustafsson when others did. He joined us on Summer Grandstand. I had a great chat with him, and I was a believer throughout. Now we're riding it deep into the quarterfinals. Trivia question for you. Gold sticker to whoever can answer it. Adam Ramanauskas, Daniel Harford, Matt Clinch. Who was the last Australian woman to score a goal in a World Cup quarter-final for the Matildas? No.
Elise Perry.
Elise Perry.
Yes.
Yep. Back in 2011.
Yeah. Saw that in the paper during the week.
I didn't say it was an original half.
It's the only reason I knew. I'm not saying I knew anything about it. I just saw that in the paper during the week.
Crazy, isn't it, to think of the career she's had since then in cricket. And
she was only 16, wasn't she? At that time? Yeah. Just a girl.
And it feels like there will be a moment in time where we think, hang on, what? She represented Australia in 2 different sports? That's never going to happen again. No. So, and that'll be a good thing, given the development of women's sport.
Yeah, I like what was the viewership of their last game? Well, I think it was about 3.5 million.
3.4.
I reckon we're going past 4 today.
Yeah. Imagine how big it could get if they, dare I say it, really make a run and go deep.
It's absolutely, they're playing with my soccer knowledge, a very nice style.
Thanks, Johnny Warren.
A very nice style, Daniel.
Andy Pascalides, good on you.
You would have at least gone with Les Murray.
I'm more a Robbie Slater man.
So what's our confidence levels? Are we thinking Sam Kerr starts?
Well,
comes off the bench?
I reckon she comes off the bench.
Tony Gustafsson sort of gave the indication if she's fit, she plays. She's such a good player.
Get the score on the board. Get the score on the board, and hopefully you can sub her 60 minutes, 70 minutes in.
Did you see France play?
They're good.
France are pretty
They're
good.
good.
France are good. It's going to be on like Donkey Kong tonight.
Yeah.
Can't wait.
Yeah. It does take you back to sort of Sydney Olympics vibes around that, the nation being behind the national team and just how big it is for the Matildas. So coverage this afternoon with Ned Hall and the team.
Well, taking place up there in Queensland, they've renamed the Courier Mail the Courier Mail today. So that's how big it is.
We mentioned the Women's World Cup, which is on the ABC Listen app. So is the AFL and the NRL in the early match between South Sydney and St George. No score yet through 7 minutes. In the twilight, it's the West Tigers and the Warriors, and the Sydney Roosters and the Dolphins tonight. After yesterday, the Broncos with another big win over Parramatta, and Cronulla defeated the Gold Coast Titans. So don't forget, it's all there on the ABC Listen app. And if you're looking for any of the podcasts, the lead today featuring Rama and Cameron Ling, chatting with North Melbourne CEO Jen Watt. And great to hear from Daniel McStay, the Collingwood forward. Said he texted Darcy Moore and said he wasn't feeling too bad, hoping it's on the lower minor scale of things. But we're all saying we don't think we'll see him for the home and away scale.
It's on the minor scale of I'm not playing till week 1 of the finals.
Correct. Yeah. But, well, they'd be silly to do anything different to that.
Yeah. Don't even risk him, even if he says he's right. Sometimes you've got to protect players from their cell. They're competitive beasts. They want to play week in, week out. But, Darcy, I want you to play 3 weeks of good finals football. We win week 1, we go straight to a prelim, and then into a grand final.
Now, Brownie and Leanne are listening in Darwin, waiting on the side of a road for a bushfire to pass. Enjoyed the Cats' effort last night against Collingwood. in a high-intensity game.
Now, there's people listening all over the world for different reasons. Waiting for a bushfighter pass is not one I've come across too many times.
No.
Good luck to you, Brandon and Leanne. Hope it goes well. My daughter's up in Darwin at the moment.
Okay. Hopefully she's staying safe as well. From there. And a public service announcement that comes through. When I tune into Radio Melbourne on my phone and 774 on my radio, why do I get different programs? So we're on the ABC Sport platform, on the digital radio and the ABC Listen app, and then we're on the analogue, as you traditionally get, ABC Melbourne, ABC Perth, and so many of the various networks around the country. Players are out. We're ready to go for the second half. North Melbourne by 5 points. Here's Ben Cameron.
Goldstein winning the tap down, fighting after it. Wardlaw had his hair trimmed a couple of weeks ago and holding it in here will get a ball up. I did have my partner moved over and she said, what are these beeps that I keep getting on 774? Had to slowly learn that was coming up to the news even while the footy was rolling. Here's Parrish for Essendon, spinning, kicking inside 50, looking for a marker, going back, dropping the mark. Archer spills out. Guelphy gets it on the boot, snaps towards goal. Langford can't mark. Core spoils it away, floating on and snapping on goal. A beautiful finish from Menzies. Great roving and a slick finish. And Essendon with the quick start after half time. They take the lead immediately. 6-2-38, play 6-1-37. Less than 40 seconds played into this third term.
Wow, that was terrific there. So it was initially Darcy Parish who was able to just weave his way through traffic. North Melbourne needed to come at him, come at the hips, stop him in his tracks, but he was able to get the ball inside forward 50, and then it was just a contest. It was a real contest. Essendon pushed the ball forward, and Menzies kept pushing down. He kept pushing to the next contest. That's what good small forwards do. Go from one. If they don't get it there, go to the next. And just a classy finish right up against the point post, and they're able just to screw that around for a goal.
Take him to the second highest leading goal kicker for the Bombers all year, Menzies.
22 goals for the season as Davies Uniacke gets the clearance for the Kangas, drives it inside 50. Redmond back with a flight, couldn't take the mark. It clears Sherry, trying to slide in as Curtis. Can't gather it for the Roos. Hind is onto it, gets the hand pass away to Redmond, releases into space and chips the ball to Hobbs, who marks still inside the defensive 50.
Gives it back to Redmond, who will kick out towards Cox. A good kick. Put it exactly to where Bailey Scott couldn't get to, and only Cox could. So with it on the wing, Essendon making all of the running after half-time. Only played 2 minutes, but right on top. Kick towards Phillips, 2 hands to it, doesn't take the mark. Zeeble at the fall of it for the Roos. Handball to Sheasel, who wants to take the pressure and take it out. And a throw in between wing and right half forward. Essendon by a point, kick the opening goal of this second half after the Roos led by 5 at the main break.
Toss back in. Good to see our man Ian Burrows on the job this afternoon, part of the ABC crew. As it's spilled down by Phillips to Hobbs, and he's locked up by Wardlaw. Wouldn't have been any controversy last night if he was on the job. Thrown up. Phillips and Goldstein tangle once more. Phillips in the last few games of his career. It's out towards Merritt. He can't keep it alive. And Hobbs sees it over the boundary line. And Ian's on call once more.
Does he work for us or just one of our guys, a favourite of ours?
I'm going to take you over and introduce you to him. Actually, I'm not there on Monday. On Friday. He's in the Asia Pacific department.
It's pure rudeness from Ben Cameron. Doesn't introduce himself to people. Save for the Christmas party, Benny.
Here goes Turner. Long kick inside 50 for the Roos. Looking for Paul Curtis. Can't mark. Laverty knocks it out towards Baldwin. He gets it out, and then Paul Curtis is back onto it. He'll kick towards the wing. Thomas able to pick it up. Shoveling out a handball. Oh, big bump.
Head clash.
Strong head clash coming one way. There for the Roos was Archer. Runs in the family, and Guelphy the other way. Scott with it again for North. Kicks inside 50. And Hind can mark defensively for Essendon.
How would you say Archer looks, Rammer? Is he getting him off?
Tough.
Get him straight off.
Yeah, he looks dazed.
There's the clearing kick up towards
how does
the
he
wing.
look now?
Yeah.
Sorry.
As to whether he should stay out there. He's on half forward as Thomas takes the mark. He's 50 out. He gets inside 50. It's offline to the left. Redmond collides with a teammate. He's coming the other direction was Baldwin, and Sherry is worse for wear.
He's wobbly. Yeah, he's wobbly.
Young Jackson Archer with the doctor coming out. A bit of encouragement. Come to the bench, please.
Yeah, I love that from the doctor. Straight out there. Come off Jackson, and there's no complaint, no argument from Jackson Archer. Doing the right thing, going to go off, and they'll check him. Hopefully he's okay.
Baldwin with the kick to the wing for Essendon. Bringing it down with the palm there is Phillips. Now the numbers arrive for the Dons. It spits out Sheasel involved for the Kangaroos. Sweeping handball from Goldstein to Thomas in the tackle. Handball to Zeeble, misses the target. And now Essendon get it back across halfback. Cox receives the handball from McGrath. Runs straight into a brick wall. And the umpire says, no prior, let me ball it up.
It's Kane Turner. Just crunching tackle. Kane Turner, not a big man. Nick Cox, 200 centimetres.
Adam Ramanauskas on ABC Sport. Goldstein takes it out of the ruck. Hand pass to Davies Uniacke. High kick inside 50. Lucky! With two Bombers charging back, is able to rise up and take the mark. Had Sirk, Thatcher and Laverty both covered.
So this is for goal number 55 for the year.
Goal number 4 today.
Goal number 4 for today. If he brings this into his game with this contested marking, his career could go anywhere.
Probably would love a little help in the forward 50, but Nick Larkey is the main man for his 4th. He pokes at it
he did.
And misses to the left-hand side.
That's how he kicks him, though. He's not a one that, puts it 10 rows back. He just kicks it over the umpire's hat.
That's enough to give the Roos the lead by a point.
Redmond with the kick in. Long out to Durham, who takes it and feeds the handball to Hobbs. Essendon down the city wing. Kick forward of the wing to Menzie. He'll run away with it. Take a bounce. Kick into the pocket for Langford. Getting back, Core.
Great coverage defensively from Mackay and Core there to shut that out. They were all at sea defensively positioned, but were able to find a way back. Good stuff.
Takes the defensive mark for the Roos and stabs it short to Thomas. North by a point.
It's a hand pass to Jack Zeeble, who under pressure late drives a long kick up the wing in the direction of Stevenson. Can't take the mark. Spills down the way of Hobbs for the Bombers. Hand pass to Durham. Sardis wanted it inboard. Durham burns him, swings onto the left. Awkward kick inside 50. Guelphy was he taken high by Sheasel. No whistle. Merritt shovels out a hand pass. Gets it back to Durham. Hand pass to Langford. Sardis with a little chip kick into the pocket. No mark claim. And Taylor tries to knock it away, but it's straight to Langford of the Bombers. Got it to Merritt. Trying to link up with Nick Martin through the arms back. Tackled by McDonald. No whistle. And now it comes as Merritt kicked his centering ball. And it will be an Essendon free kick in the left forward pocket. Martin was able to convince the umpire he was held when he didn't have the footy. Kicked a goal in the first and in the second quarter. And at one stage was producing sort of all Australian numbers on the wing, but over the last few weeks those numbers have dropped away. No doubt the toll of a long season for the 22-year-old, but a chance to try and put the Bombers back in front here, deep in the left forward pocket, about 5 metres in from the boundary. He'll kick from about 45 metres out. Martin comes in, fires on goal. It's a good kick. It's a great finish. Nick Martin with his 3rd. And the Bombers are the first 2 goals of the 3rd term, which is now 8 minutes old. 7-2-44 to the Kangas, 6-3-39. 8 minutes gone, 3rd term. Essendon lead by 5 points.
It's just that work rate. So there's pressure everywhere from North Melbourne. I think it was Curtis Taylor who gave away that free kick, just holding on a touch too long. But then the kick from Nick Martin, just beautiful to pierce those goals. So when an opposition team is pressuring, as North Melbourne are in this game, you've got to stay in the contest. You can't just go, okay, I'm going to concede here. I'm going to, the pressure's too much for me. Sorry, it was Luke McDonald that the free kick was against. But you've got to stay in the contest. That's what Nick Martin was able to do there. Stayed in the contest, won the free kick.
Essendon with the last 3 goals of the game, the first 2 to start the second half. Sherry with the clearance high on the defensive mark for Essendon. Kicks laterally out to the city side and mark taken by Parrish. Still a decision to make on his future. Wonder where he'll be next year. He'll kick around the city wing, forward of the logo. Big pack forms. Brian spoils. Essendon come away with it. Right. Handball over the top to Guelphy. Handball back inside to Perkins. A little fumble. Ricochets away to Kelly. He'll wheel and kick laterally. Martin nearly closed down by McDonald. Spills out to Cunnington for North.
Sends it out to Scott, who marks it right half back. There's a North player down at centre half back as Scott runs the centre wing. Sends it up towards forward in front. Baldwin takes the mark. Peeled off beautifully. His confidence is growing across half back. The late inclusion this afternoon. With Snelling now a sub. Alongside Lazaro for North Melbourne. Kicks inboard. He's able to spot up Archie Perkins across half-back. Kicks laterally to right half-back and Redmond marks. The Red Dog, as he's known, sends it out to the wing where Kelly takes the mark in front of the two benches. Essendon leading by 5 points.
Kicks forward of the logo to Brian. I have enjoyed his work half. He's a member of the Brethren. 2 first names. He chips it short to Laverty. Right half forward. He'll pull it back towards full forward, looking for a marker. Right brings it down. The Roos are there through Taylor, away to Cunnington. And then a clearing kick, a long kick to grass from Davies Uniacke.
Foot races on. Simpkin should get there first, and he does in front of Brian. Gathers, chips it further afield, forward, in the left forward pocket. Plays on, opens up the angle and hits the fat part of the footy all the way across. It's still in play. Hind underneath, and he does take the mark. Stevenson just had to spoil. It's a good mark for the Bombers, which releases Heppel. A couple of bounces. Kicks up towards Perkins, who marks it left half back.
Another great look, forward 50 for the Kangas. They just can't finish.
Yeah, but Stevens, he's got to be a lot better there, half.
The whole passage needs to be better.
It's a high ball. Yep, okay. Forward kick the fat part of the football, but Steve just got to make a contest there.
Trying to make a contest here. Redmond on the kick, though. Shanks it towards half forward. Bouncing ball. Lots of players fighting after it. Getting involved. Hobbs picks it up. Kick smothered. Ricochets off the hands of Sherry inside 50 for Essendon. Sheasel tackled by Wright. Dragged down, ragdolled. And a ball up. 49 out from the attacking goal here for Essendon. 11 minutes played in the third. Trying to knock it down, Brian. Sticking a boot in Guelphy. Thomas coming through, picks it up. Handball to Turner. Handball to Sheasel. Handball to Scott. Roos with it. Essendon pressing. Scott able to sidestep and kick to the wing.
Long kick towards Goldstein. He's nudged underneath it by Laverty. It clears to the back. Forwards onto it. Hand pass to Stevenson. To Goldstein. Has Davies Uniacke running central corridor. Gives him the hand pass to Larkey. One-on-one. Over the back as he wrestles Sir Thatcher. Can he get a boot to it? It might bounce through. It doesn't matter. Davies Uniacke from long range. Not how it was meant to finish, but the North Melbourne fans will take it. And Nick Larkey was able to wrestle for long enough, and it was online to bounce through for a goal. North Melbourne back in front by a point. 7-3-45 to the Bombers, 7-2-44. It's taken us a while to get there. Sorry, Lauren Borden on the boundary.
Thanks, Clinchy. Well, Jackson Archer has been just down in the rooms for a couple of minutes now. Pretty efficient from the North Melbourne medical staff to pull him off, then look at the vision and bring him down straight away for a concussion test. And North have also said it's corked bicep for Jai Simpkin, so that's his issue at the moment that he's got the strapping on for.
Well, that's no good for the Kangas if they've got Archer down there and he's in under the pump, but that goal was magnificent. That's just what they need. And again, Ford's been good. He's had a couple of good moments, a couple of ordinary ones too, but he's in the game at the moment. That's a good sign for one of the sort of your hybrid half forwards there for the Kangaroos. But they're still, Ramo, getting too many good looks forward of centre at the moment, the Kangas. It's all duck and no dinner for the Bombers. If they get caught on the rebound, it opens the door for the Kangas every time.
Good to have Ed Langdon with us in the box in expert commentary. His famous quote about Collingwood last year, wasn't it? All duck, no dinner.
Yeah.
Daniel Harford really with us. Here's Kelly for Essendon, chipping it short for Langford. Can't mark. Bursting through Perkins. Durham coming through. Whistle on the play. Free kick. It'll go back and free kick will go to Bailey Scott.
Yep, it was there against Archie Perkins.
North by a point. He goes short to Sheasel, the bare 15.
He's paid the mark and chips it back to Ben Mackay, who takes the mark. He wants to roll the dice through the middle. It's over the head of Wardlaw. It's still a chance, though. Turner clean. Hand pass to Cunnington. Fends off Durham. Made it work. Hand pass to Scott. Chips it up to Curtis, who marks just short of centre-half forward. Swings onto his left. Lace out to Larkey, who leads out and marks on his chest. North Melbourne's confidence is growing for the longer they're in this match.
The value of Cunnington in that contested situation at the half-back, but there's been an adjustment from a forward set-up, Ramo. Larkey's now that deep target. They've sent him back there to be that anchor deep for that fast transition movement. He can come back towards the ball and it's paying dividends.
He poked at the last one. 3 goals won so far this afternoon. Larkey pretty much directly in front from 45 metres out. He has his 4th. Leading the North Melbourne charge. The Kangas out by 7 points. We've had 8 lead changes throughout the match, and the leaders never got beyond 12 points. And the Kangaroos are starting to believe in Ben Cunnington's final match. 8-3-51 to the Bombers, 7-2-44. 14 minutes gone, third term on ABC Sport. At the SCG, it's the Swans leading by 4 points, 11-2-68 to the Suns, 10-4-64.
And it was also Kane Turner.
Yeah.
So he just attacked that ball. Ben Mackay kicked straight up the middle of the ground in between two Essendon players. But with Lucky being the deepest forward, he's pushed all the other forwards up the ground. So now it's a pure one-on-one matchup with Zirk Thatcher, and he's just getting Zirk Thatcher on the lead.
He's kicked the bag late in the season each of the last 2 years, Larky. Here's Sardis out of the middle. Away to Hobbs. Jen next for Essendon. Long kick, Zeeble. Strong contested mark. He was bracketed by a couple of Dons, and how about a mark? He kicks it to Cunnington, and he moves it out to the city side of the ground. Tucker stabs it short. Ford working up the ground for the Roos. Outside the logo on the city wing. And the nickname Elvis, due to some questionable sideburns upon arriving at the club. Kicks to half forward, and mark taken by Heppel at left half back. Roos by 7.
Inboard to Perkins, who's just able to take the mark in front of Wardlaw. Still inside the defensive 50, chips it to Laverty. Plays on and looks for options in the middle of the ground. Decides to go short to McGrath. Still at centre half back. He wants to draw Wardlaw and thought about the hand pass. Now he'll go himself. A couple of bounces through the middle of Docklands. Kicks towards right. He flies and over the top takes the mark. Clearing Ben Mackay with one bound. And now we'll line up for a shot on goal. Slightly right of centre, around 45 metres out. He's been pretty quiet. Peter Wright with just 6 disposals. To my mind, this is his first shot on goal.
Yeah, this is absolutely his first shot on goal. So, look, it was a great run by Andy McGrath there. Good kick, because it was more or less to Peter Wright's advantage, where Mackay had to back into that pack.
The Bombers need one. Peter Wright comes in and he's able to steer it through. Goal for the Bombers. They close the margin back to 1 point North Melbourne's way. And Peter Wright able to strike truly there. Had to wait a long time till he got back into the senior side, not till round 10. But he's now kicked goals in 7 of his last 9 matches. And North Melbourne's lead is a point. 8-3-51 to the Bombers, 8-2-50. Adam Ramanaskas and Daniel Harford with you.
So the interesting one half is Zach Merritt's just come to the bench. He's had the 11 disposals for the game. He's had Curtis Taylor as company for the entirety of this match. So Alistair Clarkson and his coaching team trying to convert Taylor into that run with play that we've seen work so effective over the last couple of weeks with different players. But Zach Merritt, that's way down on Zach Merritt's usual output for the season.
Bounce back in the middle. Phillips going up early, landing hard, winning the tap down to Parrish, who kicks to the leading targets. Right coming up, can't claim it low down. They pile on him. And a ball up, 35 out from the attacking goal for Essendon.
Getting some centre clearance dominance at the moment, the Bombers, which gives them the chance to spend some time inside their forward 50.
Wardlaw trying to take it out of the contest, gets a short kick away. Langford fighting after it, slaps it out. Slick handball from Sardis, out to McGrath, tries to don't argue. Turner won't go away. Handball away to Parrish, he's under immediate pressure. The Roos coming up at Essendon, and eventually tackled out.
It's good by North.
Martin. They're getting up in their grill.
No, they should. North pressure is simply better than Essendon's. Any moment that an Essendon player receives the ball, there's a North player right there prepared to lay a tackle.
Roos by a point. 18.5 into the third.
Bombers with 3-2 in this third quarter. Phillips wins down the tap. Parrish to Perkins. He just toe pokes it inside 50. Durham's hand pass picked off by Wardlaw to Cunnington. A free kick for a hold. It's going to come back to Wardlaw, who was brought down by Sardis.
Simpkins coming off again for the Kangaroos. Really cradling that bicep. He's in a fair bit of pain.
Just in front of Lauren Borden watching on, and Brett Ratton's down there on the bench as well, Loz.
Yeah, Brett Ratton's down there. I saw him smiling a fair bit pre-match and just getting around Ben Cunnington as well. So Brett Ratton now coaching from the bench, Alistair Clarkson up in the box. But he looks like he's enjoying his time a little bit more, Ratton, now handing back the head coaching reins.
Much better job, Loz.
All care, no responsibility. How good.
It's a much better job.
wonder if they get him in the circle if North Melbourne won. Wardlaw from half-back, up to the wing. Sherry can't take the mark, but he does tap it down to Thomas. Fends off Phillips, lost his footing. Hand pass to Scott at left half-back. Drives it up to Stevenson. Baldwin in from the side, they collide. Gets to the back, Laverty's onto it. Hand pass to the Bombers to Redmond. He drives it up to Durham. From one direction was Wardlaw. Scott the other, and he was still able to take the mark. Sammy Durham for the Bombers.
Good play, this kid.
Oh, mid-season draft pickup. Playing for Richmond in the VFL. What a find he's been. He goes into the pocket. Guelphy! Reaching over them. A massive leap from nearly 3 deep. Matty Guelphy drags it down. 45-degree angle, 30 out.
Just on Simpkin, he's clearly sore. But him and Ben Cunnington are very close. Very, very close mates. So he will not want to sit on the bench for the remainder of this game. He'll want to be out there trying to help as much as he can Cunnington get that final win.
Goalless in his last 2 games, Matt Guelphy. Kicked a goal in his 9 before that. And this is gun barrel straight. Essendon back in front. They've kicked the last 2 goals of the game, and momentum certainly wearing red and black at the moment. 9-2-56. Plays 8-3-51. Dons by 5. Adam Ramanauskas, Daniel Harford.
He's one of those players I reckon is one of the barometers for the Bombers, Guelphy, and he hasn't had a big game in the first half. I reckon he's up, he's got the forward pressure. He often hits the scoreboard. You talk about his streak there, Benny, that was able to produce for a fair while. They're 9 games in a row. I reckon he's that guy that does create opportunity for the Bombers inside their forward 50 and forward third just with his pressure. I wouldn't mind betting he's doing a bit of a defensive role on Sheasel. Has been certainly this quarter. Tried to take him away from the contest and limit his influence. He's that guy you can trust in that role, and to see him hit the scoreboard again is a good sign, I reckon, for the Bombers.
Lauren Borden on the boundary.
It looks like Jackson Arch has been given the all clear to come back on the field. So Charlie Lazaro put his puffer jacket back on, and Jackson's on the front seat of the bench at the moment.
Thanks, Loz. Sardis is able to volley it out to the wing for the Bombers. The foot race is on. Kelly got there first, but Turner bringing the pressure. Sees the ball out of play in front of the 2 benches.
Shane Turner's pressure has been immense today. And not a lot of, not big numbers, but the tackle, just the harassing his direct opponents. Been terrific.
Adam Ramanauskas alongside Daniel Harford this afternoon. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron with Lauren Borden with you on ABC Sport. Parrish to Sardis, tackled by Turner. Another example, spills the way of Hobbs. He's tackled by Thomas. Turner with a hand pass to Sheasel, to Wardlaw. He's overwhelmed and turns it over. Merritt works it back to Redmond. Says block for me, and he does eventually. Kelly got away from Stevenson, then in another block as he drives into half forward, unable to take the mark, lunging forward. Guelphy, but he will get a free kick. Martin takes the advantage into the pocket, and the mark is taken just inside the boundary. Peter Wright hard against the boundary in the right forward pocket.
Well, Georgie Wardlaw's had a couple of moments. He turned that ball over on centre wing in front of us, and then I reckon he collided with Curtis Taylor, whacked heads, and he's had to come off.
Peter Wright. Redmond's calling for a centering ball, and Peter Wright is not interested in that in one bit. He's thinking, I'm the main man, let me have the shot here. The Bombers with the last 2 goals of the match. Wright hard against the boundary. Comes in, goes the drop punt, and just hits the right goalpost. Looked online for a moment. Bombers leading by 6 points at the 23-minute mark of the 3rd term. Meanwhile in Sydney, it's the Swans 12-2-74, leading the Gold Coast Suns 10-5-65. 3rd quarter action there as well.
Zeeble with the long kick up towards the wing. Spills down towards North. Curtis Taylor away to Goldstein, who loses it under the Merritt tackle.
He looked up, he had nothing forward. So he had to just pause, and that gave time for the defenders to close the space.
He's not having his best game, Zach Merritt, but defensively he's trying his guts out at the moment.
Just keeps tackling. He'll set it up towards a warmish sort of spot. Right goes up. Mackay spoils. Sherry roves, and he clears out towards the wing. It's not quite the hot spot. Out towards the wing. And now North Melbourne are there through Ford, who loses it in the tackle, holding the ball. A free kick going to Essendon on the wing, city side of the ground. Dons by 6 points.
Does that look like that game you played with the kids? You're getting warmer.
Yeah, getting warmer.
Getting warmer.
Marco Polo.
Yes. Thatcher kicks towards half forward. Phillips can't take the mark, and he loses his footing. He tries to tap it boundary side, and Cox has taken it out of play.
I think so for my coaching going forward. Just kick it to that warmish sort of spot. Don't worry about the hot one, just the warmish one.
For those listeners fortunate enough to have a pull and across what we're throwing out here. As Tim is in Applecross, I'm loving it, BC. The Brethren, a self-proclaimed position of importance for those with first names.
2 first names, got a secret handshake.
Hey. Craig in Canberra has a trivia question I'll pose to you in a moment as the ball trickles back out of play. In the years when both the Scott brothers were playing coaching, when was the last time neither appeared in the finals? Enjoying the coverage.
Oh boy, yeah. That would probably go back to Brad's Hawthorn days, I reckon, back with me. Didn't make the finals very often.
So Chris Scott has only missed the finals once as coach of the Cats. That was in 2015. North Melbourne made the finals that year under Brad Scott, who's coaching his 400th game this afternoon. So we're going back a fair way.
Yeah, we're going way back. Yeah, Hawthorn weren't very good when half played for it, man.
No need for that.
It's funny how some of those retro jumpers now are in fashion. Half as
Exactly
Parrish kicks out towards the wing. Durham lost his footing. He got a shove. He'll get a free kick. Left half forward for the Dons.
So Durham with it. Looking inside a congested 50. Wheels out to the right. Goes long towards the top of the goal square. Overshoots the pack out the back right forward pocket. Davies Uniacke tracking it right there with him. Kelly sees it out. Forward 50 stoppage here for Essendon. They lead by a goal.
Importantly, they've shut down a lot of the transition from the Kangas in this third quarter, I reckon. That's what's got the game back on terms for them. Talked about it at half time. It had to happen in my view anyway. It looks like they've, by design or not, that's what's happened in the game to this point.
Biggest margin we've had either way all day. 12 points after the Roos kicked the opening 2 goals. Langford out of the congestion in the forward pocket. Handball to Hobbs. Sheasel rides him. No free kick. And another ball up. 40 out from the attacking goal. Essendon by 6. 3 minutes away from three-quarter time.
Toss up in the air. Phillips and Goldstein, and Phillips is probably still bleeding from that nose. He's going to make his way towards Lauren Borden. So I think you got us, Craig, in Canberra. We'll have to go to the books to try and work out the last time neither of the Scott brothers featured in finals. Matt from Melbourne.
How many years did Brad play at Hawthorn?
It's only 2, I reckon.
Yeah.
Only 5, 6 perhaps.
Yeah. Got him in Gridley recently for Brisbane and Hawthorn. I was happy with that.
How good's that?
It's good for the kids,
Gridley,
isn't it?
footy grids.
It's for adults, Clinchy. I don't know why you think it's a kid's game.
Goldstein wins down the tap. Hobbs laying the tackle on Sheasel. The ball spills clear. Taylor dragged it in. Trying to lock it underneath Merritt, who's trying to knock it out now. Turner comes charging in. Langford's hand pass straight to Core. Kicks a high ball for the Kangaroos into the middle of the ground. Baldwin's underneath. Sherry knocks it out of his hands. Spills back inside the 50. The Bombers under pressure. Hobbs tackled by Thomas. And Turner tries to get a hand pass to Sherry. It's all in tight confinement. Sardis with a hand pass to Kelly. Drives another kick inside 50. Wright was wrestling with Mackay. Both had a good hold on it. And then Cox dribbles it end over end. It's offline to the right. Peter Wright was racing back to the goal mouth unattended. Couldn't get on the end of it. And the Bombers lead by 7 points. 27 minutes gone, third term.
Hayden Core with the kick in. Goes up the middle for Mackay through his hands. He drops the mark for a kick. With a little bit of contact. Essendon by 7 points. Mackay gives it off to Goda, who runs through the middle of the ground. Feeds a handball out to the wing. Tucker cuts back onto his left as is his want. Now drives it long looking for Larky. Redmond at the back. Marks for Essendon. And we'll move it on quickly to Martin.
Takes the mark and looks for options into the middle of the ground. He spots Parrish. He just takes it as Davies Uniacke came late. Darcy Parrish plays on, takes a bounce through the middle of Docklands. Hand pass to Redmond, little fumble, regathers, ran into Zeeble. Hand pass to Baldwin at centre half forward. McDonald lays the block, kicks towards right. He's got it against Core, who's frustrated with the fact he couldn't get a fist to it. And Peter Wright, with the size and the bigger body, just moved him out of the way.
I was talking to a North Melbourne legend at half-time at the back of the box who said he's got 2 concerns with this game from the Kangaroos' perspective at the moment. Quarters 3 and 4. It's seemingly becoming a factor that they can't maintain their raids, the Kangas, and the Bombers pressure. Are exploiting it. Yeah.
Peter Wright looking for his second. Point-blank range, 15 out, puts it through. And the Bombers extend their lead with 5 goals to 2 in this third term. And they lead by 13 points. 10-4-64. to North Melbourne 8-3-51. That being said, one good quarter last week against the West Coast Eagles. That was the second quarter. So Brad Scott will be hoping that his Chargers have learnt from last week, that they can maybe do a bit more damage here.
So numbers are starting to hurt a little bit here, Haas. So Essendon plus 25 in possession, but also plus 9 in inside 50. So 5 goals, 2 now, so 7 scoring shots in this quarter. So taking full advantage.
Yeah, they've been the dominant team this quarter, no doubt. No doubt.
Yeah, kicked 5 goals to 2 and have kicked 6 of the last 8 goals, Essendon. Starting to get the mitts around this game. In the middle, Goldstein slapping it out, looking for Cunnington. Always fighting on Ben Cunnington. Parrish, head clash, a little sore. Perkins going in and the ball up in the middle. Dons by 13 points, a new game high either way. North led by 12 after they kicked the first 2. Goldstein down to Cunnington, to Davies Uniacke, back feeds to Goda. Goda will kick long to half forward, looking for a marker. Unable to take it. Free kick, it'll go to Sherry.
They just need to find one here late. 30 seconds remaining. They find a target inside 50.
2 kicks from home, sets it up for Larkey. Goes to ground, spills to Paul Curtis. He steps through them, runs into goal. Handballs to Stevenson, pops through his second. The Rouge won't go away. Back to 7 points. Essendon 10-4-64. Plays 9-3-57. Adam Ramanauskas, Daniel Harford.
See where that free kick was? It was in the marking contest. He's getting the replay now.
Not sure where it was.
Not sure where that was. I think it was against Zirk Thatcher on Larkey, but then at ground level, North Melbourne were able to get that ball. So Zirk Thatcher's just give it a little bump.
That must have been it. Must have been a free kick.
But it was good play by Curtis because he was at the fall of the ball, took the ball. Essendon could have tackled him, but sidestep, little handball, Stevenson, unselfish. I love that.
Boomer will address that during the week. He can't be giving up handballs like that.
I love that. I think it's absolutely terrific.
Had to work out who came into the box at half time. Cunnington gathers, hand pass to Simpkin. Can't break clear as he gave the hand pass to Tucker. Simpkin has another go. He's clearly hampered by that arm injury. Kick up towards Ford, and Redmond gathers just as the siren sounds for three-quarter time. The Bombers hold a 7-point advantage, but it could have been more. 10-4-64 to North Melbourne, 9-3-57. The Bombers had 5 goals to 3 in that third quarter, and they've kicked 6 of the last 9 goals of the match. Keep in mind that North Melbourne, having made a promising start last week against Melbourne, they led at quarter time. It was 8 goals apiece at half time. They kicked only 2 goals from half time onwards, while the Demons put on 7. Bombers by 7 points at three-quarter time. Meanwhile, the SCG, goal going the way of Will Hayward for the Sydney Swans, and they're 15-92 to the Gold Coast Suns, 11-5-71. So we'll keep you across all the action from the SCG as well. Great to have your company for Saturday afternoon footy on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
I'm Annabelle Crabb, and I'm back with another season of Australia's first and only political home invasion show, Kitchen Cabinet, where politicians cook and chat in their own kitchens. I'll talk to Karen Andrews, Linda Burney, Peter Dutton, Di Lee, Bridget McKenzie, Jordan Steelejohn, Lydia Thorpe and Annika Wells. I'm polite, but I'm very nosy.
All new Kitchen Cabinet starts Tuesday, August 15 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Dropping the mark, Archer. Spills out, Guelphy gets it on the boot, snaps towards goal. Langford can't mark. Core spoils it away. Floating on it, snapping on goal. A beautiful finish from Menzies. Great roving and the slick finish.
Goldstein has Davies Uniacke running central corridor, gives him the hand pass to Larkey, one-on-one, over the back as he wrestles Zirk Thatcher. Can he get a boot to it? It might bounce through. It doesn't matter. Davies Uniacke from long range. Turner clean, hand pass to Cunnington, fends off Durham, made it work. Hand pass to Scott, chips it up to Curtis, who marks just short of centre-half forward, swings onto his left, lays out to Larkey, who leads out and marks on his chest. Larkey pretty much directly in front from 45 metres out. He has his fourth.
Who kicks from home, sets it up for Larky, goes to ground, spills to Paul Curtis. He steps through them, runs into goal, handballs to Stevenson, pops through his second. The Rouge won't go away.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Three-quarter time at Docklands in Melbourne. The Bombers leading by 7 points over North Melbourne, 10-4-64 to the Roos, 9-3-57. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron calling all the action. Lauren Borden down on the boundary. Adam Ramanauskas and Daniel Harford are your experts on ABC Sport. Our next stop is Brisbane and the Adelaide Crows from the Gabba. So many games with top 8 ramifications, and that's where we find Quentin Hull.
And this is one of them, Clinchy. If the Crows could pull an upset here, they'd be inside the 8 tonight. But what an ask it is for them. A team which is excellent at home, having won 9 of their 12 games at the Adelaide Oval. But they've been beyond the City of Churches 8 times in this 2023 season and have only had 1 win, that being a real tight squeak against the Hawks down in Launceston earlier in the season. And the Brisbane Lions, well, it has become the Gabbatoir yet again. It really is a tough place for away teams to win. They are unbeaten on their home deck in 2023. As far as the team news is concerned, at selection, Jasper Fletcher, the fine young talent, was dropped, but he's actually been included as the sub for the Lions and for the Crows. Josh Rochelle, who was omitted to the emergencies list, he's actually been named as the sub for the Crows, who have had back-to-back wins against the Power and the Suns. The Lions getting away with a tight win over Fremantle over in the West last week after their shock loss to Gold Coast in the Q Clash the week before. It is a gorgeous Saturday afternoon in what feels like the centre of the sporting world for the next couple of hours. Clinchy, with a sellout here and the Matildas across town. It's going to be a big couple of hours of eyes looking at footy games in Brisbane.
It certainly is, Q. And Marcus has a bit of mayo for us, or mail, should I say, on 0437774774, rounding the Matildas, that Sam Kerr has been named on the bench. So Tony Gustafsson going with the same 11 that were victorious against the Danes. So interesting to see.
Surely we'll see her a bit earlier, though. More like the hour mark,
I would think so.
Yeah.
I would think so. Depending on how things are going.
Yeah.
We're 2-0 up. We might not do too much earlier than that. But, yeah, I'm not surprised. If that's the case, I'm not surprised by that whatsoever. You're asking a lot of her to get back.
Fully fit.
But is she?
Well, I'm not sure she is. And then it's full game.
That's my read. She's not fully fit. She played 10 minutes the other night. She got through, which was nice. Did some cool things. Got energised. Ready to go to be a more significant substitute tonight.
Imagine if she starts
on the board, man. Put the score on the board.
Well, they put the score on the board.
Yeah, but if they
Caitlin
don't,
Ford is unbelievable.
So if
if
they're 2-0 down and she comes on, she's going to be expected to make a miracle happen.
What if it's 2-0 up? Why are you always looking negative side of things?
I don't know. It's a good question.
I feel like we're having the conversation that's taking place at every coffee shop and family gathering ahead of tonight. You can hear it on the ABC Listen app and on a number of the ABC platforms, including ABC News Radio.
But just quickly with this game, North need to bring that pressure back. So Essendon were able to 19 inside 50s that quarter. So a lot of looks for Peter Wright. Peter Wright kicked 2 goals in that quarter and looked really dangerous particularly when that high ball was coming in. So North need to go back to that pressure that they had in that first half, and that's through the middle of the ground, forcing turnover. Larky looks like now he's got the game to work to play against Zirk Thatcher, where he's getting him on the lead. So give Nick Larky 5 or 6 looks this quarter through your pressure through the middle of the ground.
Ahead of the final term, Lauren Borden has North made their sub.
They have just made their sub, Charlie Lazaro, to come on. He's going to start on the field in this fourth quarter, and it's Jackson Archer who looks like he's been pulled off. So allowed back onto the field following the concussion test, but I think they might have decided to bench him for the last quarter.
Thanks, Loz.
Well, Charlie's gone forward for the Kangas.
So the Bombers lead by 7 points, trying to keep their September dream alive, when North would love to finish with a win for Ben Cunnington. In the middle of the ground, Bryant and Goldstein, it spills down the way of North. They were able to trickle the ball towards half forward. In fact, it's the Bombers at half forward as Hobbs gets the hand pass to Perkins for a free kick for a high fend off. It's coming back and Taron Thomas will take it. He's down on his knees, having received contact to the head.
Be just a little worse for wear for the moment.
Across the throat, I reckon.
throat.
Adam Zappel.
Yeah.
It's no good, that. That hurts.
Thomas leading by 7 points as Thomas sends it out to the city wing. Simpkins able to work Martin underneath it and then race after it. He gathers just inside the field of play. Good support from Stevenson. Hand pass to him. Tapped it back to Simpkin. Dribbles it end over end. Inside 50. Brian racing back. He gathers in front of Curtis. Swings onto his right. Out towards territory and Hobbs at half back. He steps over the line. And the umpire says that's insufficient intent.
Gee.
Didn't disguise it well enough in the eyes of the whistleblower.
I reckon that's harsh. He was half a step from the line and just momentum took him over. I reckon that's brutal.
Stevenson with the high kick inside 50 to a big pack. Flying Baldwin. Can't take the defensive mark. Cirque Thatcher at ground level. Tackled to ground. Ball comes out initially. Wardlaw wrapped up by Merritt. Held in. Ball up. Ball up. 20 out from the attacking goal. Here for the Roos. Can they land an early blow? Sherry knocks it down. Tries to follow up at ground level. He's wrapped up quickly. We'll try again. Essendon leading by 7 points.
Larkey has 4 goals for the Kangaroos. Sherry and Brian. Sherry taps it down to Larkey. Hand pass to Curtis. Just lost it at the last moment. McGrath becomes the tackler on Stevenson. The ball's locked underneath. The umpire lets it go, hoping it'll come clear, and it does. The dribbling shot. Larkey's going to gather just on the behind line. He brushes the tackle and puts it through.
Wow.
For his 5th. Thomas got it to the behind line, and then Nick Larkey did the rest. He was able to beat 2 and then 3. And all of a sudden closed the gap to 1 point at the start of the final term. 10-4-64 the Bombers to North Melbourne, 10-3-63. Nick Larkey do that, Adam Romanascus and Daniel Harford.
Well, it was the Taron Thomas little kick out of the stoppage. And I thought that was going through, but that's just simply called never giving up. And Nick Larkey fought through 2 tackles there. The first one was Mason Redmond, then it was Nick Martin.
Nick Martin had to get it.
But it was both of them.
They probably got in their own each other's way.
Yeah, it was both of them in the end. So you've got to stick that tackle. Hold the arms. But terrific by Nick Larkey. Terrific fight.
That's a disaster for the Bombers. That's a horrible mistake defensively.
Back to a point. Both rucks with hands on it. Coming through Thomas. Handball straight to Perkins. Wardlaw wrapping him up. Perkins back to his feet. Shovels out a handball for the Dons. Sheasel can't pick it up. Davies Uniac can. Away to Thomas through the middle.
Pressure.
Kick affected by the tackle, a turnover. And Redmond marks for the Dons.
Halfsman Guelphy.
Yeah, he's the one. He's the one, Rema.
There's Redmond into the middle of the ground with a kick to Nick Martin. Hand pass away to Merritt. Had a quiet afternoon by his standards. He looks to send it by hand to Martin, who runs towards right half forward. Looks inside 50. A kick for Langford. Like a tracer bullet, he marks on his chest. Nick Martin's the man if you want leading out of full forward.
Just, again, it's just fascinating, this Zach Merritt, Curtis Taylor. So Merritt gives the handball, and then Taylor just stopped in his tracks, just stood next to Zach Merritt. Didn't even try to trace Nick Martin.
Sticking to his task.
Yeah.
Almost to the detriment of his team.
Yeah.
Cole Langford, who's been quiet since half-time, kicked a couple of goals before the main break. He comes in from the right forward pocket. It's offline from 45 metres out. This is to the right-hand side. Essendon leading by 2 points. 4 minutes gone, final term.
Have won their last 9 against North Melbourne Essendon. Sheasel kick smothered by Guelphy on the mark. And it will go out of play in the pocket. And Matt Guelphy is spark plug player for the Dons.
Daniel Harford pointing to himself here in the back row.
It's hard to see on the radio, but I am.
Trying to work his way into the management side of things.
And pitching for the footy boss gig at Essendon. Marnie hasn't even put his stuff in his boxes yet. Hobbs coming through, leaves it behind, and it allows in Wardlaw, who gives it to Core. Across fullback for the Roos, who'll kick out towards halfback.
Hines able to gather. Lazaro, the sub, lays the tackle. And it goes across the boundary line. So Archer is out, and Lazaro is in, and the Bombers, I think, have also, they've activated their sub, and Phillips is out, meaning that Will Snelling is into the match, but yet to make his way off the bench. The Bombers leading by 2 points. We could go down to the wire once more. Thrown back in. Bryan in front, palms it down. Cunnington well placed in front, can't gather. Perkins, in fact it's Cox who becomes the tackler on Cunnington. And the umpire will ball it up in front of the two benches where players are lining up keen to get on.
Umpire puts it up, shoving him out of the way, Sherry, and he'll give away a push free kick.
Yeah, I think that was fair enough.
So Bryan with the free kick. Right on the logo. He'll wheel and set it up long inside 50 for Essendon, looking for a marker through the hands of Durham. Out the back, there to mop up Zeeble, gives it to Scott. Kick smothered again by Guelphy. Oh, what can't he do? Racking up the 1%ers, Matt Guelphy. Lauren Borden downstairs.
You're all spot on. It is the throat for Taron Thomas. He's gone down into the rooms to be assessed. I think Essendon's still waiting on a call for their sub. Phillips is back on. He was just getting some extra work on his nose. That little cut on the bridge of his nose causing him some havoc.
Yeah, thanks, Loz. The Champion Data laptop in front of us said he was subbed out, but he's back on the field. Oh, big tackle laid on Wardlaw. Ridden into the turf by Zach Merritt, who is thinking, for every disposal I don't get, I'm going to lay a tackle that hurts.
He's had 8 tackles for the game, Zach Merritt.
Great example.
Yeah. Alongside Ben Cunnington here as Sherry wins down the tap. That tackle was over the shoulder of Wardlaw, who will get the free kick at right half back. The young kangaroo back in the lineup this afternoon.
Yeah, so 4 kicks, 10 handballs for Zach Merritt for the 14 disposals, but 8 tackles. So he's worked extremely hard.
The 19-year-old, not with his best kick, straight to half-back, turns it over. Kelly gathers for the Bombers to Hobbs. High kick inside, 50 in from the side. Mackay takes the mark in front of Sammy Durham. 25 metres out from his defensive goal.
Handballing to Hobbs there, back to goal, and then he just turns around and blasts the ball. Jay Kelly just needs to take that space in front of him there.
We'll get down to Lauren Borden in a minute. Sheasel in the back pocket, driving ball out to the wing. Fisted away there by Heppel. Down at ground level. Getting involved, Simpkin. Roos back with it. Scott hooking a kick around the wing. Laverty marking. Lauren Borden downstairs.
You're spot on, Clinchy, that a sub was going to be made. Will Snelling about to come on, but it's for Nick Bryan, who's been taken off.
Got the wrong ruck.
The other big man.
Don's with it. Through Zerk Thatcher. Out towards Durham. Coming up. Crushes the pack. Doesn't take the mark. Spills down to Martin. Usually found a target inside 50. Doesn't on this occasion. Overshoots. Out the back, Menzies, right forward pocket. Gives it off. Dribbler on goal. Won't go through from Perkins. It's knocked through on the line. Getting back, Darcy Tucker. 3 points, Essendon's lead.
As the Roos bring it back into play. Tucker kicks up towards Ford. Apple's happy to see a bounce out of play for a boundary throw in.
That was the best result for the Kangas. They had no other representation this side of the ground. Just had to get that ball in a stop play situation, Eddie Ford, and was able to just let it go out of the bounds.
News coming through around Darcy Moore, the Collingwood captain, from footy boss Graham Wright. Darcy underwent scans on his left hamstring this morning, and the results have shown a low-grade hamstring strain, which he sustained during the first quarter. He'll miss the next couple of matches at this stage, and we expect him to be right to return to the field for our first final. So Darcy Moore out of the home and away season, the Collingwood captain, with the hope he'll be right to go for the first final after the bye. Bombers leading by 3 points here at Docklands. We're now through 9 minutes of the final tournament at the SCG. Three-quarter time, Sydney 15-4-94 to the Suns 11-6-72.
I reckon Perkins has hurt his groin as well. He's just come from the field here and trying to stretch it out. We'll get down to Loz in a moment. Hobbs attacking the footy. Cunnington the other way. Hobbs gets out a handball towards the logo. Trying to knock it out right to Merritt. And now Guelphy has got busy. Essendon down the Docks wing. Here's Parrish off a step. High kick inside 50 for Essendon. Bouncing ball. McDonald down there. Wins it for North. Gives it off the core. Tackled by Langford. Taken to ground. And a ball up. Deep in the left forward pocket. Here for Essendon. They lead by 3 points. Nearly 10 minutes into the final
Throw
term.
the ball up. You're waiting for two ruckmen.
And Phillips and Goldstein are both lumbering as they eventually get there. Goldstein nudges Phillips underneath. Got it to Core. Free kick. A throw. It's going the Bombers' way in the left forward pocket. And Andrew Phillips, the journeyman whose career is coming to an end at the end of the season. And as we said last week, remember, Mark Murphy said his approach on goal hasn't changed. Come in and kick it as hard as you possibly can and hope it goes straight.
This could end up in the third tier.
And last week he had a crucial kick in the last quarter against the West Coast Eagles, and it went gun barrel straight to the right.
They've made a beak for him with the plaster on his nose. Like it looks like a dead set beak.
That is a very good pickup. That's exactly what it looks like.
That's a horrible one to finish.
With the nose bandage, Andrew Phillips comes in and drags it left as he gives it everything he's got. And the Bombers lead by one more, by 4 points. Would that affect his aerodynamic kicking ability?
Well, I don't know, but it's sort of real woodpecker vibes running at the moment.
Couldn't quite sniff out a goal on this occasion.
Oh, that's clever.
Scott will drive it long to the wing, and Baldwin, standing tall to mark, comes infield with his kick for Essendon to Hobbs.
You've got to move the ball. You can't stop here. You've got to move the ball. You're calling for it. Move the ball.
Hobbs will go long to a massive pack that will form. Spoiled away by the Roos. Goda down to Turner, roving the pack. Kicks to centre half back. Turnover. Where the Roos get back, eventually picking it up, the Dons. Sardis to Hobbs, who kicks to Menzies. Lateral lead into the pocket. 30 out. Right forward pocket. And a big moment in this game coming up.
Well, the moment was North Melbourne coming out of defence there. Who was that that kicked that half?
Good question.
It just didn't hit the target. That hit. You're coming back through the corridor. That has to hit the target. Now, if it goes to ground, Essendon just simply outnumbered their North Melbourne opponents at ground level.
Jai Menzies, tight angle, right forward pocket, misses right. The door remains ajar for the Roos. Essendon leading by 5 points, 12 minutes into the fourth.
So North had the only goal, and the Bombers are the last 4 behinds of the match. Zeeble at half back, off the shin, into the middle of the ground. Hobbs gathers, can't quite link up with Durham. Desperation from Zeeble, diving in, locking it up with Cunnington's support, and now they're going to get a free kick for holding the ball. Zeeble relieved as he feeds the hand pass away to Davies-Uniacke. Kicks towards Thomas, trying to push Redmond out of the way. He knocked it down to Laverty, couldn't get it back to him. Hand pass forward from Lazaro, trying to find Thomas, he can't bend over. It's knocked towards the boundary line by Laverty. Curtis over the top, and the umpire will ball it up just before it goes across the line.
So the defenders get a chance to breathe for a second here, the Kangas. They've been under siege.
7 inside 50s to 3 this quarter. Essendon's favour.
Up it goes, right half forward for the Roos. Goldstein over the back of his head to Cunnington. That combination again. Handball back to Turner. Shanks his kick into the pocket. Must have nearly missed it. Martin able to pick it up. His kick goes 3 metres. Picked up by the Roos. Lazaro back to Davies-Uniacke. Back to Turner. Sets it up to full forward. Redmond.
Great protection from off ball there from the other Essendon defenders to stop the Kangaroos charging towards that contest.
Great defensive mark in the left back pocket. Essendon by 5 points. 13 and a half into this final term.
North Melbourne haven't won since round 2. Trying to stay in this contest. Martin kicks up towards Durham. Offering chases Goda. Durham gathers, looks up. Langford 1-on-1 inside 50 against Core. Racing back Zeeble. Under pressure, Menzies lays the tackle. Spills back to Langford, dodging and weaving. Hand pass to Snelling. Good tackle, Mackay. Got the hand pass to Parrish. Away to Sardis. What a moment for your first goal. Swings onto his right and gives the Bombers some breathing space. Elijah Sardis, who had an opportunity late last week against the West Coast Eagles, this time found himself in the right place at the right time to capitalise. A goal apiece in this final term, and the Bombers hold an 11-point lead. 11-8-74 to North Melbourne, 10-3-63. And Essendon's picked 5 from last season, carrying that famous number 5 on his back as his first goal in AFL footy.
It's a great work from the Bombers, getting the ball from D50 again to forward 50. Sardis was the recipient of the handball from Parrish, which was nice. Which is funny, he had the hand up before he even knew it had come off, just as it came off his boot. He knew it was a goal as he was being tackled. Good stuff from the Bombers in transition. Durham getting out the back was the key to the whole passage. To go to just let him, just got caught ball watching Rama, and Durham was able to get that ball inside forward 50.
Phillips winning the tap down. Cunnington is tackled by Phillips on the follow-up. Onto it, Merritt for Essendon. Handball to Parrish. Steadying onto the right. Kicks towards full forward. Mackay can't quite complete the mark. Goda's there to mop up. Handball back to Zeeble. Roos on the last line. He'll kick out to right half back. And the mark taken by Turner.
He runs the boundary line, wants to get the hand pass out in front of Thomas. It trickles past he and Zach Merritt. And across the boundary line, and no surprise, Curtis Taylor is right there as well.
But Kane Turner, you've got to kick the ball. Yeah. So you look up the field, there's all one-on-ones.
The lucky one-on-one.
Yeah, give your forwards a chance.
Curtis Taylor's done the tagging job on Zach Merritt. He's still blocking him as this ball's thrown in. Goldstein in front, palms it down. Cunnington should have been taken high. No whistle came. Curtis slides in, bumped off it by Parrish for the Bombers. Hand pass to Merritt. Up and under kick. Simpkin close to the line. It's probably over as he takes the mark and will have it. Centre wing for North Melbourne. They're trailing the game by 11 points. Inboard to Mackay, who goes for Scott. Risky one-on-one. Snelling puts the pressure. Wardlaw dives in. Hand pass back to Mackay. No damage done. Hand pass to Simpkin. Goes for a worm burner to Wardlaw. He marks centre wing.
The Roos are still alive for now, but only just. Wardlaw laterally. Sheasel marks. He'll run and drive it long into the pocket, looking for a pack mark and dragging it down. Eddie Ford's got it.
In those situations, I reckon the Kangaroos have got to identify that the defenders of Essendon try and block the space and the aerial opportunity for Nick Larkey. So there's often his direct opponent Zerk Thatcher will lock him out, and then another defender will come across and make sure he's not the one marking the ball. So there's got to be opportunities for guys like Ford to impact those contests. They've got to take responsibility for this.
He needs to take responsibility with the kick as well. Ford's kick on goal is just fading right. And a let off. 10 points, Essendon's lead, 17 minutes into the fourth.
As the footy is in the hands of Nick Hine. Goes short to Kelly. He takes the mark, 45 metres out from his defensive goal. Kicks boundary side to Laverty, which invites the pressure. And he has it hemmed in the left back pocket. Returns it back to Hine. Is holding onto the footy the right option here, Emma?
No, you got to score. You got to score. There's still 8 minutes remaining in this game, so you got to score. You got to continue to attack.
Nick Hine long towards Phillips. He got underneath it at the back. Durham shovels a hand pass forward on the bounce. Perkins spins out of the McDonald tackle to Sardis. A centering kick looking for Langford. He can't get there. And a good mark in front. Tucker marks for the Roos at centre half back.
It was a good kick. Tucker just intercepted it, came off his man and got to the spot, but it was going to hit lace out Langford.
Tucker goes laterally to Scott. Out at left half back, city side of the ground. He'll kick the Roos around it now, looking for a mark. Coming up, it's knocked away by Zerk Thatcher. Now Will Snelling onto it. Turns away from a couple. Snaps around the corner. Good kick. Mark taken by Perkins. Essendon at right half forward. Perkins takes his time. Nothing he likes yet. So set it up to the hot spot. Looking for Wright, who's in good position. Mackay just does enough. Under pressure, Zeeble comes out to Langford. Snaps on goal and puts it through. Langford's third might end it. Essendon out by 16 points. A game-high lead. 12-8-80 plays 10-4-64. 19 minutes into the fourth term.
Well, you go all the way back. North Melbourne had the ball on their half-back flank. Zerk Thatcher comes off his man to impact that contest. Then Snelling's good enough on the boundary line to get through. And that allows then Perkins to take a mark on true half forward. He then gets it to a true one-on-one spot with Peter Wright and Ben Mackay. Mackay does well to spoil that ball, but Zeeble was just too slow. Yep. Just had to get the ball on the boot there, half. Get it out of the danger zone. It was holding the ball.
Yeah, should have been.
Yeah. But just get it. Sometimes you just got to just thump the ball out of there.
Yep.
2 goals 4-1 in this final term. 6 scoring shots to 2. Back in the middle of the ground, Davies Uniacke tries to knock it forward, but straight to Hobbs. Merritt knocks it inside 50. Racing back, Tucker gathers, gets away from Cox. Hand pass to Scott, releases the hand pass to Goda. Hand pass miss Wardlaw, he races after it. Guelphy after him, lays the tackle as soon as Wardlaw gained possession. And the umpire to throw it up in the middle of Docklands, just inside the centre square on our broadcast wing. Bombers leading by 16 points. Tapped down by Sherry. Hobbs slides in. He's tackled by Thomas. Can't knock it clear. Taylor has a go at it. Merritt right there with him. Sliding in Parrish. Tries to shovel a hand pass out, but straight to Goda of North. To Davies Unier. Brushes the Merritt tackle. Snelling got him. Releases McDonald. Hand pass to Scott. To the back of Thomas. Hobbs with a little toe poke out. It goes to the wing.
He tries to follow up, but North arrive through Lazaro. He'll wheel and run into the middle of the ground. Has to retreat.
Oh, no.
Ran too far, Charlie Lazaro.
Oh, did he? Gee.
I'm not so sure he did.
I've seen worse.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot worse today.
Little steps.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Perkins felt bad. He kicked it straight back to the Roos. Here they go. Through Curtis Taylor. Long kick inside 50. No mark taken. Stevenson fumbles the footy. And then Curtis Taylor has to pick it up. Give it off to Simpkin. He'll steady and snap on the left. He can't get the bounce.
More time, Simpkin.
Too much.
Straighten the shoulders up. Kick it with your right foot.
15 points. The Dons' advantage. 21 minutes and change into the fourth.
Still plenty of time. Over 5 minutes in this match as Redmond wants to bring the Bombers back into play. Long towards Phillips and Sherry. Phillips went for the body block. Sherry spoils it out of play. Throw in between wing and half forward for North Melbourne.
Both teams in these situations, if it's in their forward third, they drop a defender out or drop a winger out and be an extra number behind the ball. If you're the Kangaroos at the moment, you've got to start to think about evening up. Yeah, just taking away that advantage the Essendon players might have if they get possession of the ball, hit this area of the ground.
Voice of Daniel Harford alongside Adam Romanascus, Matt Clinch, Ben Cameron and Lauren Borton with you. Parrish hard against the boundary. Hand pass wide of Kelly. Got a knock into the back by Curtis. And the umpire will throw it back in.
You definitely got to have even numbers now. Even commit a forwarder. Sort of, try win stoppage, try run the ball back out. You don't want to have someone sitting behind the ball.
Ben Cunnington comes back onto the ground. North trying to send him out a winner. He can't gather here. Parrish can. Tumbles Essendon with the kick to half forward. Zeeble the first to respond. Handball to Sheasel. Back to Zeeble, who'll kick around the dockside wing towards a contest. Knocking it down forward. Back corridor, he goes after it. Handball to Cunnington on the left. High ball, shallow inside 50. Cox goes back and drops it. Lazaro following up. 40 out from the Roos goal. And it's not coming out yet. A ball up. They need one soon, the Kangaroos.
We've been playing extra forward here now, Rami. You've got 4.5 minutes to go, 5 minutes to go to win this game for the Kangas.
Larkey tries to do the ruck work and the roving. Tapped it down towards Curtis. Gets the hat pass to Cunnington. Snaps on his right for his second. The shinboner trying to lift his team in the final term in his last act. And the Bombers lead by 9 points at the 23-minute mark of the final term. In his last 5 minutes of footy, Ben Cunnington says, hang on, this isn't done with just yet. 12-8-80, the Bombers to North Melbourne, 11-5-71. And once more in the right place at the right time and snapping on his right boot with the arms outstretched.
Yeah, but again, it's Nick Larkey. So Nick Larkey contests that ruck contest and just competes. Didn't allow Essendon to get the test. So he's competing against Phillips there, tap. And then the ball just spills out to, to Curtis. And Cunnington there just on the spot to kick a beautiful snap around his body. But I've loved the work rate of Nick Larkey just to stay involved and just to try. Effort is a huge thing in football, and Nick Larkey is showing plenty of that.
There's plenty of time for the Roos. Right in the ruck for Essendon. Knocks it down. Thomas onto it. Handball to Sheasel. He goes right through them. Kicks inside 50. Forward with separation. He marks 40 out directly in front. He fluffed his lines last time. And he kicked the major here to draw North right back into this.
Oh, it's got to be 50, isn't it?
Oh,
Jay Kelly's almost run through the mark.
Surely 50. Wow. 50's gone away in recent weeks. Eddie Ford, straight in front, 45 out. The Roos need it, and Ford delivers it. It's back to 3 points. The Kangas keep coming. 12-8-80 Essendon, 12-5-77 the Roos. 25 minutes into the fourth.
Well, Sheasel half back again, get the ball in his hands, and good things happen more often than not. It was Thomas to feed the ball up to him off the run, off half back from the centre bounce. and a really good kick, almost on the outside of the boot from Sheasel. That's the beauty of this. He kicked it to the space. Yeah. Everyone had moved across because that's the way the ball was moving from the contest. And he just kicked it lace out to the outside of his boot to the open area and drew the lead from Ford into that space. Caught the defenders napping. Unbelievable footy IQ.
Daniel Harford with you on ABC Sport. The Roos with 2 goals in 3 minutes. And it's back to a 3-point ball game. Goldstein up against Wright in the middle of the ground. Goldstein tries to flip it over the back. Thomas can't gather. Cunnington's in there on all fours. Hand pass to Scott. Kicks towards half forward. Simpkin through the arms back. Was he held by Heppel? Little toe poke out to half forward. Lazaro's after it. Gathers. Redmond gathers him. Throws him into the turf. Spills away at Martin. He gathers and kicks up towards the wing. He was bumped as he got his kick away and a downfield free kick.
That's what North didn't need.
Will Snelling doesn't realise, but it's going to be his kick as Haley Scott will have to give it back to him.
Kangaroos haven't kicked 3 consecutive goals all day. That's what they're trying to do here to win the match. Snelling pulls his kick to Hind. Essendon by 3 points, trying to keep their finals hopes alive. Hind waits a kick for Parrish.
Ball from the Kangas. This is really poor.
Got to get a man. Just simply man up.
This is really simple scenario stuff.
Yeah, don't guard grass.
Parrish will look to the pocket. Looking for a marker in the pack. Mackay hands on it. Phillips slaps it back to the hot spot. Sheasel's there. Handball to Zeeble. Zeeble on the left boot. He tries to clear the danger, but it falls into the lap of Heppel. 40 out. The former skipper.
Get the ruckman on the line here. I don't think Heppel's as long a kick as he used to, being this late in the game. Get the ruckman right on the goal line here.
He'll lay boot to ball from about 47, you would think. Dyson Heppel to keep Essendon's finals hopes alive. He runs around, drives it on target and hooks it horribly. Misses the lot. Out of bounds on the full. 27 and a half minutes into the final term. Essendon by 3 points.
He gave it everything he got, but left a fair bit to be desired. Zeeble with a long clearing kick. Heppel marks again. In the pack, he was able to get rid of his opponent. He chips laterally inboard to the corridor and McGrath marks. So can North Melbourne defend and force a turnover? As McGrath veers out to the right. Kicks laterally towards half forward. That'll work, and Heppel's all on his own again.
Come on, North. You've got to be better than this. Find an opponent.
All the Bombers have to do is just keep doing this, just find a free.
Curtis has stepped back on the mark, and now he charges at him. Play on call. Deep kick inside 50. Perkins takes the mark. Archie Perkins in the right forward pocket. He's just able to lead Sheasel to the footy and hold his position in front. And this could finish it.
It's really calm from the Bombers. Yeah, with the way they've managed this minute or so, this last minute and a half, which is great. Good experience for them and expertise, but it's horrific from the Kangas. And talk about moments, the last quarter moments. Ramos touched on that at the start of the game. You learn a lot either way.
The 21-year-old bomber, Archie Perkins, comes in on a 45-degree angle and drives it home. And it feels like that's the telling blow, as it's now a 2-goal ball game. And the Bombers lead by 9 points. 13-8-86 to North Melbourne, 12-5-77. Archie Perkins able to stand up big late in the match.
And just to describe that for our listeners. So the ball comes out deep, okay, from Essendon's forward 50. Heppel then doesn't have an opponent, so his Essendon teammate is able to block his direct opponent under the ball. Heppel takes the mark. He then kicks sideways to another Essendon mark. No North Melbourne opponent. Right. Then McGrath then kicks back to Heppel, who has no North Melbourne opponent. Then Heppel goes inside forward 50 just to a hole. It's just, you wanted the first kick when Heppel took the mark outside defensive 50 to be long.
Phillips slapping it down to Hobbs, who gives it to Merritt. He'll tumble a kick out towards the wing. Bouncing ball for Martin. Gathers in plenty of time. Stops, props. Handball to Snelling. Handball back to Martin. Back to Snelling. Back to Merritt. He'll stop and chip infield just to Hobbs. He has nowhere to go initially. He'll go back laterally and chip it short to Merritt. So Merritt takes the mark at left half forward. Dons leading by 9 points.
As Merritt looks for the kick, which will hug the boundary line out of the direction of Peter Wright. It's spoiled out of play. Thomas supporting McDonald, and a boundary throw in the left forward pocket.
Looking forward to seeing who Remick puts in the votes today.
Yes. Nice bit of handball in there. As we're just about out of time here. 31 minutes gone in the final term. Thrown back in. Phillips wrestling with Goldstein. Goldstein over the back to Cunnington. Squeeze the kick to half-back. Merritt gathers. Kicks the inside 50. And the Bombers find a way to get over the line once more. It took to the last couple of minutes to seal victory, but they're still in the hunt for September. Winners by 9 points.
The premiership flag. Our boys who play this scramble game are always striving for glory and fame. See the Bombers fly up, up. The other teams they don't fear. They'll try their best, but they can't get near as the Bombers fly up.
North Melbourne led by 5 points at quarter time, by 5 points at half time. And the Bombers fought back to take control in the third quarter with a 5-3 third term to lead by 7 points before an arm wrestle in the final term. North Melbourne got back within 3 points through Eddie Ford before the Bombers finished with the last goal of the match through Archie Perkins. There are 11 wins and 10 losses with 2 rounds to play and still in the race for the 8.
See the Bombers fly up, up to win the premiership flag. Our boys who play this grand old game are always striving for glory and fame. See the Bombers fly up, up. The other teams they don't fear. They all try their best, but they can't get near as the Bombers fly on.
So North Melbourne unable to pull off a miraculous victory in the final match for Ben Cunnington. In the end, the gap between 17th and 12th proved too much, but they gave a good showing for those fans that came to see him for the last time. For the winners, 3 goals to Kyle Langford and to Nick Martin, 2 goals to Jai Menzie and to Peter Wright. Individuals to Sardis, Perkins and Guelphy. Meanwhile, for North Melbourne, 5 goals to Nick Larkey in a great individual performance. 2 goals to Ben Cunnington, 1 in the first and 1 in the last. 2 goals to Stevenson, individuals to Davies Uniacke and to Jai Simpkin. The Bombers far from convincing against the bottom 2 sides.
No, absolutely
but they've chalked
not.
up another win, and for the moment, they're still mathematically in the race.
Yeah, well, they are. But, yeah, what I think everybody, every Essendon supporter thought the West Coast and North Melbourne games were going to be easy wins, and they've proved the total opposite. They've had to work extremely hard the last two weeks to get the wins, but the reality is they've been able to win those games. It's going to be a nice moment here. Essendon and North Melbourne now will form a guard of honour for Ben Cunnington. I get the feeling he won't want to be carried off the ground, Ben Cunnington, for some reason.
He's got too many kids around him at the moment, so he's going to need too many players to actually escort the kids off if that's the case.
TV have just realised that if they don't get 2 words from him now, they may never hear from him again.
That's it.
Ramos, player he manages, so he's going to say a quick couple of words for TV, and the Bombers and the North Melbourne players have gathered in front of the North Melbourne race, waiting to cheer off Ben Cunnington in game 238 and his final game.
I'm just looking is where Brad Scott is, because I know their relationship, Ben and Brad's relationship, is a very, very special one. So I'm sure he won't be too far away, Brad Scott. So, but yeah, Ben just talking to TV at the moment. Got his 3 kids around him. Toddy Goldstein there's waiting for him. I think Todd's going to try.
He might get a couple of
I
kids.
think he's going to try.
I reckon he's taking a couple of kids.
It might be
he's on kid duty.
Yeah, but it's always a lovely moment. I think we do this very well in the AFL now. The respect that we show retiring champions or players that are playing a significant milestone. The way both teams do this, and particularly the opposition. The opposition teams simply don't need to do it, but I think it's just a nice thing in the game now where we show great respect for one another.
Well, Warriors is few and far between in footy, and we talked before the game about perspective, and and what this young man still, in life terms, has gone through in his last couple of years. And he's been a great warrior of the game for his football club. You couldn't ask any more from Ben Cunnington as a player for your footy club in any aspect, I wouldn't have thought. The correct and appropriate amount of respect being shown by the opposition, his teammates, the crowd are on their feet as they acknowledge Ben coming through that guard of honour. There might be a little bit of an attempt to try and uplift this man.
He's going up.
So Jack's evil and Todd Goldstein. There's Ben Cunnington and Luke McDonald cheering one of the kids off as well. Revered for his courage on field and then admired for everything he fought off it. And a wave to the North Melbourne faithful. One of the ultimate shin boners as he bids farewell from AFL footy. Still a year to run on his contract. But as he said, he's seen too much of life to obsess about footy and looks forward to retiring to the farm and to his family. Plenty of hugs and embraces as he's about to make his way off Docklands for the final time. A man who we don't hear from an awful lot, but certainly feeling the love this afternoon.
There's great nobility in that too. I mean, it's easy to front up next year and collect your paycheck, but to say no, I think it's time.
I think Ramo sorted out the paycheck. Don't worry about that. I mean, there's plenty coming his way. No, it's being unfair to the scenario to the moment. You're right, Benny. It's a good point. Because it's not easy, and you heard him say in his press conference, which you played at the start of the broadcast, that the last thing he wanted to do was think about another pre-season. Like that's the grind again is a mental challenge. So if you want to put yourself through that, you've got to commit to the cause, and he wasn't ready to do that. He didn't think he was ready and right to do that. And acknowledging that is a really, really good thing, really important thing, I reckon.
So Alistair Clarkson was there. Bit of a smile and a handshake with Ben Cunnington, and he's now in deep conversation with Brett Ratton and the Bombers. The winners for this afternoon will make their way down towards their cheer squad and eventually down to the rooms. So Essendon winners by 9 points. We're against the clock here. We've got about 3 minutes and change, and I'm not sure we're going to get the song in potentially before we head to the Gabba. So we might turn our attention to Rama's votes for the ABC Footballer of the Year. Do you need a moment from half?
No. I'm pretty good. I'm going to give 1 to Nick Larkey. I thought just as that game continued to wear on, particularly obviously his 5 goals were terrific, but I thought his effort as a forward, he was North's only real forward that was able to continue to compete for the entirety of the day. I'm going to give 2 to Harry Sheasel. I just thought in terms of his class, it was on display. Today, on so many occasions where North needed some clean ball to be won, he was able to do that. And I'm going to give 3 to Nick Martin. I just thought 32 possessions and 3 goals as a winger, 9 score involvements, 4 inside 50s. He was the most dangerous player on the ground. Now, whether it was his field kicking or whether it was drifting inside forward 50 to kick a goal, he was the best player on the ground for my liking today.
The 3 votes in the ABC Football of the Year from Adam Ramanatsis going to Nick Martin of the Bombers. So they're 11 wins and 10 losses. They've got the Giants to come, the Giants Stadium in the Saturday twilight, and Collingwood, a big Friday night match is the last game for them of the home and away season. What do you think their chances are half of being there come September, knowing they need to win those 2 and other results for them?
No, I don't think they'll be beating the Pies in the last rounds.
Whether or not what we saw today.
And what we saw today, and they've beaten West Coast by 1 point, North by 9 points, 17 and 18, who won 4 games between them. They won't be beating the Giants next week either.
It's pretty decisive. So
not from what we've seen. This body of evidence suggests
it's hard to make a counter argument to that, isn't it?
Yeah.
And for North Melbourne, Rama, unfortunately, another loss for them in a losing streak, which has now moved since round 2, the last time they won.
I was a little bit disappointed with North Melbourne late in that game. I thought their effort for the majority of that game was really, really strong, but just those last moments, and Half and I spoke about this before the game, the importance of young players in final quarters and what they can actually learn. Well, I think North Melbourne are going to learn a lot from that last 5 or 6 minutes about simply going away from guarding grass and actually guarding a player and putting some pressure on it and forcing Essendon to kick down the line so you can try win the ball back. Essendon were able to suck up far too much time in that last 5 or 6 minutes by just chipping sideways and backwards, and then a player not getting up to the mark quick enough to force then the next kick. So there's a lot of learnings there for North Melbourne.
And approaching full time at the SCG, the Swans leading by 24 points. So 18-6, 114 to the Gold Coast Suns 13-12-90. Sydney are the smoking side. All of a sudden they're up to 6th.
Yeah, live ladder, yeah.
And the Bombers are 10th.
Live ladder is always good fun.
It is.
Midway through a Saturday afternoon. I do prefer the full one at the end of the weekend, though. Much prefer. But considering we've got a ladder where 5 to 14, 5 to 13 is a game and a bit, or a game between them. The live ladder is it's sexy for an afternoon, but I need some Sunday night action.
Thank you, Half. We've loved your company. Are you going to come back next week?
I'll be back next week.
Okay. Look forward to you sitting alongside Rammer. Thanks to Lauren Borden, to Craig, to Jules and to Ben Cameron. We're heading to the Gabba, Quentin Hull and Michael Price, to pick up the commentary with Andrew Rames and Jamie Stanton. And don't forget the Matildas. That's where we're all turning next as the Australian women's football side are in action against France. You can hear it all on the ABC Listen app with Ned Hall, wherever you're tuning in. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon on ABC Sport.